तो अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने मुझे फोन पे बताया कि पाकिस्तान बहुत बड़ा हमला करने वाला है, ये उन्होंने मुझे बताया। मेरा जो जवाब था, अगर पाकिस्तान हमला करेगा तो हम बड़ा हमला कर करके जवाब देंगे, ये मेरा जवाब था। और आगे मेरा एक वाक्य था, मैंने कहा था हम गोली का जवाब गोले से देंगे। पहले दिन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा है कि हमारा एक्शन नॉन एक्सीलेटरी है, ये हमने कह करके किया है। और इसके लिए साथियों हमने हमला रोका। अध्यक्ष जी, दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा। आज जो लोग पूछ रहे हैं पीओके को वापस क्यों नहीं लिया, वैसे ये सवाल मुझे ही पूछ सकते हैं और किसको पूछ सकते हैं। लेकिन इसके पहले जवाब देना होगा पूछने वालों को। किसकी सरकार ने पीओके पर पाकिस्तान को कब्जा करने का अवसर दिया? जवाब साफ है, जवाब साफ है। जब भी मैं नेहरू जी की चर्चा करता हूं तो कांग्रेस और उसका पूरा इकोसिस्टम बिलबिला जाता है, पता नहीं क्या है। आप निकाल दीजिए पाकिस्तान के सारे बयान और यहां हमारा विरोध करने वाले लोगों के बयान, फुल स्टॉप कॉमा के साथ एक है। क्या कहेंगे इसको? और बुरा लगता है सच बोलते हैं तो। पाकिस्तान के साथ सुर में सुर मिला दिया जाता है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, देश हैरान है, कांग्रेस ने पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दे दी है। उनकी ये हिम्मत, और इनकी आदत जाती नहीं है, ये हिम्मत कि पहलगाम के आतंकी पाकिस्तानी थे, इसका सबूत दो। क्या कह रहे हो तुम लोग? तो कौन सा तरीका है? और यही मांग पाकिस्तान कर रहा है जो कांग्रेस कर रही है। पाकिस्तान के लोगों के बयान है और देश ने देखे हैं, स्विमिंग पूल में नहा रहा था। और जब इतना कड़ा प्रहार हुआ, पाकिस्तान ने कभी सोचा तक नहीं था, तब जाकर के पाकिस्तान ने फोन करके डीजीएमओ के सामने फोन करके गुहार लगाई, बस करो, बहुत मारा, अब ज्यादा मार झेलने की ताकत नहीं है, प्लीज हमला रोक दो। ये पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का फोन था।
Picking up where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh left off, Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a blistering attack on the opposition on day 2 of the Lok Sabha debate on Operation Sindoor. Now, taking a sharp aim at what he called the operation's habit of questioning counter-terror operations, Shah defended the security forces' action under Operation Mahadev, in which 3 Pakistani terrorists linked to the Pahalgam massacre were neutralized. He stressed that multiple layers of verification were carried out before confirming their identities. Now, earlier, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav had raised questions about the timing of the operation, pointing out that it coincided with the parliamentary debate. Now, the remark drew a very, very strong response from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who asked pointedly, is there ever a special occasion to take on terror and terrorists? Well, here, more on this report.
As Lok Sabha opened for round 2 of the Operation Sindoor debate, Operation Mahadev took precedence instead. This after Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav questioned the timing of the operation in which the cowards behind the Pahalgam massacre were gunned down. The SP Supremo insinuated that the operation was timed to coincide with Sawan ka Somwar, an auspicious date in the Hindu calendar.
आतंकवादी मारे जाते हैं, हम सब पक्ष में हैं कि आज महादेव ऑपरेशन पे मैं धन्यवाद क्यों नहीं दे रहा हूं। आखिरकार इनकाउंटर कल ही क्यों हुआ?
Invoking the Pulwama terror attack of 2019, Akhilesh asked if the Central Probe agencies had such tech support as they claimed to at their disposal, then why couldn't they track the explosives-laden vehicle before it rammed into the CRPF bus?
तो आखिरकार अध्यक्ष महोदय, पुलवामा में जो गाड़ी में RDX आया, वो गाड़ी आज तक क्यों नहीं पकड़ी गई? और शायद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग ये जानते होंगे कि बहुत सारे विभाग सरकार के होते हैं, सैटेलाइट इमेजेस देते हैं। अगर आज भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहे तो पुलवामा में जो गाड़ी आई है, सैटेलाइट इमेजेस से वो पता कर सकती है कि वो किस रास्ते से वो गाड़ी आई थी। आप हिम्मत क्यों नहीं जुटा पा रहे हैं उसके लिए?
Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge too questioned the timing of Operation Mahadev during a parallel debate in the Rajya Sabha on India's kinetic response to the Pahalgam terror attack. In a scathing retort to Akhilesh over his claim on Operation Mahadev, Prime Minister Narendra Modi questioned if there was an auspicious day or occasion to target terrorism or terrorists.
क्या ये ऑपरेशन के लिए कोई सावन महीने का सोमवार ढूंढा गया था क्या? क्या हो गया है लोगों? हताशा, निराशा इस हद तक? और देखिए मजा, पिछले कई सप्ताह से हाँ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो गया तो ठीक है, पहलगाम के आतंकियों का क्या हुआ? पहलगाम के आतंकियों का अब हुआ तो कल क्यों हुआ? और कल ही क्यों हुआ? क्या हाल है अध्यक्ष जी का?
Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a blistering attack on the opposition over its penchant to question counter-terror operations.
आज मैं सदन को बताते हुए बहुत खुश हूं। मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर आतंकवादियों को जिन्होंने आतंकवादियों को भेजा था, उनके आकाओं को जमीन में मिलाने का काम किया था। सेना और सीआरपीएफ ने वो आतंकवादियों को भी समाप्त कर दिया।
Listing the multiple checks that were run on the terrorists before ascertaining their identities as the Pahalgam killers, Shah said even the chocolates they were carrying came from Pakistan.
मैं आज चिदंबरम साहब को आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, हमारे पास मान्यवर, हमारे पास प्रूफ है, वो भी मैं सदन के सामने रखना चाहता हूं कि तीनों पाकिस्तानी थे। 3 में से 2 के पाकिस्तान के वोटर नंबर भी आज हमारे पास उपलब्ध है। मान्यवर, ये राइफलें हैं, ये राइफलें भी हमारे पास उपलब्ध है। इनके पास से जो चॉकलेटें मिली हैं, वो चॉकलेटें ढोक में से मिली, वो भी पाकिस्तान की बनाई हुई चॉकलेट है। मान्यवर, ये कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तानी नहीं थे, इसका मतलब पूरी दुनिया के सामने इस देश का एक पूर्व गृह मंत्री पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दे रहा है।
While their attempts to question and corner the centre have been thwarted and defeated, the opposition now faces public scrutiny over its stance on terror.
Now, on the other side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the centre's counter-offensive against the Congress party, responding point by point to its allegations of restricting the armed forces during Operation Sindoor. Now, taking a sharp dig at the opposition, the Prime Minister invoked India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, accusing the then Congress government of surrendering Aksai Chin to China. Now, joining him in the attack, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also called out the past Congress decisions as the Prime Minister reminded the House of how the Kartarpur Sahib, a sacred Sikh shrine, was left to Pakistan and how the Kamchatka island was handed over to Sri Lanka. Here's more on the key flashpoints from day 2 of the Operation Sindoor debate in the Lok Sabha.
The big guns boomed on either side of the political aisle as the Treasury and the opposition went at each other blow for blow on an action-packed second day of the Operation Sindoor debate in the Lok Sabha on Tuesday. Kicking up a firestorm not for the first time, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi accused the centre of tying the forces' hands during Operation Sindoor. Questioning the centre's intent in going after Pakistan, Rahul claimed the Modi government showed lack of strategic depth or political will during its military response to the Pahalgam terror attack.
The DGMO of India was told by the government of India to ask for a ceasefire at 1:35 at night itself on the night of Operation Sindoor. You told the Pakistanis exactly what you would do. You told them that we will not hit military targets. You told them we do not want escalation. मतलब आपने पाकिस्तान को डायरेक्टली अपनी पॉलिटिकल विल बता दी कि आपके पास लड़ने की पॉलिटिकल विल है ही नहीं.
To this, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back at Rahul during a fiery rebuttal as he reminded the Congress of how it ceded Aksai Chin to China.
यहां बार बार एक बात का जिक्र हुआ और मैं फिर से करना चाहूंगा. अक्साई चीन की उस पूरे क्षेत्र को बंजर जमीन करार दिया गया. ये कह करके तो बंजर है. देश की 38,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर जमीन हमें खोनी पड़ी.
Not stopping at this, PM Modi also shamed the Congress for giving away the sacred Sikh religious site of Kartarpur to Pakistan in 1947 and the Kamchatka island of Tamil Nadu to Sri Lanka in 1974.
अरे कम से कम करतारपुर साहब को तो ले सकते थे, वो ही नहीं कर पाया. 1974 श्रीलंका को कच्चथीवू द्वीप को गिफ्ट कर दिया गया. आज तक हमारे मछुआरे भाई बहनों को इससे परेशानी होती है, उनकी जान पर आफत आती है. क्या गुनाह था तमिलनाडु के मेरे फिशरमैन भाई बहनों का कि आपने उनका हक छीन लिया.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah too went ballistic at the Congress for questioning the centre's response to the Pahalgam attack. Walking the Congress back in time, Shah invoked how the first Prime Minister of independent India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, trivialized national security, comparing barren Indian territory in Aksai Chin to his balding head. Shah said Nehru gave away oxygen in the 1962 war with China and defended it, saying not a blade of grass grew there.
62 के चीन में क्या हुआ, 62 के युद्ध में क्या हुआ मन? ये अभी कल कुछ कांग्रेस के सदस्य चीन का सवाल पूछ रहे थे। मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं 62 के युद्ध में क्या हुआ? और 30,000 वर्ग मीटर अक्साई चीन का हिस्सा चीन को दे दिया गया। और वर्ग किलोमीटर ही बोला, वर्ग किलोमीटर। और मान्यवर ऐसी ही चर्चा उस वक्त सदन में हुई। मैं तो बड़ी गंभीरता से जवाब दे रहा हूं, मुझे बोलने नहीं देते। जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने क्या कहा? वहां घास का एक तिनका भी नहीं उगता है, वो जगह को क्या करो?
As history returns to haunt the Congress, questioning the centre's Pahalgam response is a self-goal that Team Rahul might come to regret in the upcoming elections.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of two Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue. Coming up on the other side, day 2 of Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament concludes after Prime Minister Modi's fiery speech as both the centre and the opposition locked horns over the 4-day military conflict between India and Pakistan. Also coming in after the break, Prime Minister Modi gave a sharp response to US Vice President J.D. Vance about Pakistan's action, warning that those supporting terrorism will pay a big price for their deeds.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले अमोस थे, उन्होंने जब मैंने सीडीएस की घोषणा की तो वो बहुत प्रसन्न होकर के मुझे मिलने आए थे और बहुत बहुत प्रसन्न थे वो। इस समय ऑपरेशन में नेवी, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स
Good morning, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live this morning with me, Priyanka Chaudhary. We have lots lined up for you on the other side, but first let's get started with the top headlines.
अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने मुझे फोन पे बताया कि पाकिस्तान बहुत बड़ा हमला करने वाला है। अगर पाकिस्तान का ये इरादा है तो उसे बहुत महंगा पड़ेगा।
Prime Minister Modi gave a sharp response to US Vice President J.D. Vance about Pakistan's action, warning that those supporting terrorism will pay a big price for their deeds.
दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा और इसलिए मैं फिर से लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में दोहराना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है।
Prime Minister Modi said that no leader in the world had asked India to stop during Operation Sindoor. He also said Operation Sindoor will continue. India will always act till Pakistan stops attacks. NIA launches probe into killing of Pahalgam attack mastermind in Srinagar encounter. NIA team arrived in for the identification of the bodies of the 3 terrorists. US President Donald Trump said that India may be hit with a tariff rate of 20% to 25%, but cautioned the final lever had still not been finalized as the two countries negotiate on a trade deal ahead of an August 1 deadline. Tsunami alert has been issued for Pacific Islands, Japan, after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. And viewers, breaking news coming in on top of this hour. Massive earthquake measuring 8.7 on the Richter scale has struck 126 kilometer east-southeast of Petropavlovsk-Kamchatka in Russia. Following the powerful quake, Japan has issued a tsunami warning, cautioning of waves up to 1 meter along its coastal areas. Now, a tsunami which is also in effect for several Pacific islands and parts of Japan, after what officials are now confirming was an 8.0 magnitude earthquake of Russia's eastern coast. The authorities are closely monitoring the situation, and more updates are also awaited on this note. So there has been a massive earthquake in Russia. On the other hand, there has been a tsunami alert also on the Pacific Islands and parts of Japan, and this after 8.7 earthquake had jolted Kamchatka in Russia. The authorities have issued an emergency, and also the visuals on your screens show you the massive impact and effects that were seen during the earthquake that hit this particular area in Russia. We are showing you the visuals earlier from a shopping complex where all the materials and packets were seen thrown on the floor. So this is the latest development coming in on the broadcast this very morning. An 8.7 earthquake has jolted Kamchatka area of Russia. Tanisha is joining me to give us more details. Tanisha, help us understand, because there has been a big earthquake that has hit Russia, and also on the other hand there has been a tsunami alert issued in Pacific Islands and parts of Japan.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. This is a magnitude of 8.7 earthquake that's happened in Russia, the next in the far east. It happened early morning today, and it's prompted tsunami warnings in parts of Japan, Alaska, and Hawaii. Meanwhile, we also learned that damage and evacuations were reported in the Russian regions as far as the nearest and the Quake's epicenter of the Kamchatka Peninsula is concerned. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has said that waves of nearly 1 to 3 meter yards above the tide level were possible along some coastal areas of Hawaii, Chile, Japan, and Solomon Islands as well. We also learned that waves of more than 3 meter yards were possible along some coastal areas of Russia and Ecuador. Now, Japan's meteorological agency, Riyanka, has issued a statement saying that a tsunami alert for Japan's Pacific coast, waves up to 3 meters, could arrive along the northern Japanese coast less than half an hour after the alert. So Japan is also on high alert as far as the tsunami warning is concerned. Now, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has also said that a tsunami had been generated by the quake that could cause damage along the coastlines of all the Hawaiian Islands. The quake, Riyanka, happened at 8:25 a.m. to be precise this morning. Japan time had a preliminary magnitude of 8.0. Japan and the United States seismologists said that Japan and the United States Geological Survey later updated that the measurements to 8.7 magnitude, and the USGS said the quake occurred at of nearly 19.3 kilometers, that is 12 miles. So it's the magnitude, if we talk about, Riyanka, is extremely heavy, as we see in our visuals as well on how everything started shaking as soon as the tsunami, as soon as the earthquake hit. It is a 8.7 magnitude earthquake that we're talking about. Now we learned that the quake was about 250 kilometers, that is nearly 150 miles away from Hokkaido. That is the northeastern of the Japan's 4 big islands, and was also felt only slightly, according to the Japanese television reports. Now, Russia's news agencies have been reporting that from the biggest city near the epicenter, that many people ran out on the streets without shoes or even their outwear. Cabinets toppled inside their homes, mirrors were broken, Riyanka. And also there are visuals where we see that cars have been swayed in the street and balconies on buildings that shook noticeably. Now the National Tsunami Warning Center based in Alaska has also issued a tsunami warning for the parts of Alaska Island and a watch for portions of the West Coast, including California, Washington, and Hawaii. Riyanka.
Right, Tanisha, also, we understand how there has been such dramatic visuals also coming in from across channels of social media. And this particular area in Russia, Kamchatka, is what we're talking about, where the tsunami has been hit. This place was already in a tsunami threat once before, past a week. And then people at that point in time were also asked to climb up to elevators because they were in a threat in terms of tsunami. So that particular area is now prone to tsunamis as well as earthquakes. So, well, we also understand that there has been already authorities in par with putting measurements in place. All right, looks like we've lost that connection with my colleague Tanisha, but we will be continuing to track this particular story where Russia has been hit with 8.7 earthquake, especially at area called Kamchatka, and we will be continuing to bring you more details on that. Now, moving on to more news and updates coming in. The US State Department has stopped short of providing the details on President Donald Trump's proposed aid plan for Gaza. And speaking to the reporters in Washington, D.C., the State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce sidestepped questions on how the aid package would be implemented. Now, meanwhile, the UN World Food Programme has raised concerns, saying only about half the aid it requested is actually reaching the Hamas-controlled territory. Well, here's a report in detail.
Amid the crippling hunger crisis and claims of starvation in Gaza, the White House refused to elaborate on President Donald Trump's aid plan for the region. State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce said on Tuesday she would not elaborate on how the new aid plan announced by President Donald Trump would work. She said everybody should make a contribution to alleviate the suffering of the people in Gaza amid claims of an aid bloc.
I think that when we look at the nature of remarks by the president, there's one thing that's clear. that everyone can agree on is that it is his humanitarian nature to focus on diplomatic solutions, but he is a realist and and he'll go and do what he needs to realize what his goals are, which is peace and a ceasefire. And also, I think the recognition that no one has denied, we have not denied it in this room, that the humanitarian assistance to this point has not been enough. My argument is that it would never be enough in that obscene, unnatural environment. And so we're proceeding in that regard, and of course, with President Trump's leadership, as he noted yesterday, to do even more to assist when it comes to food and other aid.
Meanwhile, Democrats in Congress implore the Trump administration to step up its role in addressing the suffering and starvation in Gaza. More than 40 senators signed a letter on Tuesday urging the Trump administration to resume ceasefire talks and sharply criticizing the Israeli-backed American organization that had been created to distribute food aid. The EU has been the world's biggest supplier of aid to the Palestinians. In a worrying development, UN World Food Programme said only about half the aid that it had requested for Gaza was reaching the Hamas-ruled territory. WFP wants 100 trucks per day entering the territory of over 2 million people as deaths from alleged starvation increase. Antoine Renard, WFP Country Director for Palestinian Territories, said the UN agency also needs assurance that no armed people or weapons would be around the convoys and that more trucks will be able to enter on a daily basis.
The challenge that I have is that while we're doing everything that we can to actually respond to the current wave of starvation in Gaza, the conditions that we have are not sufficient to actually make sure that we can break that wave. I've never seen a level of despair in terms of how people are now starving, how rate of malnutrition are now in Gaza.
As the UN flags concern over aid-starved Gaza, the big question is, does Trump really have a plan?
Now moving on to more news coming in. A devastating shooting in the heart of New York City has left 6 people dead, including an NYPD officer and 4 civilians, alongside the suspect himself. The gunman died by apparent suicide after barricading himself inside the building. Here's more on the story.
A gunman carrying an assault-style rifle opened fired in a high-rise building in New York in broad daylight. The high-rise building has headquarters of NFL and Blackstone, some of the world's largest investment firms. He killed 4 people, including a police officer, and injured 1 before shooting himself dead. The gunman has been identified as a 27-year-old Shane Tamura from Las Vegas. According to the police, Shane had a concealed carry license for a handgun and documented mental health history. The attacker walked into an office block on Manhattan's Park Avenue in the evening and opened fire in the lobby. After that, he took the lift to the 33rd floor to continue his firing spree.
First, we walking down the block, we see mad people walking, like running. We're like, what the hell going on? And then some lady, she couldn't stop talking. She said, oh, is somebody gunned this and that? So we asked questions, what was going on? They said somebody was on the floor. Was on the floor. He got messed up. Supposedly he got cut on the neck. And some shit like that. And then after that, they said somebody's inside with a gun.
Upon getting the information, police reached the spot and deployed a drone, while dozens of officers surrounded the area. The New York police quickly managed to get hold of the attacker before he could do any more damage.
Additionally, the shooter is dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. To be clear, 6 total tonight died, 1 including the perpetrator. And I'm sorry, 6 total were shot tonight, 1 including the perpetrator. No words can describe this act of evil, a man who takes the life of others who are innocent. No words can fill the void that has been left by this tragedy. Our hearts break for the families and friends of the victims. Pray for the swift, the safe recovery of the injured. Horrific crime reminds us all how easy it is to gain access to a gun. Gun violence has scarred so many neighbors and ripped apart too many families across this entire country. We will continue the fight to do all we can to protect our city. But tonight we mourn for those who were killed. We pray for the families as they go through this painful moment. And as I stated, 5 innocent people were shot. And the perpetrator was shot. We will continue to do what we do as a city. And let's fight to protect innocent New Yorkers.
After investigation, police found out that the gunman's target was the NFL office, but he entered the wrong lift and could not achieve his targets. Notably, this is the 254th mass shooting incident in the United States this year alone.
Moving on, now Iraq's Prime Minister Mohammad Shia al-Sudani is walking a tightrope, keeping the country out of direct conflict amid rising pressure from both Iran-backed groups and the Western powers. Now, amid reports of a potential US military withdrawal from the war-torn nation, al-Sudani remains hopeful of forging closer ties with Washington. Here's more.
For nearly 2 years, Iraq has remained on the sidelines while conflict has erupted in the neighboring countries. Prime Minister Mohammad Shia al-Sudani credits political and military pressure for preventing pro-Iran terror groups from entering the Israel-Iran conflict. Following Israeli airstrikes and Iran's retaliatory missile launches, Iraqi groups attempted attacks, but al-Sudani says his forces thwarted them 29 times. PM has warned that Iraq must not give any reason for foreign intervention in the country. The Iraqi leader says he has reached out to Iran for calm while urging the Trump administration to secure truce between Israel and Tehran. Al-Sudani also faces a challenge with the US-led coalition in Iraq. A withdrawal was expected to start by September 2025, but progress is slow. The PM is also trying to build an understanding with the US, as Iraq believes that a good relation with the US is not only helpful in a swift withdrawal of US troops, but also is important to carry out anti-terrorist operations in the country. With talks with the United States, Iraq is trying to give a new identity to its country, which has suffered from decades of war and political instability.
And on the other side, Prime Minister Modi said that no leader in the world had asked India to stop during Operation Sindoor. He also said Operation Sindoor will continue. India will always act till Pakistan stops its attacks. And also, President Donald Trump said that India may be hit with a tariff rate of 20% to 25%, but cautioned the final levy had still not been finalized as the two countries negotiate on a trade deal ahead of an August 1 deadline.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05 in the morning. और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा, he said, Operation Sindoor lasted 22 minutes. And then he said the most shocking thing. He said at 1:35, we called Pakistan. We called.
Breaking news coming in. Encounter broke out after infiltration bid foiled in Digwar sector of Poonch. Group of 2 terrorists trapped in a joint operation of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Indian Army. The group was trying to sneak inside India from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. That is the latest breaking news coming in on at this point in time that we are tracking for our viewers. But there has been an encounter which is currently underway after there was an infiltration bid which was foiled by our forces. And it is a joint operation of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and Indian Army group. This particular terror group was indeed trying to sneak in inside India from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining us live at this point in time. Gursimran, give us more details of this fresh encounter that is underway.
See, this is a fresh group of Lashkar-e-Toiba that was trying to sneak in into the Indian territory from the Poonch line of control. The area is Kasalia in the area of Gulpur, where this group tried to infiltrate, but there was an input that was generated by the Jammu and Kashmir Police and was shared by the Indian Army, after which joint operations were carried out late last night. And we are told that during the operation, the security forces have been able to pin down the location of 2 Lashkar terrorists. What we are hearing, that both the terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba, they have been injured in the ongoing encounter. This is the confirmation that we are picking up from the sources in the Indian Army, that 2 Lashkar terrorists have been injured in the ongoing encounter. This was a new group that was trying to sneak in because Lashkar is frustrated after its major losses that it has seen in the Srinagar encounter, because 3 of their top commanders that were involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, they have been neutralized, and now every possible attempt is being made by Lashkar-e-Toiba to push in more and more terrorists into the Indian territory. And they try to use the Pir Panjal infiltration route that has been one of the traditional infiltration routes, but that attempt has been foiled because there was a precise input that was generated by Jammu and Kashmir Police and was shared and corroborated by the Indian Army. And then late last night, we are told that the joint ambush parties were pushed to the operation site. And today morning, it was around 4:30 when they saw some group trying to sneak in. 2 terrorists have been intercepted and have been injured in the ongoing encounter. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the Indian Army.
Appreciate you joining us, Gursimran, and giving us those details. We will be coming back to you with more updates as and when they come in. But viewers, on the other hand, President Donald Trump has announced a trade deal with the European Union that will fundamentally rebalance the economic relationship between the world's 2 largest economies. Now, the trade deal encompasses a wide variety of sectors that include cars, timber and aluminium, and simultaneously suggesting that pharma is unrelated to this deal. Now, medicines being the largest European exports to the US by value, therefore the EU accounts for approximately 60% of all the pharmaceutical imports to the US. Now, the European Union will pay a US tariff rate of 15% for pharmaceuticals as a part of a new trade deal, though certainly on future duties remains unclear. Now, here's more to the story.
The EU-US trade deal agreed over the weekend by US President Donald Trump and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen will include pharmaceuticals that is tariffed at 15%.
On Sunday, the 2 presidents reached a deal, a political agreement. What we are doing now is taking that political agreement, fleshing out the details, making sure that everything we need to be in there is in there. That will lead to a joint statement. I can't tell you precisely when that joint statement will be ready, but it should be soon. That joint statement itself is not a legally binding document, but rather it's a roadmap. It's a political commitment, a series of political commitments, if you like. And from that, we can generate the stability I talked about, the predictability I talked about, that we can get back to doing what we do best in terms of transatlantic trade and investment. Our companies, our deeply integrated supply chains, moving products and services across the Atlantic on a daily basis, worth €1.6 trillion annually.
Medicines are the largest European export to the US by value. Therefore, the EU accounts for approximately 60% of all pharmaceutical imports to the US. That figure reached around 120 billion in 2024. President Donald Trump earlier this month issued a statement that pharmaceutical tariffs could be as high as 200% before negotiating the bilateral deal with his European counterpart. It comes after the Trump administration launched Section 232 investigation into the pharma sector that explored the impact of pharma imports on national security of the US. Although the tariff has significantly lowered to 15% range, the pharma firms are calling for tariff clarity, as its risk could blow up the entire trade deal between both the nations.
Our understanding is that, our clear understanding from our discussions with our American partners, is that the 15% across the board tariff ceiling captures pharma, and that only kicks in at the moment where the results of the 232 investigation come out, which we also expect very soon. In any case, the exact entry into force of every tariff, that's going to depend on practical, technical implementation.
Despite being significantly lower than the 200% rate threatened by Trump, the deal is set to ramp up drug costs by billions.
Well, coming up on the other side, Indian cricketer Gautam Gambhir got into a heated argument with a pitch curator during a recent match. And also tracking in more details after this break, Australia clinched victory in the fifth and final T20 against the West Indies at the Warner Park in St. Kitts, successfully chasing down 171 with 4 wickets to spare.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000 मिसाइलों और आर्म ड्रोन्स के भारत पर बहुत बड़ा हमला करने की कोशिश की। 1000 ये मिसाइलें भारत के किसी भी हिस्से पर गिरती तो वहां भयंकर तबाही मचती है, लेकिन 1000 मिसाइल्स और ड्रोन्स को भारत ने आसमान में ही चूर चूर कर दिया।
India head coach Gautam Gambhir clashed with Oval curator Lee Fortes, sharply telling him, "You don't tell us what we need to do," while pointing towards the ground staff. The spat occurred ahead of the 5th test between India and England after players were asked to stay 2.5 meters from the pitch. Batting coach Sitanshu Kotak confirmed no official complaint would be filed. Australia clinched victory in the 5th and the final T20 against the West Indies at the Warner Park in St. Kitts, successfully chasing down 171 with 4 wickets to spare. This marked their 5th consecutive run chase win in the series, equaling India's rare achievement of sweeping all matches in a 5-game T20I series, a milestone first reached 5 years ago. Despite over 100 nations participating in the format, such a feat has only been accomplished 6 times, with Australia now joining the elite club. New Zealand's Tom Latham has been ruled out of the first test against Zimbabwe, with Michelle Stantner set to lead the side in Bulawayo starting July 30. A seasoned campaigner with 30 test matches under his belt, Stantner recently guided the Black Caps to victory in a T-Series involving the Zimbabwe and the South Africa. Coming up after this break, President Donald Trump said that India may be hit with a tariff rate of 20% to 25%, but cautioned the final levy had still not been finalized as the two countries negotiate on a trade deal ahead of an August 1 deadline.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था, और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की, और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था, और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकियों के आका, आतंकियों की जो व्यवस्थाएं जहां से होती है वो, और उनके अड्डे, उनको।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Yesterday, the Prime Minister schooled the opposition. He presented facts and he got specific when it comes to the Operation Sindoor debate. The Sindoor debate was concluded yesterday in the Lok Sabha. However, today in the Rajya Sabha, Amit Shah is going to give his concluding speech and thereby ending and concluding the Operation Sindoor debate in both the houses of the Parliament. We're tracking that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Tsunami alert issued for Pacific Islands, Japan after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. Debate on Operation Sindoor to continue in Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar to open it at 1 p.m. J.P. Nadda to speak around 3 with Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks.
अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने मुझे फोन पे बताया कि पाकिस्तान बहुत बड़ा हमला करने वाला है। अगर पाकिस्तान का ये इरादा है तो उसे बहुत महंगा पड़ेगा।
And that's the Prime Minister in the floor of the House in Lok Sabha giving a clear-cut warning to Pakistan, saying that they will have to pay a heavy price for any further attack.
दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा। और इसलिए मैं फिर से लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में दोहराना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है।
Clear message from the Prime Minister. Operation Sindoor will continue and that no country can ask India to stop the war. In one of its most anticipated missions in recent years, ISRO will now launch NISAR, a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. Another tariff war that has been initiated by Trump, and this time on India, where he says that India may be hit with a tariff rate of nearly 20 to 25%, but cautioned the final levy had still not been finalized as the two countries negotiate on a trade deal ahead of the August 1 deadline. Ladies and gentlemen, we start this edition with some international news that's coming in. A massive earthquake measuring 8.7 on the Richter scale has struck 126 kilometers east-southeast of Petropavlovsk-Kamchatka in Russia. Following the powerful earthquake, Japan has now issued a tsunami warning, cautioning of waves up to 1 meter along its coastal areas. A tsunami watch is also in effect for several Pacific islands and parts of Japan after what officials are now confirming was an 8.0 magnitude earthquake off the Russia's eastern coast. Authorities are closely monitoring the situation. Meanwhile, we learn that more updates are awaited as far as tsunami alert and the damage to places are concerned.
Господи, боже мой!
А у нас землетрясение.
Visuals that we have caught you from several places, starting from Russia. Remember, Japan has also issued a tsunami alert for Hawaii as well. The Consulate General of India in San Francisco is monitoring the potential tsunami threat following the recent 8.7 magnitude earthquake of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. Now, Indian nationals in California, other United States, West Coast states and Hawaii are advised to take the following steps, and the steps are that they have to follow local alerts, carefully monitor alerts from the United States authorities, including local emergency management and the United States tsunami warning centers. Meanwhile, they're also advised to move to higher ground if a tsunami alert is issued, to avoid coastal areas and prepare for emergency and keep devices charged. Meanwhile, the Consulate General of India in San Francisco has also issued a helpline number, which is +1 415 483 6629. So that's the latest breaking news that we have as far as the tsunami alert is issued. Let's take you back in time to when it happened. The earthquake happened around 8:25 a.m. It had a magnitude of 8.7 on the Richter scale, and this happened in Russia's far east early Wednesday, prompted tsunami warnings in parts of Japan, Alaska and Hawaii. Damage and evacuations were reported in Russian regions nearest the Quake's epicenter on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Now, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said that waves of 1 to 3 meters above tide level were possible along some coastal areas of Hawaii, Chile and Japan and Solomon Islands as well. Waves of more than 3 meters were possible along some coastal areas of Russia and Hokkaido. Now, Japan's meteorological agency has also issued a tsunami alert for Japan's Pacific coast, saying waves up to 3 meters could arrive along the northern Japanese coast less than half an hour after the alert was issued. Meanwhile, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said that a tsunami had been generated by the quake that could cause huge damage along the coastlines of the Hawaiian Islands. The quake at 8:25 a.m. Japan time had a preliminary magnitude of 8.0 on the Richter scale. Japan and the United States seismologists have said this. Japan and the United States, meanwhile, have also said that Geological Survey later updated their measurements to 8.7 magnitude, and the quake occurred at the depth of 19.3 kilometers. The quake, ladies and gentlemen, was about 250 kilometers away from Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's 4 big islands, and was felt only slightly, according to Japan's local area networks. Russia news agencies have also reported that from the biggest city near the epicenter, that many people ran out onto streets with shoes, without outwear. Cabinets have toppled inside homes, mirrors were broken, cars were swayed in the street, and balconies on buildings shook noticeably. The Tsunami Warning Center, based in Alaska, has now issued a tsunami warning for parts of Alaska and Aleutian Islands and a watch for portions of the West Coast, including California, Oregon, and Washington, along with Hawaii. Remember, it was earlier in June when 5 powerful quakes, the largest with a magnitude of 7.4, struck in a sea near Kamchatka. The largest quake was at the depth of 20 kilometers and was 144 kilometers east of the city of the biggest Russian city, which had a population of nearly 180,000 people.
Господи, боже мой!
Shifting our focus to what's happening back here in India, where a JPC meeting on One Poll, One Nation will be held today at 3 p.m. nearly in the main committee room of the Parliament. We also learned that N.K. Singh, the former Rajya Sabha member and chairman of 15th Finance Commission of India and noted economist on the said bills, assisted by Dr. Prachi Mishra, Professor of Economics and head, will depose before the committee. So the Joint Parliamentary Committee today is going to discuss about the further course of action as far as One Nation, One Poll is concerned. Remember, the meeting is going to take place at 3 p.m. today inside the Parliamentary House. What is to be awaited is what will be decided. Remember, the bill was introduced already in the previous session. Talking about the Parliament, let's also tell you what happened yesterday in a huge showdown with government versus opposition on Operation Sindoor. In a powerful address to Lok Sabha, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed Operation Sindoor as a defining moment in India's fight against terrorism, responding to the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. The Prime Minister also declared that India's precision strikes demolished terror camps in Pakistan in just 22 minutes, showcasing nation's military might and a resolve. In a fierce 1.5-hour takedown, he not only laid down the counters of the operation, the specifics of the operation, but also gave a hard response to the naysayers, to everyone who doubted the army. Here's what he said.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी,
भारत ने 6 मई रात और 7 मई सुबह जैसा तय किया था वैसी कार्रवाई की और पाकिस्तान कुछ नहीं कर पाया। 22 मिनट में 22 अप्रैल का बदला निर्धारित लक्ष्य के साथ हमारी सेना ने ले लिया। भारत ने दिखाई अपनी तकनीकी क्षमता पाकिस्तान के सीने पर सटीक प्रहार किया। पाकिस्तान के एयरबेस एसेट्स को भारी नुकसान हुआ और आज तक उनके कई एयरबेस आईसीयू में पड़े हैं। 9 मई की मध्य रात्रि और 10 मई की एक प्रकार से सुबह हमारी मिसाइलें उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के हर कोने में प्रचंड प्रहार किया, जिसकी पाकिस्तान ने कभी कल्पना नहीं की थी और पाकिस्तान को घुटनों पर आने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दरमियान पहली बार हुआ जब आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ताकत को दुनिया ने पहचाना। मेड इन इंडिया ड्रोन, मेड इन इंडिया मिसाइल ने पाकिस्तान के हथियारों की पोल खोल करके रख दी। तो अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने मुझे फोन पे बताया कि पाकिस्तान बहुत बड़ा हमला करने वाला है, ये उन्होंने मुझे बताया। मेरा जो जवाब था, अगर पाकिस्तान हमला करेगा तो हम बड़ा हमला कर करके जवाब देंगे, ये मेरा जवाब था। और आगे मेरा एक वाक्य था, मैंने कहा था हम गोली का जवाब गोले से देंगे। पहले दिन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा है कि हमारा एक्शन नॉन एक्सीलेटरी है, ये हमने कह करके किया है और इसके लिए साथियों हमने हमला रोका। अध्यक्ष जी, दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा। आज जो लोग पूछ रहे हैं पीओके को वापस क्यों नहीं लिया, वैसे ये सवाल मुझे ही पूछ सकते हैं और किसको पूछ सकते हैं। लेकिन इसके पहले जवाब देना होगा पूछने वालों को। किसकी सरकार ने पीओके पर पाकिस्तान को कब्जा करने का अवसर दिया? जवाब साफ है, जवाब साफ है। जब भी मैं नेहरू जी की चर्चा करता हूं तो कांग्रेस और उसका पूरा इकोसिस्टम बिलबिला जाता है, पता नहीं क्या है। आप निकाल दीजिए पाकिस्तान के सारे बयान और यहां हमारा विरोध करने वाले लोगों के बयान, फुल स्टॉप कॉमा के साथ एक है। क्या कहेंगे इसको? और बुरा लगता है सच बोलते हैं तो। पाकिस्तान के साथ सुर में सुर मिला दिया जाता है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, देश हैरान है, कांग्रेस ने पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दे दी है। उनकी ये हिम्मत, और इनकी आदत जाती नहीं है, ये हिम्मत कि पहलगाम के आतंकी पाकिस्तानी थे, इसका सबूत दो। क्या कह रहे हो तुम लोग? ये कौन सा तरीका है? और यही मांग पाकिस्तान कर रहा है जो कांग्रेस कर रही है। पाकिस्तान के लोगों के बयान है और देश ने देखे हैं, स्विमिंग पूल में नहा रहा था। और जब इतना कड़ा प्रहार हुआ, पाकिस्तान ने कभी सोचा तक नहीं था, तब जाकर के पाकिस्तान ने फोन करके डीजीएमओ के सामने फोन करके गुहार लगाई, बस करो, बहुत मारा, अब ज्यादा मार झेलने की ताकत नहीं है, प्लीज हमला रोक दो। ये पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का फोन था।
Breaking news now coming in. A tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Island and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. This is what the foreign news agency have reported. Remember, earlier today, a 8.7 magnitude earthquake had hit Russia, several northern cities of Russia, after which Japan had sounded an alert on tsunami. But now we learn a tsunami has hit coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Island and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. Details on damage are awaited, but what we learn is that an early emergency evacuation process has been issued as far as Japan and Russia are concerned. Helpline number has also been issued by Indian Embassy in San Francisco, and they have been asked to stay indoors and not move around the coastal areas. This is one of the world's strongest earthquakes that has struck Russia's Far East early on Wednesday. It is an 8.7 magnitude trembler that has set off a tsunami in the northern Pacific region and prompted warnings for Alaska, Hawaii and south toward the New Zealand. And the latest breaking news now coming in, the tsunami has hit Russia's Kuril Islands as well. The Japan Meteorological Department agency has said a first tsunami wave of about 30 centimeters had already reached Nemuru on the eastern coast of Hokkaido. Priyanka, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Priyanka, what is the latest that you can share about the tsunami that has now hit Russia and Japan? Priyanka, what is the latest as far as the tsunami that has hit Japan and Russia is concerned?
Audio नहीं आ रहा है मेरे।
All right, we seem to have some audio connection problem with Priyanka. We'll try getting her back on the line, but the latest, ladies and gentlemen, tsunami has hit Russia's Kuril Island, also Japan's northern island in Hokkaido. An alert was already issued. Damage and evacuations were reported in Russian regions nearest the earthquake's epicenter on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Now, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center had said that waves up to 1 to 3 meters above the tide level were possible, and so is what has happened right now. The earthquake occurred around 8:25 a.m. Japan that time had a preliminary magnitude of 8.0. Japan and the United States seismologists have also been quoted said. Meanwhile, I believe Priyanka is back with us from the newsroom. On that note, Priyanka, what is the latest update as far as the tsunami hitting Russia and Japan are concerned?
Well, there was already an alert after the earthquake had hit one of the coast areas of Russia. And then what we see that as per the latest update, a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. And this is the report coming in. And what we also understand at this point in time, there were several tsunami warnings which were also issued. There were sirens blared, in fact, yesterday as well in Honolulu, and people were moved to higher areas and well. And on this on this side, what we also understand, the Japan Met Department said that the tsunami measuring 40 centimeters, which is 1.3 feet, was in fact detected. And on the south coast of Hokkaido, the northmost of the country's main islands, and as per the latest details and the breaking updates, what we are getting in is the fact that the tsunami has already hit. There were alerts which were issued earlier. The tsunami has hit Kuril Islands in Russia as well as Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. This is the latest update coming in. There have been several measures also taken by the authorities earlier as well. Remember, last week also there was a tsunami threat which was issued in islands of Russia. And today, what we understand at this point in time, the tsunami hitting these coastal areas of both Russia and Japan has in fact brought in the sirens blazing, and the people have been shifted to higher areas just like they had exercised last week. We have to wait and see in terms of the other reports that come in regarding the tsunami, but the authorities are already putting forward all the measures that are required at this point in time in order to safeguard the people living in these areas.
Absolutely, Riyanka. Stay with me. Also share details on the extensive damage that has been caused in several parts of Russia and Japan.
Well, the first tsunami wave hit the coastal area of Severo-Kurslik, the main settlement on the Russia's Kuril Islands in the Pacific. And according to the local governor, he said the residents were safe. So that is the latest development coming in. As for the governor, the residents are safe is what we understand. And they are staying on the high ground until the threat of a repeat wave was gone. So in terms of the damage, well, when we had seen those visuals coming in from Russia, several areas when the earthquake had hit, we saw that several items, from a shopping mart were thrown on the ground. On the other hand, when it comes to the, visuals of the tsunami coming in near the coastal areas, we understand that for now there is no particular damage that has been seen, but the people have been moved in the higher areas is what we understand, and everybody is safe. That is the confirmation coming in from the governor. On the other hand, when it comes to Japan, Japan was also being issued with several signals of moving people upwards, given the fact that the tsunami alert was already given after the massive 8.8 magnitude earthquake had hit Russia early yesterday. So we have to wait and see next what happens, given the fact that there will be more visuals coming in across social media regarding this particular information.
Absolutely, Riyanka. Thank you very much for sharing those details. Top story that remains on Republic Today. Meanwhile, it's time for us to have a quick check of the other stories.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring the United States Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal to a question on the whether India would pay tariffs of between 20 to 25% to the United States. Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. City SP Robin Jain said the process of identification of these people were still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of two Kerala nuns in drug on suspicious of religious conversion and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with the consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue. Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the details of Day 2 of Operation Sindoor. Debate in Parliament concludes after Prime Minister Modi's fiery response. Much awaited is the Home Minister's concluding remarks. Meanwhile, also getting you more details on how the Prime Minister has warned Pakistan if they conduct any future action.
जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल्दी और जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले एमओएस थे, उन्होंने जब मैंने सीडीएस की घोषणा की।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of two Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in amid the uproar over India-Pakistan clash in the World Championship of Legends. Now, travel portal Ease My Trip has said that it will not be associated with the India versus Pakistan match in the WCL. Issuing a statement, Nishan Pati said that India versus Pakistan WCL semi-final. We applaud the Team India for their outstanding performance in the World Championship of Legends. You have made the nation proud. However, the upcoming semi-final against Pakistan is not just another game. Terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The Ease My Trip said, we stand with India. We cannot support any event that attempts to normalize relations with a country that promotes terrorism. The people of India have spoken and we hear them. Ease My Trip will not be associated with the India versus Pakistan match in the WCL. It further added, some things are bigger than sport. Nation first, business later. Anyways. So that is the big story that we are tracking for you. Ease My Trip has withdrawn from the India versus Pakistan WCL semi-final. Nishan Piti says that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. So this is the big statement coming in as far as India versus Pakistan match is concerned. Remember, the issue had also led to had also reverberated in Parliament. And now Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti has announced that the travel platform will not be associated with the upcoming India versus Pakistan semi-final match in the WCL. And he noted that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. And he said this in his platform that his platform stands with India and criticize any event that he believes attempts to normalize relations with a country that promotes terrorism. Here he was speaking about Pakistan, of course, and the decision to withdraw from the match sponsorship, he said, was guided by public sentiment. He said that the people of India have spoken and we hear them, he noted. All right, he said further, we applaud Team India for their outstanding performance in the World Championship of Legends. But he said the upcoming semi-final against Pakistan is not just another game. All right, Major Samarpal Toor, who's a defense expert, is now joining us on the phone line. Sir, very good morning and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how would you react to this new development that has come in? What do you feel about, these India versus Pakistan matches? Because Ease My Trip has pulled out of the India versus Pakistan WCL semi-final, and it has said that terror and cricket cannot go together. What is your take, sir?
See, I'm very glad that this company Ease My Trip. See, the main motive is for the people to know about this certain company or organization. So I seriously feel that this company has a conscience, this company is patriotic, and this company is, for the nation and for the people of the nation. This is one of the, I believe this is a start. This is an important start that somebody had to take the initiative. And now that it has begun, I am very sure that other prominent companies will follow forth. But the main motive is that, Pakistan should not be taking part in the series. So this is a criticality which has to be addressed. And with BCCI and its influence on the ICC, and with Pakistan having a very negative influence on the world, it should be Pakistan which should be expelled from the series. India should not be boycotting this championship, this trophy which is being held in Dubai. So the Asia Cup, why should India suffer? Why should India, having all the talent, exit? Why should India be at the receiving end? In fact, it should be the other way around. That Pakistan should be asked to leave the tournament. Pakistan should be penalized. Pakistan should be made to set aside. So this is what the norm is supposed to be. And I'm sure that other companies will get encouraged and will take a conscious call. And it is, I'm sure, not about the money. These companies have money. That is the reason why they're sponsoring this tournament. So it is about morals, the moral grounds, and how they are valuing the sentiments of the people of India. And I'm sure Ease My Trip has gained a lot of respect by taking this initiative. And people will definitely oblige these companies by applying for their services in the coming few weeks. So it's a positive sign ahead.
Right. Sir, you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Let's get all the updates. Riyanka, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom. Riyanka, what updates do we have on this story? Of course, there is a very, very, strong statement that has coming in from the Ease My Trip. But what more updates you can tell us?
Well, terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand, and that is the same chorus that we've also been talking about. And Ease My Trip now coming forward, in fact, and putting its all support to India. And when it comes to, playing cricket with Pakistan, there has been a huge controversy over that. Now, Ease My Trip goes ahead and pulls back its sponsors, and also makes it very clear that this particular company will not be siding with any such events. Where, it pulls the fact that how India and Pakistan are now, playing cricket together, of course, but there has been several words of controversy moving forward to that. Now, Nishant Pitti, who is the co-founder of Ease My Trip, he has announced that the travel platform will not be associated with the upcoming India versus Pakistan semi-final match of the WCL. And he also said, and said that the platform stands with India and criticized any event that he believes attempts to normalize relationships between India and Pakistan at this sensitive time. Remember, there has been debate going on in the parliament as well regarding Operation Sindoor, and this game between India and Pakistan has been raising several eyebrows, and with Ease My Trip coming forward and putting its support to India is also a big step that this particular platform has in fact taken. The decision to withdraw from the match sponsorship was guided by the public sentiment. I would also like to go across to Major Samarpal Toor, who was also speaking with us. Sir, you also rightly mentioned that it is a stand of morale at this point in time. It is not just about sponsorship or money, but it is about morale and how this platform has gone ahead and criticized any event which associates, making it normalizing this particular situation between India and Pakistan. What do you have to say on that?
See, what I have to say is basically it's going to be something like, it's going to be a chain reaction. That is what we Indians positively think about it, that it is going to, and see, the ultimate thing is money is the most critical element that keeps these tournaments going. So now if a major sponsor is pulling out, is a warning sign, and it is time for them to, smell the coffee and wake up. Because if a conscious call is not taken now by the BCCI, I think it will be too late, and it will be something which will drastically impact the popularity of the Board of Cricket Control in India, and even the public who's going to they are the responders. They are the ones. If the public's feedback is going to be good, that is why the BCCI gets encouraged to provide the best to the public. So I'm sure that BCCI, it's a wake-up call for them, and they are going to definitely take a conscious call. And again, I'm stressing on one fact: Pakistan should be expelled and excluded from the series. India should not be at the suffering and at the receiving end.
Right.
This is what I've been telling the audience and the people of the nation since day one, that India should remain steadfast. India should not get its talent wasted by making our cricket team sit out and not play this tournament. It should be the other way around. Pakistan has to be boycotted in sports, and wherever any sport which is concerned, it is a nation which is sponsoring terrorism. It is beyond humanity and its morals. And by Pakistan supporting terrorism, it's a disrespect to humanity and sportsman spirit. So it should be a lesson learned for Pakistan, and they should be made to sit out.
Major Toor, appreciate you joining us and giving your inputs and opinions on this latest development. I would also like to go across to Major General K.K. Sinha, who is joining us. Appreciate you giving your types of this very morning. But a very important development coming in with Ease My Trip withdrawing its sponsorship from this particular match between India and Pakistan. How do you see this development?
Good morning, Jahan. The Ease My Trip has done the same thing, when the Maldives booking was concerned. It stopped and pulled out from there. And there was Maldives, when we had the tough time, India out, when they had the policy. That time it pulled it out. The second time, it is happening like this. You see, as this is an individual choice, we have to understand bilateral, matches and the multilateral matches. The choice is that debate is very serious. When the hearts and minds goes, one feels that, India should not play in this tournament. But, the implications are very high. These are multilateral events because, the cricket is also getting into the Olympics in 2028. So everyone has to be very, very cautious about it. Aspect of playing or not playing, India pulling out, India, and Pakistan playing. Here, I think, we are mixing up things, and we have to be very, very clear and a very, very serious debate. You have to think from the mind. and soul is there. I, being from armed forces, I feel, when you take the gut feeling that one should not play with Pakistan. And we should not play. We should avoid to play with Pakistan. But bilateral meetings, up till now, that is the stand. Multilateral, like ICC happened. India never goes to Pakistan also. If they are, they were having this, they were responsible to conduct. India didn't went over there. Indian team didn't go. It only went to a neutral place and played. The thing has to be, it is very serious debate. It is not debate which should be taken, on the face value. My gut feeling says we should not. My heart says no. The sentiment says no, we should not play. But we have to think over it. And pulling out, I think, is a good thing. They have done it. They have done it in the case of Maldives. They have doing here because a conscience has to be made. And the country should not be divided on these. In this particular thing which is happening now, because if the decision has been taken, one should not follow that. There should be a hard decision. And if we arrive on this, and I say again, my heart, soul says we should not play. But when we see a rational thinking from behind, one has to take a call on this. That's why my stand is.
Major General Sinha, appreciate you joining us this morning and giving your important opinions on this particular development that has in fact come in. But viewers, we understand that Ease My Trip has gone ahead and withdrawn its sponsorship and has clearly stated that terror and cricket cannot move together, and they have also withdrawn from this particular event and said that, at this point in time, he believes that attempts to normalize relationship with a country that promotes terrorism is something that we are opposing.
Right, Riyanka, thank you so much for joining us and giving us those updates there. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. The U.S. State Department has stopped short of providing details on President Donald Trump's proposed aid plan for Gaza. Now, speaking to reporters in Washington, D.C., State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce sidestepped questions on how the aid package would be implemented. Meanwhile, the UN Food Program has said that only half of the aid requested is actually reaching the Hamas-controlled territory. Here's a report.
Amid the crippling hunger crisis and claims of starvation in Gaza, the White House refused to elaborate on President Donald Trump's aid plan for the region. State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce said on Tuesday she would not elaborate on how the new aid plan announced by President Donald Trump would work. She said everybody should make a contribution to alleviate the suffering of the people in Gaza amid claims of an aid bloc.
I think that when we look at the nature of remarks by the president, there's one thing that's clear that everyone can agree on, is that it is his humanitarian nature to focus on diplomatic solutions. But he is a realist and he'll go and do what he needs to realize what his goals are, which is peace and a ceasefire. And also, I think the recognition that no one has denied, we have not denied it in this room, that the humanitarian assistance to this point has not been enough. My argument is that it would never be enough in that obscene, unnatural environment. And so we're proceeding in that regard, and of course with President Trump's leadership, as he noted yesterday, to do even more to assist when it comes to food and other aid.
Meanwhile, Democrats in Congress implored the Trump administration to step up its role in addressing the suffering and starvation in Gaza. More than 40 senators signed a letter on Tuesday urging the Trump administration to resume ceasefire talks and sharply criticizing the Israeli-backed American organization that had been created to distribute food aid. The EU has been the world's biggest supplier of aid to the Palestinians. In a worrying development, UN World Food Programme said only about half the aid that it had requested for Gaza was reaching the Hamas-ruled territory. WFP wants 100 trucks per day entering the territory of over 2 million people as deaths from alleged starvation increase. Antoine Renard, WFP Country Director for Palestinian Territories, said the UN agency also needs assurance that no armed people or weapons would be around the convoys and that more trucks will be able to enter on a daily basis.
The challenge that I have is that while we're doing everything that we can to actually respond to the current wave of starvation in Gaza, the conditions that we have are not sufficient to actually make sure that we can break that wave. I've never seen a level of despair in terms of how people are now starving, how rate of malnutrition are now in Gaza.
As the UN flags concern over AIDS-starved Gaza, the big question is, does Trump really have a plan?
Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from the United States, where President Donald Trump has yet again claimed that India is his friend, and he ended the war with Pakistan at his request. And when asked if India is going to pay high tariffs between 20 to 25%, US President Donald Trump said, and I quote him now, "India is my friend. They ended the war with Pakistan at my request. The deal with India is not finalized. India has been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country." Remember this statement coming in just ahead of the 1st of August deadline. That is the date before the tariffs come into effect. And the US president has stated that India-US trade deal was working out very well, but he has entered at a 20 to 25% tariffs on New Delhi. And he's also again reiterated his stand that he was the one who brokered the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Let's take a listen to what Donald Trump said.
Look, India's they're my friends and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. You know, we did a lot of great settlements, including the recent one, as you know, with Cambodia, So that was a great one. I think that's been pretty well finalized now, right? India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that. I think the trade deals are working out very well, hopefully for everybody, but for the United States, they're very, very good.
And a devastating shooting in the heart of New York City has left 6 people dead, including an NYPD officer and 4 civilians, alongside the suspect. The gunman died by apparent suicide after barricading himself inside the building. Here's the full story.
A gunman carrying an assault-style rifle opened fired in a high-rise building in New York in broad daylight. The high-rise building has headquarters of NFL and Blackstone, some of the world's largest investment firms. He killed 4 people, including a police officer, and injured 1 before shooting himself dead. The gunman has been identified as a 27-year-old Shane Tamura from Las Vegas. According to the police, Shane had a concealed carry license for a handgun and documented mental health history. The attacker walked into an office block on Manhattan's Park Avenue in the evening and opened fire in the lobby. After that, he took the lift to the 33rd floor to continue his firing spree.
But first, we walking down the block, we see mad people walking, like running. We're like, what the hell going on? And then some lady, she couldn't stop talking. She said, oh, is somebody gunned this and that? So we asked questions, what was going on? They said somebody was on the floor. Was on the floor. He got messed up. Supposedly he got cut on the neck. And some shit like that. And then after that, they said somebody's inside with a gun.
An eminent British Indian economist, Lord Meghnad Desai, passed away in London on Tuesday. He was 85 at the time of his death. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for the long-time member of the British House of Lords, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to Indian culture. And here is a brief report.
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer, later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण में सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
This
is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ लोग जानबूझ करके कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकियों के आका, आतंकियों की जो व्यवस्थाएं जहां से होती है वो और उनके अड्डे, उनको हम ध्वस्त करना चाहते थे और हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह दिया था। हमने हमारा काम कर दिया है, हमने जो तय किया था पूरा कर दिया है और इसलिए 6-7 मई को ऑपरेशन हमारा संतोषजनक होने के तुरंत बाद कल जो राजनाथ जी ने कहा था, मैं डंके की चोट पर दोबारा दोहराता हूं, भारत की सेना ने पाकिस्तान की सेना को चंद मिनटों में बता दिया कि हमारा ये लक्ष्य था, हमने ये लक्ष्य पूरा कर दिया है, ताकि उनको पता चले और हमें भी पता चले कि उनके दिल दिमाग में क्या चलता है। पाकिस्तान
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We will be bringing you all the top stories from how the Pahalgam terror attack was avenged and Operation Mahadev was a success. But first up, we begin with the top headlines. Ease My Trip co-founder Nishan Pitti announced that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of the Legends. Tsunami alert issued for Pacific Islands, Japan after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. Debate on Operation Sindoor begins in the Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar to open at 1 p.m. JP Nadda to speak around 3, with Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks.
दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा और इसलिए मैं फिर से लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में दोहराना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है।
Prime Minister Modi said that no leader in the world had asked India to stop during Operation Sindoor. He also said Operation Sindoor will continue and India will always act till Pakistan stops attacks. And in one of its most anticipated missions in the recent years, ISRO will launch and start a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. President Donald Trump said that India may be hit with a tariff rate of 20% to 25%, but cautioned the final levy had still not been finalized as the two countries negotiate on a trade deal ahead of August 1 deadline. And viewers, breaking news coming in. 2 Lashkar terrorists have been killed in the encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district, which was underway a few hours ago. And that is the latest development coming in. 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists have been killed, successfully killed in this particular encounter, which was underway in Poonch. And it was indeed an infiltration bid which was foiled by the armed forces. We'll get more details on the other side, but that is the latest big development coming in from the encounter which was underway in Poonch. And we can confirm that 2 Lashkar terrorists have been killed in Poonch encounter. They earlier tried to infiltrate through the POK. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, help us understand more details. 2 LET terrorists have been neutralized.
2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, both Pakistani, have been neutralized in a joint operation by Jammu and Kashmir Police and Indian Army in the Kasalia area of the Gulpur sector in the Poonch. The sources in the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police are confirming to us that both of the bodies of these terrorists have been located using the drones that have been pressed into the action. Though the weather situation continues to be inclement, the bodies and the weapons have not been retrieved so far in the ongoing operation, but it will take time. See, because there is a heavy rains that are going on in the Rajouri and the Poonch district and the area close to the line of control, which is a densely forested area. The weather continues to be inclement, and also there is a dense fog that is making the visibility almost zero, and it is taking time for the forces to retrieve the bodies, but the forces are hopeful that the bodies will be retrieved very soon, and after that there will be a joint briefing. It is expected by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police that how this operation actually took place. What we are being told by the sources in the Indian Army, that there was a input that was generated by Jammu and Kashmir Police and was shared with them a couple of days ago. The forces, joint forces, were working on that input, and late last night at around 3 to 4 in the morning, there was some suspected movement of 2 Pakistani Lashkar terrorists that was seen along with the weapons, and they were intercepted and fired upon, in which 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized in the ongoing operation. The sources are confirming that the input that the police had was very specific to the Pakistani terrorists trying to escape and sneak into the Indian territory. So we can say that 2 Pakistani terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba have been neutralized. This was a desperate attempt by Lashkar-e-Toiba, coming at a time when 3 of their top commanders have been neutralized in the Srinagar encounter, where we saw that how the Pahalgam butchers, they were killed by the security forces in the ongoing encounter, and now as we speak, the security forces are carrying out the search operations not only to retrieve the bodies and weapons, but also to ensure that if any accomplice or any of other terrorists or overground worker is there, they can also be neutralized at an earliest in the operation that is underway in Poonch.
Right, Gursimran, there has been back-to-back wins for the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police. What we understand after the success of Operation Mahadev, there are several attempts we see that are made by the side of the terrorists trying to infiltrate into our land, but our forces are vigilant and they are giving them a befitting response.
Yes, the forces are giving a befitting reply to any attempt that is being made from across the border. We have seen what has happened in the Srinagar encounter in the Dachigam, where the security forces, after 4-month-long operations they carried out roughly 4 months, they were able to neutralize the terrorists that were behind the Pahalgam terror attack. So the forces are carrying out the relentless operation, and as we speak, the searches are underway in the area of the Poonch, and also multiple anti-terror operations are underway in the districts of Kishtwar, Doda, Udhampur, Kathua, so that if the terrorists are there, that groups that have earlier infiltrated, they can also be neutralized at an earliest.
Appreciate Gursimran for you joining us this morning and giving us all the details on the very important encounter which is happening in Poonch. And let's move on and bring to you more important news breaks coming in this morning. Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti announced that the company will not be associated with the much anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of the Legends. Now, this decision, which was shared via social media post, was framed around the national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The ex-post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the scenic Paisaran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. Latest developments coming in. There is a big move made by Ease My Trip, the travel agency, which has withdrawn its sponsors, and its co-founder Nishant Pitti went ahead and announced that the company will not be associated with the much anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-finals, which is in the ongoing World Championship of Legends. And this particular decision, which was shared via social media post, was framed around the national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand, something that we have been telling our viewers time and again and raising the same chorus, that terror and cricket will not go hand in hand. It is the national interest first, it is the nation first, and cricket and terror won't be simultaneously happening together. Now, Ease My Trip coming forward, placing its context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack, remember, which had killed nearly 26 civilians in the scenic Paisaran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. And its co-founder from Ease My Trip has given a very, very strong statement saying that they criticize any event that bring together this particular nation that promotes terrorism. So that is a big move coming in. And Ease My Trip has shown its support to India and the fact that there can be no cricket with Pakistan until and unless Pakistan is taking accountability of bringing down infiltration and terrors. Now, it was just 2 days back when the AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi joined the opposition clamour against the upcoming India-Pakistan match, voicing his discomfort with watching the Asia Cup match scheduled to be played 5 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. Listen in to what he had said.
मैं आपकी तरफ से हुकूमत से चंद सवालात करना चाहूंगा कि वजीर आजम ने कहा कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते, आतंकवाद और बातचीत एक साथ नहीं हो सकती। तो मेरा सवाल आपके जरिए से वजीर आजम और हुकूमत से यह है, फिर जिन इंसानों को बैसारा की वादी में मारा गया था, क्या आपका ज़मीर इस बात की इजाजत देता है कि आप ट्रेड बंद कर दिए, पाकिस्तान का एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे एयर स्पेस में नहीं आ सकता, उनकी कश्ती हमारे पानी में नहीं आ सकती, ट्रेड खत्म हो चुका है डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्टेड, आपका जमीर जिंदा क्यों नहीं है? किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं? 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं, ये कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे? मैडम, मेरा जमीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा। क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया, अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो? बड़ी अफसोस की बात है मैडम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर है? पहलगाम किसने किया? 7.5 लाख हमारी फौज और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है, ये कहां से 4 चूहे घुसकर हमारे भारत के नागरिक को मारे? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर फिक्स होगी?
Well, so as we understand how there is an accountability demanded from the stakeholders, given the fact that cricket and terrorism will not go hand in hand, will not go together. And following the same bandwagon is, of course, Ease My Trip, the travel agency, which has now dissociated from sponsorship in the WCL semi-final, which is going to be played between India and Pakistan. They have pulled out, and the co-founder has very clearly shown full support and strength to our nation, to the country. It has been very clearly mentioned that how it is going to be nation first, and cricket can wait until unless Pakistan goes ahead and brings down its tactics. Also, we will try and understand more details at this point in time with the Ease My Trip moving forward and withdrawing itself. I've been joined by Mr. Rajan Kochar to give us his opinion. Mr. Kochar, how do you, see this development from the side of Ease My Trip, as it has gone ahead and withdrawn its sponsorship and said that cricket and terror cannot go hand in hand?
You see, we have to be very conscious in this decision of ours. There are two aspects to it. See, I totally agree that terrorism and cricket cannot go together. Pakistan is a state-sponsored terrorism state, and we should not have any sporting ties with Pakistan. I entirely agree with that. But at the same time, we also have to see, in case these matches are taking place in international venues which are neutral. And what happens that once India starts withdrawing from these venues, we are depriving our own sports person. We are actually isolating them just because of Pakistan. I think the line which the government needs to take is ICC, especially ICC and ACC, because these are the two organizations, International Cricket Conference and International Asian Cricket Youth Conference. We need to stress upon them that Pakistan should be sanctioned from these tournaments, because why should we start abstaining and isolating ourselves because of Pakistan? I think it will be a sign of weakness. We need to pursue a strong policy with these cricket bodies, because remember, BCCI has a very large clout with these bodies, because unless the entire funding for their tournaments, everything is from the BCCI, so we are in a position of strength. So we need to exert ourselves, which we are not doing right now. We need to exert ourselves to ensure that Pakistan is removed from these tournaments. Because if Pakistan is not removed and we continue saying that we will not play against Pakistan, then we will never be able to play any international cricket tournaments like this. So I think this policy needs a greater deliberation. I totally agree with the sentiments that we should not play Pakistan, and I still maintain that. But we should make efforts to remove Pakistan away from the sporting arena in terms of sanctions. You see, if America can impose sanctions on Russia, or it can impose sanctions on Iran, why not India? Because India has a position of strength in cricket. And I'm specifically mentioning cricket here because cricket is a sport which is followed by a million of viewers all over our country. So I think this kind of a stand is warranted, and I totally agree with Ease My Trip, because we should not encourage any form of cricketing ties between India and Pakistan.
Right. Major General Kochar, I would also, bring in the fact that, as you mentioned, that there has to be sanction which needs to be imposed at this point in time. There are several individual efforts, just like Ease My Trip withdrawing from its sponsorship. But as a country, what could be your suggestions in terms of what are these particular sanctions that are required at this point in time to be imposed on Pakistan?
See, we need to understand one thing, that no tournament, in case supposing India is not going to take part in Asia Cup, I'll just sort of give you an example of Asia Cup, because right now the Asia Cup is on. There is going to be a great monetary loss for the ACC, and these tournaments will become actually unviable. So that is one important aspect. If we can start with the Asia Cup, we need to present a strong case. See, yesterday that Operation Mahadev has taken place, and Home Minister Amit Shah has made a statement in Parliament saying that these 3 terrorists are Pakistanis and they may be linked with the Pahalgam attack. So this sort of dossier has to be prepared, and this emergency meeting of the ACC must be called right now, because that is what I feel it should be done, and a case projected that a state which is sponsoring terrorism, what kind of pressure can we put on such countries to stop this policy? And one of the pressure points can be that we debar these countries from taking part in such tournaments. And once we do for the ACC, I'm sure the ICC will also take a cue from this.
Right. All right, Major General Rajan Kocha, appreciate you joining us and giving your opinion on this latest development that has come in with the Ease My Trip pulling out of its sponsorship in the WCL. We will also try and understand at this point in time what this means for Pakistan and, of course, what it means for the BCCI. When it comes to the BCCI, there is a mounting pressure on BCCI in order to pull back and make several steps in order to bring in a no cricket situation with Pakistan. And on the other hand, Pakistan, it is very clear to them that India is not going to be forgetting what had happened, because there have been several operations which are also underway. The Operation Mahadev was also one of the success. In fact, the debate also going on in the parliament regarding Operation Sindoor is also showing the strength that our country is moving forward to corner Pakistan for its terror tactics and several infiltration pits that are going on across the borders. Well, moving on, Indian cricketer Goswami Gambhir got into a heated argument with the pitch curator during a recent match. Now, this dispute reportedly arose over concerns about the pitch's condition and its potential impact on the game. Now, Gambhir, known for his competitive spirit and dedication to the sport, expressed his frustration with the pitch's unevenness or other issues, leading to a tense exchange with the curator. Watch this video. Coming up on the other side, tsunami alert issued for Pacific Islands, Japan, after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. And also, debate on Operation Sindoor begins in the Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to open at 1 p.m. and JP Nadda will speak around 3 p.m. with Home Minister Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है। वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले अमोस थे, उन्होंने जब मैंने CDS की घोषणा की तो वो बहुत
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of two Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण में सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05 in the morning. और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा, he said, Operation Sindoor lasted 22 minutes. And then he said the most shocking thing. He said at 1:35, we called Pakistan. We called Pakistan at 1:35 and we told them that we have hit non-military targets and we do not want escalation. These are the words of the Defense Minister of India. Now maybe he does not understand what he revealed. DGMO of India was told by the government of India to ask for a ceasefire at 1:35 at night itself, on the night of Operation Sindoor. You told the Pakistanis exactly what you would do. You told them that we will not hit military targets.
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer, later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti announced that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing WCL, that is the World Championship of Legends. Tsunami alert issued for Pacific Islands, Japan after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits Russia's Kamchatka coast. Debate on Operation Sindoor in the Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to open at 1 p.m. JP Nadda to speak at around 3, with Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks.
दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा, और इसलिए मैं फिर से लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में दोहराना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है.
Prime Minister Modi said no leader in the world had asked India to stop during Operation Sindoor. He also said Operation Sindoor will continue. India will always act till Pakistan stops attacks. In one of the most anticipated missions in recent years, ISRO will launch NISAR, a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. US President Donald Trump says India may be hit with a tariff rate of 20 to 25%, but cautioned that a final levy had not been finalized as the two countries continue to negotiate on a trade deal ahead of the 1st of August deadline. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. Major targeted killing attempt has been foiled by the Jammu police. Weapons dropped via drone for targeted killing recovered in Nagrota area of Jammu. Now a man named Azhar has been arrested with 3 pistols and ammunition. 3 Chinese and Turkish made pistols have also been recovered from him. A Haryana number vehicle has also been seized. So a big targeted killing attempt has been foiled in Jammu. Let's get all the updates. Gursimran is now joining us live from Jammu for more on that story. Gursimran, so a targeted killing attempt has been foiled by the Jammu police. Give us more details on who was the targeted, and now one man has been arrested. Give details about him as well.
See, a major success coming for the Jammu police as they have foiled a major targeted killing plot in the Jammu, and right now we are in the Nagrota area where this plot has been foiled, and one vehicle, this car that you see that is parked inside the Nagrota police station, this was the car from where this consignment was being taken from Jammu. This has been dropped using drone. It is very likely that it was dropped somewhere in the Kathua or Samba sector, and it was taken to Kashmir Valley. A man named Azhan has been arrested by the Nagrota police. This was an intel-based operation that was carried out by the Jammu Rural Police, in which the recovery has been made. What we are picking up that the recovery includes 3 pistols. These 3 pistols are the Chinese and the Turkish pistols that have been recovered from the possession of this man named Azhan, and now he is being interrogated. He is from Srinagar. Also 8 rounds have been recovered. 2 rounds were used rounds and 8 were the live rounds that have been recovered from the possession of Azhan. As we speak, the interrogation of Azhan is underway. We are told that the senior police officials will also be reaching the spot in a short while from now at the Nagrota police station, because this was a major targeted attempt that was done by the terror groups, because they were smuggling the weapons from across the border. There were 3 pistols, we are told. 1 pistol is of the Chinese manufacturer, other pistol is of the Turkish manufacturer, and third is another foreign-made pistol that was being smuggled from across the border. This vehicle that you see, this is a Etios vehicle, the Haryana number vehicle with a yellow number plate. This was the one in which this person named Azhan was traveling, and what Azhan was doing, he was carrying this consignment of weapons from Jammu to Srinagar. See, he's a Srinagar-based individual and he was carrying the weapons to the Kashmir Valley. But due to the timely input that was generated by the Jammu Rural Police, the Nagrota Police launched an operation late last evening and has apprehended Azhan along with the weapons, and now the recovery has been made. We are told that the senior officials, they will also be interrogating Azhan because he was part of a larger module. It is believed that this has been done on the behest of the Pakistan-based terror groups, which are the handlers that are involved, is now being interrogated by the security forces. But a major terror plot has been busted by Jammu and Kashmir police in Jammu with the recovery of weapons that have taken place.
Absolutely, and Gursimran, this is a repeated pattern that we've been seeing for the last few years, especially the dropping of weapons along the LOC in Jammu and Kashmir has been happening. Pistols, ammunition, explosives. There have been a number of instances where the anti-national elements are doing this. These dropping of weapons has become commonplace. How is the police and the security forces looking to thwart such attempts in the future as well?
See, this was a major attempt because, see, what is happening that these terror groups are sending the small weapons into the Indian territory, and then these weapons are used to carry out the targeted killing. Since this consignment was heading for the Kashmir Valley, the targets are but obvious in Kashmir. But due to the timely intervention, this attempt has been foiled. I'll request Sarjeevan to once again go to the visuals that the security has been beefed up here at the Nagrota police station as well. You will see the armed police, these sentries have been deployed at the multiple locations because yesterday the recovery that has been made by the security forces, this is a major recovery. This includes the 3 weapons, that includes the Chinese and the Turkish made pistols. And this is really concerning because during Operation Sindoor as well, we have seen that how Pakistan was actively getting the help of the Chinese as well as the Turkish groups, those who were actually part of these operations that Pakistan attempted to carry out against India. And now the recovery of the Turkey-made and the Chinese weapons by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Nagrota area in an operation that was launched late last evening. This shows that the Pakistan is actively getting the help from the Chinese as well as from the terror groups and the associates of the Turkish, and that's why this recovery has been made in the Nagrota. Important to mention that the recovery has been made in the area that is very close to the headquarters of the 16th Corps of the Indian Army that looks after the operations of the Indian Army in the area of the Jammu line of control. So it was close to the sensitive location, but based on a specific intelligence input, the operations were launched and the recovery has been made. Now we are told that Azhan is inside the police station. The Azhan, the individual who has been arrested along with the 3 pistols and 10 magazines, and he is presently being questioned by the security forces at Nagrota police station, because this was a major catch that the security forces had from the Azan, as the recovery of 3 Chinese and the Turkish weapons that have been recovered from his possession.
All right. Thank you so much for those details there, Gursimran. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, here is some more breaking news related to the Parliament's session today. And that is that the debate on the Operation Sindoor begins in the Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar is going to open at 1 p.m. JP Nadda is also going to speak, and that will be around 3. And Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks. Remember, at the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament, there was a fierce debate that we saw in the Lok Sabha yesterday, and there was an intense debate. There was an address from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and also various other members in Parliament as well. And today, again, it is going to be a very, very significant debate. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar is going to speak. We are also going to see JP Nadda, and Amit Shah is also going to deliver the concluding remarks. And Rajya Sabha's LOP Mallikarjun Kharge and P. Chidambaram had spoken in the upper house yesterday. And today, again, a very, very significant day in the upper house of Parliament. All right, the big international focus that we are tracking at the moment is on Russia. Magnitude 8.8 earthquake that struck off Russia's far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula is among the 10 largest earthquakes ever recorded. The massive tremors let off a huge tsunami in the coastal areas of Russia's Kuni Islands and also Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So the big international focus continues to be the earthquake that has struck Russia, and that has led to a huge tsunami there. And all right, we are right now joined in by Mr. Anil Gupta, who is a seismologist, who is joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at the big tsunami that has been generated because of the earthquake, 8.8 magnitude earthquake that has struck off Russia? And, there is a warning that has been issued for Japan and US coasts as well. How big this tsunami is going to be?
See, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. The kind of earthquake that has hit has been basically is rare. Mm-hmm. And the level of preparedness that Japan had, that has witnessed that they have immediately started issuing the tsunami warning and created evacuation of the people. So that has been very proactive. But the devastation can be seen more in terms of losses to infrastructure, losses to other kind of property, natural systems, because now what has been witnessed over past 25 years or so, that with our better preparedness, we are able to reduce the loss of life. That has been seen in this particular incidents also, like the casualty almost negligible, but the losses to infrastructure, yes, to some extent, despite of the best level of technology and best level of the mitigation measures in place. Japan, we consider that one of the leading country in the world, demonstrating the both technological interventions as well as the behavioral preparedness. Because in such cases where large-scale evacuations are required, the behavioral dimensions besides the local preparedness, both are very important. Many times what happens that when the warnings are issued, people do not respond it properly. But in case of both Japan, Russia and these kind of countries, this is not a challenge, and they can evacuate the people in as per the requirement or as per the protocol. So this has been a major disaster, and this is also leading to a global lesson, because these are the countries which are having the best level of preparedness. If such kind of damages, such kind of challenges can be seen here, so how do we relate to the situations in India and situations in other countries of the South Asia or Asia Pacific, where the risk of such kind of major earthquake, the risk of such kind of tsunamis are also possible. So we have to see both ways. We have to watch the situation, how the things are taking place there, how the situations are being handled there, but how do we draw the lessons? Both are important, in fact.
Right. Sir, looking at, this is a magnitude of 8.8 earthquake that we are talking about, but evacuations are currently underway, as you mentioned, along the US West Coast, Hawaii, as well as, of course, Japan as well. And there are also speculations that there could be some impact on China as well. So since you've been you've been an expert, so how do you expect this entire tsunami to spread? Because we're talking about the Pacific area, and the entire Pacific area that we're talking about. How much damaging really it could be for the entire Pacific region?
This is very important aspect, basically. So the specific institutions like India has an Indian Ocean Information System located in Hyderabad. They work with the tsunami warning system of Japan. Both jointly work, and they provide the tsunami warning for this region. And where the evacuation have been proactive and effective, so the losses of life, that is very much possible that we would be able to avoid the losses of life. But as I told that, you cannot evacuate and you cannot move the infrastructure, or the ships and many things are there on the port. So those damages are more likely, and to a certain extent we can say that those would be seen in case of a major tsunami waves hitting these coastlines. But that will also depend that how these things take shape in the time. We cannot be very sure at present, because this is entirely the game of energy. How energy dissipates, and whether the waves continue or waves increase, or there are any kind of aftershock shocks also. Because many times what happens that one earthquake may be followed by another earthquake, maybe of a smaller Richter scale, or a series. So I think that is also important. So we have to keep a watch, and the specialist agencies are keeping a watch on this. And as we do not have any kind of early warning system for earthquake, so that is a great challenge for tsunami warning system also. Only after the earthquake is triggered and earthquake is measured, then it is transformed into the possible scenarios of tsunamis. So that is the way.
Right. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. So it is a 8.8 magnitude earthquake. It is said to be the 6th most severe quake in the history. Thank you so much, sir, for those updates and your insights into that story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. We have big breaking news coming in. The SIT has seized 11 crore rupees cash in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam. A probe is right now underway, and major revelations have emerged in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam that took place during the YSR CP regime. Now, Varun Purushottam, who has been listed as A40 in the case, has confessed to his role and has disclosed explosive details. Now, sources say that SIT conducted raids and seized 11 crore rupees in cash from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad. The scam allegedly involving thousands of crores is now under investigation. The SIT has accelerated its probe in these recent days and is believed to have gathered crucial information about the involvement of senior YSR Congress party leaders. So SIT has got a major breakthrough as far as the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam is concerned. 11 crore rupees cash has been recovered from the SIT. Remember, this is a case that has been ongoing for some time now. And number of people have been arrested already. A case right now is underway and many leaders from the YSR Congress party have been also named as as accused in the case, and so far the SIT has now seized 11 crore rupees in cash from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad, and there are a number of leaders from the YSR Congress party who have been named as accused in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam case. So there have been arrests also recently made, but this is a major breakthrough for the SIT as 11 crore rupees cash has been seized in the case from a farmhouse. Let's get all the updates. Aneri, my colleague, is now joining us. Aneri, what details can you provide us about this SIT's major breakthrough? 11 crore rupees has been seized as cash from a farmhouse. What more details can you provide us?
Well, it's a major breakdown by the special investigation team which has been probing the liquor scam, the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam, which is being alleged that there are crores of rupees which are involved in this scam, and many of the YSRCP leaders have been involved. Earlier, we had seen that YSRCP MP Mithun Reddy was also arrested, and now following the further investigation, we see that in the outskirts of Hyderabad, the SIT officials had raided one of the locations and they found this 11 crores cash. Well, to whom this cash belongs to and what exactly are the links? This is all the further questions that is being investigated by the officials. But yes, now the special investigation team has found 11 crores cash in the outskirts of Hyderabad, which are said to be having links with the YSRCP, alleged links with the YSRCP in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam, where we see that earlier also many of the arrests were made, and recent arrest was of YSRCP MP Mithun Reddy, and also at the same time in the charge sheet which the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam, we had seen that it was mentioned that Jagan Mohan Reddy, the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, had received certain kickbacks monthly through various channels following this liquor scam. But now Jagan Mohan Reddy is not yet named as the accused in this case. But yes, now the further probe, further investigation will reveal what exactly is this and what links does this cash have now.
All right. Thank you, Neri, for all those details there. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. This is coming in from Gujarat, where the state ATS has got a major success in the Al-Qaeda terror module case. Now, ATS has arrested the mastermind of the module. And earlier, 4 terrorists of the module have been arrested. 2 were arrested from Gujarat, from Noida, another one from the national capital, Delhi. And now the mastermind of the module has been arrested. Gopi, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Gopi, we earlier saw Al-Qaeda module busted by ATS in Gujarat. 4 terrorists were arrested, and now the mastermind of the case has also been arrested. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, it was just a few days back, 8 days back, that 4 terrorists were nabbed from different parts of the country. 2 were nabbed from Gujarat, while 1 each from Noida, which is Uttar Pradesh, and Delhi. 4 terrorists were nabbed, and major revelations were made by the Gujarat ATS, wherein this particular module was operating from an Instagram group, and they were also a part of various social media pages. While one more person has been nabbed, more details are being awaited. Gujarat ATS is going to address a press conference at 12 noon today, so we'll be getting more details from there. But yes, it is a terror module which is the Al-Qaeda of Indian subcontinent, based on this AQIS and based on a person who was based in Ahmedabad, wherein they had got a tip from this person Fardeen, and later on 3 more arrests were made, one from Ahmedabad and 2 others from Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. We will have to wait and watch what pans out next after the press conference is done
we'll have to wait and watch, and more things will be clear once that press conference takes place. Thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. And viewers, let's get you some more news from across the nation in Bharat in 1.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Starting 1st of August, UPI will undergo key changes. The National Payments Corporation of India is introducing new rules to ease pressure on servers, speed up stock payments and tighten account linking. Daily limits will apply. Autopay will run only during off-peak hours, and failed transactions can be retried just 3 times. A man was caught at Puri's Jagannath temple using a hidden camera in his spectacles to film the deities during the Mangal Aarti, violating the strict no camera rule. Security detained him, deleted the footage and released him after questioning. However, the incident has sparked renewed calls for stricter enforcement inside the temple. BJP's Sumendu Adhikari has filed a complaint against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, accusing her of sharing a fake video to incite unrest. The video alleged Delhi police assaulted a Bengali woman, but police say that it was staged at a Bengal political worker's behest.
India's they're my friends and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. You know, we did a lot of great settlements, including the recent one, as you know, with Cambodia. So that was a great one. I think that's been pretty well finalized now, right? I did a good job in about 5 different wars. You think I'll get credit for it? No. So, will I get credit for it? She'll say yes.
Okay. So what rate are you expecting?
Oh, we're going to see. We're going to see. But India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that. I think the trade deals are working out very well, hopefully for everybody, but for the United States, they're very, very good.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of two Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था।
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer, later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. with me, Tanisha. See, there is massive pressure and anger on the BCCI. This over the India-Pakistan match as is going to be held in just few days from now. Is My Trip, one of the sponsors, has already pulled out. The question is, will other sponsors also follow the same? And after this massive pressure that the BCCI is being put under, will BCCI now finally take action and put nation first? That's the big question. We are opening our lines on that as well, but first we'll have a quick check of the headlines. Is My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti announced that the company will not be associated with much anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-finale in the ongoing World Championship of the Legends. Tsunami alert issued for Pacific Island, Japan after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. Debate on Operation Sindoor begins in Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar to open it at 1 p.m. JP Nadda to speak around 3, with Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks. Two Lashkar terrorists neutralized by forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after encounter that broke out earlier in the morning. In one of its most anticipated mission in the recent years, ISRO will launch Nisar, a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. Major revelations have emerged in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam that allegedly took place during Jagan's government. SIT has now seized rupees 11 crore cash in Andhra Pradesh liquor scam. The probe is underway. All right, breaking news now coming in. This is in regard with the Al-Qaeda module that had been busted in Gujarat. We now learn that Shama Praveen, 30 years of age, has been arrested by the Gujarat ATS from Bengaluru. She was a part of the Al-Qaeda module that was busted a few days ago. Remember, there were certain arrests that took place in Gujarat as well as Noida. Highly self-radicalized Shama, the one who has been arrested, of who you see on your screens right now, was in touch with Quake, who was arrested from Delhi last week. Remember, this is about the Gujarat Al-Qaeda module that had been busted. They were planning a big terror module as far as associating with other people are concerned. And it was not just limited to Gujarat. It had also spread to places like Delhi and Noida, where several people had then been arrested as well. Today, we learned that the mastermind has been arrested. Gopi, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast right now. Gopi, take us back in time and explain to us about what was this Al-Qaeda module all about, and who's this woman today that has been arrested?
Well, in fact, Tanisha, to speak about the fresh arrest which has been made in the same module, let's tell our viewers that this is a 30-year-old woman, Shama Parveen, from basically from Jharkhand, but she has been nabbed from Hebbal area of Bengaluru. She was in fact produced in the ACMM court yesterday, and Gujarat ATS has now taken her custody. She has got the transfer certificate from the Karnataka ACMM court, and now she is with the Gujarat ATS, while a laptop has also been seized along with a few documents. To tell about this entire terror module, there were 4 arrests made 8 days back, 2 from Gujarat, while one each from Delhi as well as Uttar Pradesh. As you were correctly mentioning, one arrest was made from Noida, while other was made from Delhi. But the tip that Gujarat ATS got was the arrest which was made of Fardeen from Ahmedabad, after which they found out that they belong to a particular WhatsApp and social media Instagram groups, from where they could find the other 3. And what we are learning from our sources is that the 4th arrest has also been made after finding a link of Shama Parveen with all 4 terrorists which have been nabbed by Gujarat ATS through a social media platform. So this is what we are understanding from our sources. While we are awaiting more details, Gujarat ATS is going to hold a press conference at 12 noon today. More details will be coming out from that press conference. Back to you, Tanisha.
Well, absolutely, Gopi. Like you were saying, that the press conference is at 12 and we are anticipating that press conference as much as everybody else is to give out more details on what actually transpired. Gopi, as far as we talk about this arrest that's happened today in Bengaluru, what was the tip-off that was given? Because I believe the arrest comes nearly a week after the others of the Al-Qaeda terror module were arrested, not just in Gujarat, but also in the national capital and Noida as well.
Well, yes, Tanisha. In fact, speaking to our Gujarat ATS sources, they were behind this entire module. To tell our viewers, there is one Instagram group which has more than 20 members. So definitely Gujarat ATS was looking forward to find out the other 16 people who are involved in this particular Instagram group. So while they had in fact got tip-off from one of the social media groups, which Shama Parveen is also a part of, along with the 4 who have been nabbed and who are under the custody of Gujarat ATS. So it was through the social media platform, a WhatsApp group which Shama Parveen was part of, along with the 4 terrorists who have been arrested. And to tell our viewers further, a laptop has been seized. Also, a few documents of Shama Parveen has been seized. While she is a native of Jharkhand, she was arrested from Hebbal area of Bengaluru. Back to you.
Right. Gopi, thank you very much for sharing those details. All eyes now remain on the Gujarat ATS press conference that is going to be held at 12 noon today. Meanwhile, moving on to the other top stories that we are tracking, and this is in regard with the India-Pakistan cricket match. Now remember, it is the Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti who has announced that the company will no longer be associated with the much anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of the Legends. Now, the decision was shared via a social media post, was framed around the national interest and the belief that terror and cricket can never go hand in hand. The post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the scenic Baisaran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. The question now, ladies and gentlemen, remains that even after one of the sponsors, so that is Ease My Trip, has pulled out for sponsoring the India versus Pakistan match of the WCL, the question is, will others follow the suit? Like Ease My Trip has kept nation first before business. Will Indian cricketers follow the same? Will BCCI follow the same is the key question. And for that, we are opening our nationalist collective movement on that as well. There is a number that is being flashed on the bottom of your screens. And if you believe that cricket and terror can never go hand in hand, and it is nation first, that will always be kept at priority. So send us your videos on the number that is being flashed on the bottom of your screens. And while you do that, we are also being joined by Samar Paltur, defense expert. Samar Paltur, thank you very much for joining us this morning. A major decision that has been taken by Ease My Trip, one of the main sponsors of the India-Pakistan match. They have made it clear that it's nation first before business. What is it according to you?
I think, Tanisha, that the decision taken by Nishant Pitti it reflects the consciousness of a true patriot and an Indian. And we should also recall that, when the Maldives gave an anti-India rhetoric and gave lewd remarks regarding our Prime Minister, it was Ease My Trip which initially, boycotted and cancelled all the bookings for Maldives. Right. So I think Mr. Nishant Pitti's conscience is very clear. He's a true patriot, and this is going in favor of Ease My Trip, and the people and the public of India will have more trust in this brand because it has a conscience, it has a patriotic blueprint. So we are definitely going in for this organization. We respect Ease My Trip's decision that it has taken. And you see, moreover, what I am trying to stress upon is, why should the BCCI come under pressure and let India, exit this Asia Cup? It should be rather Pakistan that should be pressurized to leave. The PCB should be condemned. The PCB should be taken to task. The PCB should be asked to exit this tournament. And, International Cricket Council has to take notice. And with Jai Shah sitting there and, with the Home Minister of India, and with the present terrorism and everything, all the violence that is being sponsored by Pakistan, and very loose statements being given by Shahid Afridi, who's one of the role models and looked upon cricketer of Pakistan and to the world. He is supporting terrorists and giving such wrong comments, which is leaving a wrong impression in the field of sports. And sportsman spirit does not project or encourage these acts, and acts of terror have to be condemned. But the Indian cricket team going into the ground with a black band on their arms is not going to suffice, is not going to be enough. A lot needs to be done. And the BCCI has to call out Pakistan, and the Pakistan Cricket Board has to be responsible for the act of their nation against the atrocities against the Indian innocent citizens who've been massacred. Who is the public which goes to watch these matches? It is the Indian public. Who was massacred on the 22nd of April? It was the Indian public. So for the respect and due regard of the public, the BCCI has to take a call, and moreover, whatever earnings come from these matches, they should be given to the widows of the war veterans and to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam attack. There has to be something that has to be done. Nothing is going to be taken down like this. BCCI keeping quiet. Not a single statement has come from BCCI. That is very strange and very shocking. And I think it is time that they take a call.
Absolutely. Major Samarpal Toor, I request you to kindly stay with us, because what we'll do right now is we'll take our viewers back to in time when it was not just the sponsor, but even the parliamentarians who had raised their voice against playing cricket with Pakistan. Remember, it was just 2 days back when AIMIM chief Aswaduddin Owaisi had joined the opposition clamour against the upcoming India-Pakistan match, voicing his discomfort with watching the cup match scheduled to be played after 5 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. Listen into what he said, and then Major, I'll come back to you.
मैं आपकी तरफ से हुकूमत से चंद सवालात करना चाहूंगा कि वजीर आजम ने कहा कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते, आतंकवाद और बातचीत एक साथ नहीं हो सकती। तो मेरा सवाल आपके जरिए से वजीर आजम और हुकूमत से यह है, फिर जिन इंसानों को बैसारा की वादी में मारा गया था, क्या आपका जमीर इस बात की इजाजत देता है कि आप ट्रेड बंद कर दिए, पाकिस्तान का एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे एयर स्पेस में नहीं आ सकता, उनकी कश्ती हमारे पानी में नहीं आ सकती, ट्रेड खत्म हो चुका है डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्टेड, आपका जमीर जिंदा क्यों नहीं है? किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं? 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं, ये कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे? मैडम, मेरा जमीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा। क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया, अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो? बड़ी अफसोस की बात है मैडम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर है? पहलगाम किसने किया? 7.5 लाख हमारी फौज और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है, ये कहां से 4 चूहे घुसकर हमारे भारत के नागरिक को मारे? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर फिक्स होगी?
Major Samarpal Toor continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Major, at a time when politics is the only thing that's dividing the nation. In fact, there you heard it was Aswaduddin Owaisi who had just 2 days back come together as a nation, had voiced his consent in support of the nation, saying that his conscience would never allow to watch the India-Pakistan match, even at a point in time when parliamentarians or the opposition party are coming together. What is actually stopping the BCCI to move forward and cancel the match altogether?
You see, as far as Mr. Owaisi is concerned, he's an opportunist. He's a politician. And one more thing, why is the rhetoric that why should India back out? That is what I want to tell the people of India, that Indian cricket team, the BCCI, will not back out from the series. It is Pakistan Cricket Board which should be made to exit this tournament. It should be the PCB held responsible. It should be the Pakistan team that should bear the brunt and not the Indian team. We are a talented team and we are an upright and an honest nation by, of and for peace. So, and one more thing is, you see, when Mr. Owaisi gives such statements, it's like purely double standards. He's the same gentleman who said that you remove the law and order from the streets of India, it will take 15 minutes to do the needful and all that. So, you see, these politicians are opportunists. Now he's got an opportunity, and even here, he is insisting that India backs out. India should not back out. India has to stand its ground. India has to stress to the International Cricket Council that Pakistan should be held accountable for supporting and spreading terrorism, and hence Pakistan should be expelled. Pakistan should be penalized, not India.
Right,
so that is what, again, I have been stressing to the people of India, to the government of India, that enough pressure should be put upon ICC. And in case ICC doesn't listen, then we have a very strong lobby of sponsors and providing money to ICC. ICC entirely depends upon the revenue which is generated from BCCI. So definitely we have the strings to pull this off and have an influence. And I'm very sure that BCCI will come out with something positive. And in the end, it is going to be all about money. So once the sponsors start pulling out, it will be a wake-up call
Absolutely,
for BCCI.
sir. We are, yes.
Also.
The nation is hoping that BCCI does act, because the nation is watching on which side is the BCCI going towards. Is it nation first for them or cricket? Thank you very much, Major, for joining us here on the broadcast. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking, and this is in regard with the Gundaism of the MNS that has come to light yet again. In Kalyan, adjacent to the Mumbai, MNS workers have beat up a gaming zone employee in reference to children coming in school uniforms to the gaming zone. Now, the Kalyan MNS leader, Uhas Bhoyor, has alleged that children in school uniforms have stolen money from home and have gone to the gaming zone, and no one stops them in the gaming zone. In this regard, he reached the gaming zone with his workers and questioned the employees there. In fact, not just that, he's also given a final and last warning to the gaming zone employees, saying that if the gaming does not stop, if he does not allow the school children to enter the gaming zone, then his gaming zone would be demolished. An open threat there that's been given out by MNS leader. And remember, no action, no logic can justify the Gundaism that the MNS workers have created. First, when it comes to toll plaza. Second, when it comes to slapping a shopkeeper over Marathi language. And now over alleging that it is children who come to the gaming zone wearing uniform and that the gaming zone employees do not stop them. Here's that sequence where the MNS worker that you see in the red t-shirt has been seen slapping the employee so hard that he nearly takes a step back. All right, we're trying to get in some political reactions on that story, but remember, this is a case that has come to light from Kalyan in Mumbai, where MNS Gundaism is on again, where this time it is a gaming zone employee that has been thrashed over allowing children in school uniform to enter their gaming zone. This is another slapgate in which the MNS workers have been embroiled in, this time over students visiting the gaming zone. The MNS leader, in fact, had also issued a first and last warning, quote unquote, saying that if children were seen in their uniforms in the gaming zone, it would be demolished. This is another day, another instance of assault by the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena workers. However, this time around, remember, it is not about the language. This time they were seen inside a gaming zone, and this happened in Kalyan in Thane district, nearly 57 kilometers from Mumbai, and MNS district president Ullas Bhoyor was seen threatening and slapping an employee in the area. Ram Kadam, BJP leader, is joining us on the phone line on that. Ram Kadam, what do you take out of the videos actually that have come time and again of the Gundaism that's been spread in Maharashtra by the MNS workers?
See, we do not support any kind of vandalism. And these MNS workers, they have been taking law in their hand. See, this is not battle of language of Marathi. This is just a battle of upcoming municipal corporation elections. And as you know that there is no MLA, there is no MP, there is no corporator from the MNS party. They have lost their voter base. So now what they have been trying to find out, some voting base from the one of the segment of Maharashtrian of locals, which is not possible. Just hitting somebody and On the one hand, they have been saying that they are trying to take it forward a Hindutva line. And on the other hand, under the pretend of the Marathi language, they have beaten some other Hindu people. It is not acceptable. It is ludicrous. So we have been taking strong action against those who are taking law in their hand. We do not support any kind of vandalism. And as far as the Marathi people are concerned, this both the Thakres, they do not have anything, some emotional values of Marathi people. Whenever the election comes, that time only they remember only Marathi Manus. What about after the elections? So we have seen that Ubata, how they have tortured Marathi people in Goregaon, Patrachal. They supported the developer. They did not support the local Marathi Manus. This is what the fact is.
Absolutely,
so this
sir.
is...
Right,
Yeah.
sir. So, Ram Kadam, thank you very much for joining us here on the phone line and sharing your views. With that, we move across to some other breaking news that's coming in. And this is in regard with the Operation Sindoor debate. Now, remember, the debate on Operation Sindoor today begins in Rajya Sabha at around 1 o'clock. That is when the External Affairs Minister S. Shankar is to give an opening statement. JP Nadda, meanwhile, will be speaking around 3 p.m. with Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks. That's the latest update. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very unlikely to make a statement in Rajya Sabha, but yesterday he did make a statement in the Lok Sabha where he had benched the opposition, had thrashed the opposition as far as their blunders are concerned, where he has given specific details of the Operation Sindoor that was carried out by India in response to the attack that was carried out by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists on April 22nd in Pahalgam. Three main pointers. The news points that are coming out of the breaking is that the Rajya Sabha Operation Sindoor debate continues in Rajya Sabha today. It is the External Affairs Minister S. Shankar who is to make a statement, and that is around 1 p.m. Meanwhile, Union Minister JP Nadda is also to make a statement, and that is nearly at 3 p.m. And later in the evening today, we will see Home Minister Amit Shah giving out the concluding remarks as far as the Operation Sindoor debate is concerned.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. In a major development in Andhra Pradesh liquor scam during the YSRCP regime, the SIT has seized 11 crore in cash from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad. Varun Purushottam, listed as a A40, accused number 40 that is in the case, has confessed to his involvement and revealed explosive details. The scam, allegedly worth thousands of crores, points to the involvement of a senior YSRCP leader. A joint search and rescue operation is underway in Kullan in Jammu and Kashmir, where a bus carrying ITBP jawans plunged from the Kullan bridge into the river Sindh. The operation, led by SDRF Gandarbal, is focused not only on the rescue efforts but also on recovering weapons that went missing during the incident. In Gonda in Uttar Pradesh, one criminal was injured and another arrested during a police encounter in Kanolganj police station area as a part of joint night checking operation. Police recovered a motorcycle without a number plate, a bag containing gold and silver jewellery, 8,500 in cash, an illegal pistol and cartridges from their possession. Shifting focus to stories that are making international headline. Donald Trump has suggested that India may face tariff rates of 20% to 25%. This comes as the United States and India negotiate a trade deal before an August 1st deadline. Donald Trump, remember, states that India charges high tariff. The United States seeks greater market access for the American exports. Here's what Donald Trump had to say.
India's they're my friends and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. You know, we did a lot of great settlements, including the recent one, as you know, with Cambodia, blah, blah, blah. So That was a great one. I think that's been pretty well finalized now, right? I did a good job in about 5 different wars. You think I'll get credit for it? No. Will I get credit for it? She'll say yes.
So what rate are you expecting?
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. But India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that. I think the trade deals are working out very well, hopefully for everybody, but for the United States, they're very, very good.
It's time for us to now step into a short break, but after the break, getting into the details of the massive damage that has been caused in Russia after 8.7 magnitude earthquake, as shown on the Richter scale, caused severe damage in Russia and parts of Japan as well. Also coming after the break is the big build-up to the Operation Sindoor debate that is going to be held in the Rajya Sabha today. The Home Minister is going to give concluding remarks on that.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000 मिसाइलों और आर्म्ड ड्रोन्स के भारत पर बहुत बड़ा हमला करने की कोशिश की। 1000 ये मिसाइलें भारत के किसी भी हिस्से पर गिरती।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue. Ease by Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti announces that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of the Legends. Tsunami alert issued for Pacific Islands, Japan after 8.7 magnitude earthquake hits near Russia's Kamchatka coast. Debate on Operation Sindoor begins in the Rajya Sabha today. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar to open at 1 p.m. and JP Nadda will speak around 3 p.m. with Home Minister Amit Shah likely to deliver the concluding remarks. 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized by the forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after the encounter broke early this morning. In one of its most anticipated missions in the recent years, ISRO will launch NISAR, a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. Major revelations have emerged in Andhra Pradesh liquor scam that allegedly took place during Jagan's government. SIT seizes 11 crore cash in Andhra Pradesh liquor scam probe underway. Well, thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. We are going to bring you all the top stories. But before that, let's get started with the breaking news coming in on top of this very hour. SIT has seized 11 crore in cash in Andhra Pradesh liquor scam. The probe is currently underway. There have been major revelations which have emerged in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam that took place during YSRCP regime. Now, Varun Purushottam, listed as A40 in the case, and has confessed to his role and disclosed the explosive details. Now, sources have said that SIT has conducted raids and seized 11 crore in the cash from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad. This scam, allegedly involving thousands of crores, is now under investigation. The SIT has also accelerated its probe in recent days and is believed to have gathered crucial information about the involvement of senior YSRCP leaders. My colleague Aneri is joining us live at this point in time from Hyderabad. Aneri, this is indeed a big explosive details which is coming in terms of the liquor scam in Andhra Pradesh that was in fact taken place during the YSRCP regime. Help us understand with all the details and the recoveries made by the SIT.
Well, that's right. What we see is that in a major crackdown by the special investigation team, which has been investigating the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam, where we see that YSRCP leaders are said to be allegedly involved in this very scam, where in the most recent arrest that was made by the SIT was of the YSRCP MP, Mithun Reddy, who was arrested in connection with this liquor scam. And now the SIT has conducted raids in the outskirts of Hyderabad, following which we see that there were around 11 crores of cash which was said to be found, and further investigation is underway by the SIT and also the alleged links over this very cash. And remember earlier in the charge sheet which was filed by the police in the court, where it mentions that the former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy also had received certain kickbacks in connection with the liquor scam when he was in power. This comes when Jagan Mohan Reddy was in power, and there was a new excise policy that was brought in back then during his regime, and now we see a massive probe that is underway in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam, where we see that the SIT has now found 11 crore rupees from one of the farmhouses in Hyderabad's outskirts, and that is said to be having links with the YSRCP. Well, further investigation will only reveal what exactly is there and what links does it have with YSRCP.
All right, Aneri, appreciate you joining us and giving us all those details. We will be coming back to you to get more updates as and when they come in. But now shifting focus to more breaking news coming in from Russia. The magnitude 8.8 earthquake that struck off the Russia's far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula is among the 10 largest earthquakes ever recorded. The massive tremors let off a tsunami in the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. That's the breaking news coming in. Russia has been hit by an earthquake, and that has indeed led to tsunami alert issued for the Pacific Islands as well as in Japan. 8.7 magnitude earthquake has jolted Russia, and soon after that there has been a tsunami alert which was in fact given out for the coastal areas in Pacific Islands as well as in Japan. If you talk about the earthquake, the massive tremors, as you can see on your screens, were felt because it was an 8.8 6.7 magnitude earthquake that jolted Kamchatka in Russia. And visuals also coming in from a shopping mart where all the materials and the packets can be seen flown down in the floor. And also at this point in time, waves of 3 to 4 meters have hit the Kamchatka coast in Russia already. In Hawaii and Japan as well, there have been alert issued and the people have been moved to higher locations as the authorities take every measure. An emergency advisory also being issued in these particular places for the tsunami alert at this point in time. A major earthquake leading to the tsunami alert in the Kuril Islands of Russia as well as in Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido is what we understand at this point in time.
Господи, Боже мой! Стой, стой, Господи, Боже мой! Когда успокоится все, Господи! Ой-ой-ой, что творится, Йосиф! Господи, Боже мой!
А у нас землетрясение. А у нас землетрясение. Замыло, уже все замыло.
Breaking news coming in. Tsunami waves have hit the Russia's coastal area in the main settlement of the Kuril Islands in the Pacific. As we had also shown you that there have been alerts already issued previously. And the breaking news coming in, as also on the visuals on your screen, how there has been a tsunami wave that has hit the Russia's coastal area. And this is the main settlement on the Kuril Islands in the Pacific. There has been destruction which has been caught on camera. There have been bricks seen falling off roofs after this massive earthquake that jolted Russia, and following which there has been a tsunami that has hit the coast, and there were alerts issued for people to move to higher areas from the side of the authorities. All the measures have been put into place. Visuals on your screens, viewers, with the massive earthquake jolting Russia, a tsunami leading to that, and alert also issued on that note, with several coastal areas of Russia being hit by the tsunami waves, the early waves of the tsunami alert, which was already issued earlier. There was destruction of the earthquake, which had hit in Russia's areas, were also caught on camera, and then there were bricks seen falling off roofs. There were materials from the shopping store which was seen falling. More breaking updates. Prime Minister of Japan has issued instructions in response to the tsunami warning issued following an earthquake with an epicenter near Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. Ishiba instructed that timely and accurate information is provided to public. An early assessment of damage conditions should be made. He's also saying that human life should be prioritized by cooperating with the local governments to prevent the damages. So that is the big statement now coming in from the Japanese Prime Minister. He's saying that he is monitoring the situation very closely, and he has also ordered a swift response by the authorities at this point in time. He's instructed timely and accurate information to be provided to the public, and he's also said that there has been early assessment of the damage conditions that also needs to be made, and clearly mentioning on the other hand that human life is the priority now, and there has to be a cooperation by the local governments to prevent more damages. So there, the Japanese Prime Minister, who has gone ahead and ordered a swift response regarding the tsunami alert in the coastal areas of Japan, and this has happened after 8 magnitude earthquake jolted Russia. This led to the tsunami alert being given in several areas of Russia as well as in Japan, and that statement coming in from Japanese Prime Minister, where he has clearly mentioned that he is very closely monitoring the situation. And also remember, viewers, the epicenter was at Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, and on that note, Japan is taking a timely arrangements and making measures very clear for the public. And moving on from that, some more breaking news coming in from the national capital. Opposition leaders are now staging a protest over the SIR issue in the parliament once again. Remember, opposition has been making this particular move and they have been disrupting the house for in the starting of the monsoon session, and now there has been a protest. The opposition is leading this protest, and we are showing our viewers the visuals also at this point in time. That looks like the Makar Dwar of the parliament, where opposition leaders all raising their voice, and there they are coming with a banner as well which says their opposition towards the SIR issue. And we can see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also standing in the front of the row leading this particular protest, and this coming in ahead of the Bihar elections, where opposition has been constantly demanding a debate on the SIR issue, and they have been saying that the electoral row in the parliament that is taking place, they want discussion and debating regarding the SIR, understanding the electoral impositions on this. Tanisha, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line. Tanisha, help us understand this issue at this point in time, given the opposition is constantly protesting in the parliament over the Bihar SIR issue.
Well, absolutely, Riyanka. There was a huge banner, as you see, in front of the opposition leaders, which says, drop the SIR, and also read SIR is an attack on democracy. And this is as they lined up and staged a protest. And for the 8th consecutive day, the protest is still underway in the parliament. There are several MPs of the Indi bloc, including the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, and Congress parliamentary chairperson, who protested in the Parliament House complex against the Election Commission's voter roll revision in Bihar, and have demanded its rollback. But remember, this also comes at a time when the EC has said that SIR will not just be issued in states like West Bengal and Bihar, but also nationwide. And the opposition now alleges that it is an attempt to give an upper hand to the BJP, to the NDA government as far as the elections is concerned. Bihar elections are already knocking at the doorstep, and the opposition fearing that the SIR could give BJP and the NDA alliance an edge, and that is why they are demanding the rollback. Now, this is, remember, ahead of the day's proceedings as well is when the opposition protests. They are willing and they are wanting and looking forward, in fact, to corner the government inside the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as far as the SIR issue is concerned. Last week as well, we saw how the opposition did corner the government, stormed the well of the House, and started sloganeering as soon as the session commenced, so as to corner the government over the SIR issue. And just few minutes after the commencement of the session, we saw how the session was stalled in both the houses of the parliament. Minimum hours of business hours that was taken, no question hour was held, and all of this after the storming of the session. Now, remember, the government has been stern on their demand. They have been stern as far as the reply is concerned, as far as discussion is concerned, saying that every issue, starting from an SIR to debate on Operation Sindoor, will be taken up, but it will be taken up in a more civilized manner, but where both sides are ready for discussion and not hounding one side over the other. Riyanka.
Absolutely, Tanisha. I appreciate you giving us those details and help us understand what exactly has been happening in the parliament. With that, we will be keeping a close eye on the developments that happened today as well. But moving on for now, we have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast at this point in time. Well, breaking news updates coming in. What we understand, there have been 2 Lashkar terrorists who have been killed in the encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district, and this comes after 3 terrorists who were involved in the April 22 Pahalgam terror attack were gunned down by the security forces in Operation Mahadev in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has confirmed in the parliament that the terrorists who were killed in the Operation Mahadev had their role in the Pahalgam terror attack, and following that there has been a big efforts made by the army and the Jammu and Kashmir police, where they have neutralized successfully 2 Lashkar terrorists in the encounter that broke up this morning in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch. Well, several arms and ammunition have also been recovered from them, and there are more details that are going to be coming in. We will be trying to get my colleague to give us more details on that. But All right, let's listen in to Home Minister Amit Shah's reaction on the success of Operation Mahadev.
ऑपरेशन महादेव जो कल एक हुआ है, इसकी जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कल ऑपरेशन महादेव में सुलेमान उर्फे फैजल जट, अफगान और जिब्रान, 3 आतंकवादी सेना, सीआरपीएफ और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के संयुक्त अभियान में ऑपरेशन महादेव में मारे गए। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो सुलेमान है, ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तोयबा का कमांडर था। पहलगाम हमले में और गगनगिर आतंकी हमले में वो लिप्त था। इसके ढेर सारे सबूत हमारी एजेंसियों के पास है। अफगान ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था और जिब्रान भी ए ग्रेड आतंकवादी था। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने बैसरन घाटी में हमारे प्रवासियों को, नागरिकों को मारा था, ये तीनों आतंकवादी ये थे और तीनों मारे गए।
All right, to give us more details, my colleague Gursimran is joining us from Jammu, as well as Zeenat, who is joining us from Srinagar. Gursimran, let me begin, by asking you, there has been a big force that has been gone ahead with 2 Lashkar terrorists being killed in the encounter. It is a big win for the forces today. Help us understand more details and what have been the recoveries made.
A big success is coming from the Poonch, where the security forces have neutralized 2 Pakistani Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in an encounter that started early this morning. It was based on intel that was generated by the Poonch police that Indian Army reacted, and in a joint operation, both the terrorists have been neutralized. Now coming to the recoveries that have been made, we are told that a total of 3 weapons have been recovered. 2 weapons are the AK series rifle, 1 is a pistol, and along with this, 2 IEDs have been recovered. There were credible inputs with the Poonch police and the Jammu and Kashmir police that after the killing of 3 top Lashkar-e-Toiba commanders, that include Jibran, Suleiman and Hamza.
All right, more breaking news coming in. At this point in time, the Resistance Front had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack and published a photograph of the attack site. This is what the UN Security Council Sanctions Monitoring Team has said. The team in a report also cited the assertions that the attack could not have happened without the support of Pakistan-based LET. The 36th report of the Analytical Support and Sanctions Monitoring Team concerning the ISIL, Al-Qaeda and associated individuals and entities were released. This also mentions the April 22 Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 civilians were killed, saying that 5 terrorists attacked a tourist spot in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the big breaking news coming in, viewers, on the broadcast, with the TRF included in UNSC, and they have gone ahead and said the monitoring committee report has included the TRF at this point in time. That is a big development that we are tracking for our viewers. The Resistance Front had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack and published a photograph of the attack site. So that is the statement coming in from the UN Security Council's Sanctions Monitoring Team. The team in its report has also cited assertions that the attack could not have happened without the support of Pakistan-based LET. So the role of Lashkar-e-Taiba, the role of the TRF is all in sync now. My colleague Abhishek is joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, help us understand this big breaking development that we are now tracking for our viewers, where it is made very clear by the UN Security Council's monitoring team that it was the TRF which could not have, done this big move without the help of the Pakistan-based LET.
Well, you see, this is a major diplomatic win that the Resistance Front, the terror organization which carried out the Pahalgam terror attack on April 22, has been put up in the monitoring committee report of the United Nations Security Council. Now, why I say this is a major diplomatic win is because Pakistan happens to be chairing this month the UNSC, and under its helmsmanship, if all the members brought about this consensus that no, that TRF has to be mentioned, Pahalgam terrorist attack has to be mentioned, and not only that, and the para that you read is the operative para, and it mentions the Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is the first time that in the UN Sanctions Committee 1267 committee report or any document of the 1267 Sanctions Committee report, Lashkar-e-Taiba has been mentioned since 2019, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of consensus that's there in the world community, that Lashkar-e-Taiba is a terror organization irrespective of whatever Pakistani claims, that the Resistance Front which carried out the Pahalgam terror attack is just a front of Lashkar-e-Taiba, and that all origins go back to Pakistan. I think this really calls the bluff of Pakistan's strategy of plausible deniability, which they thought that they could, with the help of the Resistance Front or organizations like the PAFF, which was Pakistan Against Fascist Front. And remember, just yesterday we had this debate in the Lok Sabha on Operation Sindoor. It's going on in the Rajya Sabha as we speak today. And we had Prime Minister mentioning about how the opposition narrative has sort of borrowed, not just borrowed, but bought hook, line and sinker the Pakistani agenda. And similarly, we had the Home Minister earlier in the day speaking about how Pakistan's links are undeniable and absolutely provable. The fact that in Operation Mahadev, one of the terrorists killed was from Pakistan and had connections with the Pahalgam terror attack. I think this is a huge diplomatic win, I must say. And the fact that Pakistan is heading the UNSC and at that time this has come, I think this is going to have repercussions for a long time to come for any acts of terror that happen in the future and its Pakistani linkages for the world community to see.
Right. Abhishek, appreciate you joining us and giving us those inputs. So that was Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor. Viewers, don't go anywhere, because coming up on the other side is the same news break that we have been tracking, with India registering major diplomatic win and Pakistan being cornered for the same. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched Rajnath Singh ji का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05 in the morning. और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा, he said, Operation Sindoor lasted 22 minutes. And then he said the most shocking thing. He said at 1:35 we called Pakistan. We called Pakistan at 1:35 and we told them that we have hit non-military targets and we do not want escalation. These are the words.
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer, later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले अमोज थे, उन्होंने जब मैंने CDS की घोषणा की तो वो बहुत प्रसन्न होकर के मुझे मिलने आए थे और बहुत बहुत प्रसन्न थे वो। इस समय ऑपरेशन में नेवी, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स तीनों सेनाओं का जॉइंट एक्शन, इसके बीच की सिनर्जी, इसने पाकिस्तान के छक्के छुड़ा दिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, आतंक की घटनाएं पहले भी देश में होते।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Name at serial number 1A, today's revised list of business.
श्री नित्यानंद राय
महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रमांक संख्या 1B पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभापटल पर रखता हूँ।
प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल।
महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज राज्यसभा की पुनर्निश्चित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के आगे 1C पर उल्लेखित कागज हिंदी और अंग्रेजी सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री BL वर्मा।
उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की राज्यसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 1 के भाग ग पर अपने नाम के सम्मुख अंकित प्रपत्र सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री नित्यानंद राय।
महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यावली में अपने सहयोगी श्री बंडी संजय कुमार गृह राज्य मंत्री के नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज 1E सभा पटल पे रखता हूँ।
श्री सुकांता मजुमदार।
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 6 in today's revised list of business.
Reports of the Committee on Empowerment of Women, Srimati Sudha Murthy.
Sir, I rise to lay on the table a copy of each in Hindi and English versions of the first and second report of the Committee on Empowerment of Women 2025-26 as listed against my name in today's list of business. To lay the following action taken reports, Hindi and English versions.
ऐसे तत्वों के विरुद्ध और दूरसंचार मंत्रालय ने गृह मंत्रालय के साथ मिलकर 4 या 5 कदम मुख्य रूप से हम लोग ने उठाए हैं। पहला कदम एक डिजिटल इंटेलिजेंस प्लेटफॉर्म हम लोग ने बनाया है, क्योंकि जब तक हम लोग सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक प्लेटफॉर्म में न लाएं, तब तक इस युद्ध की कार्यशैली पर सफलतापूर्वक कार्य हम नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो एक DIP डिजिटल इंटेलिजेंस प्लेटफॉर्म हमने स्थापित की है, जिसमें 620 संस्थाओं को हमने कोऑप्ट किया है। इसमें 570 बैंक्स, पूरे देश के प्राइवेट और पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स सभी को हमने कोऑप्ट किया है। 36 राज्यों के पुलिस संस्थाओं को हमने कोऑप्ट किया है और सारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज और टेलीकॉम सर्विस ऑपरेटर्स को भी हम लोग ने कोऑप्ट किया है। इसी के साथ आम नागरिक को भी इस युद्ध में हमने शामिल किया है। एक संचार साथी पोर्टल हम लोगों ने 16 मई 2023 को स्थापित किया था और मुझे खुशी है आपके द्वारा अध्यक्ष महोदय सदन को ये सूचित करते हुए कि 15.5 करोड़ हिट उस पोर्टल पे आए हैं और उस पोर्टल की सफलता के आधार पर एक ऐप भी, मोबाइल ऐप, एंड्रॉयड और iOS दोनों के लिए हम लोग ने 2025 में 17 जनवरी को स्थापित किया, जिस ऐप पे भी करीब 44 लाख हिट्स हो चुके हैं। और इस ऐप के आधार और पोर्टल के आधार पर इतनी सफलता हमें मिली है कि मोबाइल नंबर्स करीब 29 लाख हम लोग ने डिस्कनेक्ट किए हैं। मोबाइल हैंडसेट्स करीब 5.5 लाख हम लोग ने ब्लॉक किए हैं। बल्क SMS सेंडर्स 20,000 हम लोग ने ब्लॉक किए हैं और व्हाट्सएप अकाउंट्स करीब 24 लाख हम लोग ने ब्लॉक किए हैं। इसी के साथ एक और सुविधा इस ऐप पे दी गई है कि आप स्वयं अपना जो चुराया हुआ हैंडसेट है उसे आप ब्लॉक कर सकते हैं और पुलिस रिपोर्ट भी फाइल कर सकते हैं। कुल मिलाकर 35 लाख ऐसे रिपोर्ट्स फाइल किए गए हैं, जिसमें से 21 लाख मोबाइल हमारे ट्रेस हो चुके हैं और 21 लाख मोबाइल जो ट्रेस हुए हैं उनमें से 5,06,000 मोबाइल हम लोग ने रिट्रीव करके उपभोक्ता को वापस भी हम लोग ने पहुंचा दिया है अध्यक्ष महोदय। तीसरा हमने ये सुविधा भी हमने लगवाई है कि नो द मोबाइल कनेक्शंस इन योर नेम, क्योंकि कई बार ये होता है कि जैसे उदाहरण के तौर पे अखिलेश जी को मालूम भी नहीं पर इनके नाम पर कई मोबाइल कनेक्शन दोबारा कई और लोगों के द्वारा लिया गया है। तो ये अपने नाम को जब पोर्टल में इनपुट करेंगे तो सारे नंबर्स जो इनके नाम पे लिए गए हैं वो दर्शाए जाएंगे और अगर वो नंबर
The live proceedings of the Parliament, we crossed across to some big breaking news that's coming in. The United Nations Security Council Sanctions Monitoring Team has now reported that the Resistance Front twice claimed responsibility for the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, the Jammu and Kashmir, which had killed 26 civilians, and even published a photograph of the attack site in its 36th report. The terror associate groups, the UN team, also referenced claims that the attack could not have occurred without support from Pakistan-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Toiba. A major diplomatic win there as far as the UNSC mentioning Lashkar group is concerned. India has registered a major diplomatic win. The TRF in the UNSC report has been named when Pakistan heads for the body for this month. Remember, it is a big breakthrough as far as naming and shaming Pakistan is concerned. This time it is the UNSC who has openly called out Pakistan and the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a Pakistan-backed
group. A big breaking news, a big, in fact, a diplomatic win for India. We have the specific excerpt as well of the UNSC committee report, which says, and I quote, on April 22nd, 5 terrorists attacked a tourist spot in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. 26 civilians were killed. The attack was claimed at the same day by the Resistance Front, who in parallel published a photograph of the attack site. Meanwhile, they've also added that another member state said that the attack was carried out by TRF, which was synonymous with the LET. One member state rejected these views and said that the LET was defunct. We are also being joined on that note by Major General A.K. Sivaj, who's a defense expert. Also, I'm being joined by K.K. Sinha. Both of us are joining her on the broadcast on that note. Thank you so very much for speaking to Republic, joining us here. A.K. Sivaj, first to you. How do you simplify it to our viewers when we say the UNSC has named and shamed Pakistan on its committee report? Major General, it comes as a big breakthrough and a big diplomatic win, in fact, for India.
Absolutely correct. No doubt about it. It's a big diplomatic win. You see, Pakistan has been always denying that there is no involvement of Pakistan terrorist group or Pakistan direct involvement. But India has been telling it is the TRF, and the TRF, the Resistance Front, is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toba. They have owned up twice, and they have even claimed as to how did they kill these 26 innocent civilians. At the same time, the United Nations has now declared it as an international terrorist organization. And now this issue being raised in United Nations Security Council, and they pointing a finger toward the TRF and saying very openly that the TRF won't have done it without the help of Lashkar-e-Toba. And Lashkar-e-Toba, everyone knows, has got complete base in Pakistan, whether it is Lashkar-e-Toba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So I think it is a great victory as far as India is concerned. We have now completely exposed Pakistan, even in United Nations, that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. It is a nursery of terrorists, which trains, motivate, finance them and send it then to different countries. As far as Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the TRF, they are sending toward India, and terrorist Sunni militant like Jaish-e-Adal, they send it toward Iran. So the point today is that in spite that Pakistan today holding a chair in United Nations Security Council against terrorism, Pakistan is now shamed completely in front of the whole world that it is the Pakistan terrorist groups which were involved in the massacre in Pahalgam, and this Operation Sindoor, which was conducted by us, was basically in response to that. So I suppose Pakistan now stands completely isolated, and it's a high time two things should happen. One is that Financial Action Task Force should now downgrade Pakistan to a grey list, again put them on a grey list for money laundering and terrorist funding. And also the international communities and international body like United Nations Security Council should declare Pakistan as a terrorist state, because now majority of the countries are accepting that Pakistan is the hub center of terrorism, and the terrorism is emanating from Pakistan. But certainly one thing is very sure, Pakistan is now also claiming that they are victim of terrorism. But who created that terrorism in the first place? Exactly. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has been also created by Pakistan itself. So the point today is Pakistan is completely exposed in the world body, and the United Nations Security Council has pinpointed a finger toward Pakistan, saying that TRF won't have able to do this massacre without the help and support of Lashkar-e-Toba. And Lashkar-e-Toba is nothing else but proxy of Pakistan Army and ISI. So I suppose it's a great victory, and Pakistan, as on today, stands completely isolated.
Right, Major General A.K. Sivaj, I request you to please stay with me. I'm also being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha on the broadcast. But Major General, before I come to you, let's also have a quick look at that soundbite of the External Affairs Minister X. Shankar, where he had said in the past in Lok Sabha, where he mentioned how the TRF was listed as a terrorist organization after India's continued effort. And then I come across to Major General K.K. Sinha.
I also want, Honorable Speaker, sir, through you, to bring to the attention of the House a very interesting development pertaining to the TRF, the Resistance Front. When the Security Council was debating this on the 25th of April, and TRF had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack. Pakistan defended the TRF. Pakistan tried to get any mention of TRF excluded, and in fact the Pakistani foreign minister told his parliament that this is a great diplomatic achievement. Now, I mention it because today, again, thanks to our diplomacy, the TRF has been designated as a global terrorist organization by the US government, and the same Pakistani foreign minister who took so much pride saying, I defended the TRF, says, well, now if the US has done this, we accept it.
Right, I'm being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha on that. Major General, it comes as a big diplomatic win for India, not just because TRF and Lashkar-e-Toiba have been named, but also at a time, the statement of the UNSC comes at a time when Pakistan is actually heading it for this month.
Good morning and Jai Hind. The great victory for India, and especially when the debate on, pre-Operation Sindoor was in Parliament last 2 days. Operation Mahadev, that was a great success, and now you are in the morning, but bringing it out, I think it's the greatest success, and it is adding to the layer of successes what the India has been saying about the diplomatically we have got the TRF. First, we have to remember, when we have gone after the, Pahalgam attack, 22nd April 2005, in UNSC, there actually it was blocked by Pakistan, and they will manage because they were heading the United Nations Security Council. Sanction monitoring team, is also because they are there. They blocked it, and the foreign minister of Pakistan, actually claiming in their own parliament. This is exactly what our foreign minister was bringing out in parliament. They claim that they were able to block it, and it is not done by, it is an indigenous group. TRF is an indigenous group. This is what the line, and this is the line taken by the Chinese. When the TRF was launched, after 2019, after we carried out the, Balakot strike, because whatever has been covered by General Savage. But this is very important to, understand. In 2019, it came, and there was a major, a narrative creation in India by many people who are, it is an indigenous group which is fighting for and struggling for the liberation of Kashmir. This is the thing, their line has taken, and it has taken 2025, so many years, with a very, very hard diplomatic, fight on this. And United Nations Security Council have also played a double game in this. So now when we got it, because United States, if you remember, a few days back, in their United Nations, they, actually declared it. It's the first time United States, and that is the greatest victory, that the Total Resistance Front is a global terrorist organization. And it was also, during the SCO brought out there, and thereafter China also, more or less accepted it because they condemned after that. And that's why what is roller coaster is happening. United Nations Security Council now changed their stance, and Security Sanction Monitoring Team now declared it in the 36th report of theirs that it is a global terrorist organization. And this is exactly what, being briefed by the foreign minister in parliament. And he was saying what the Pakistan will taking the credit by their foreign minister in their parliament, that they have been able to block it, that the TRF is an Indian or indigenous group fighting for the liberation of Kashmir. Now, whole table has been turned, and a great, great diplomatic victory of India.
Absolutely, sir. Both of you, Major General K.K. Sinha and Major General A.K. Sivash, thank you very much for speaking to us this morning and sharing your views on that. It's indeed a major diplomatic win for India. Meanwhile, before we move out of the story, let's also get you that statement that the Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar had backed and made, where he had admitted that TRF's involvement in the Pahalgam attack was there and that he made an attempt to remove their name from the UNSC. Listen in.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं जी नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF।
Moving on, in a major crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir, major targeted killing attempt was foiled by the security forces in Jammu's Nagrota. Our colleague Simran brings you this report on what actually transpired.
Jammu and Kashmir police has foiled a major targeted killing plot by the terror groups and have recovered 3 Chinese and the Turkish pistols that were sent from across the border using the drone. Right now we are at the Nagrota police station where this recovery has been made, and the visuals that you see are of the vehicle of the terror associate that was carrying this consignment of weapons from Jammu to Srinagar, but has been timely acted upon by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And these visuals that you see from inside the Jammu's Nagrota police station, here you can clearly see that how the Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered this Etios vehicle in which a person named Azan was travelling in. He was the one who was carrying the consignment of weapons, 3 total pistols along with the 10 rounds. 2 rounds were used rounds, 8 were the live rounds that have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This was a Haryana number vehicle that has now been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that inside the police station, Azan is being questioned by the multiple agencies with regards to his involvement in carrying out the smuggling of weapons from the border areas of Jammu to Kashmir, because he was from the Srinagar and it is believed that the weapons were being taken to Srinagar. But based on the intelligence input, the operation was launched, and as we speak the operations are underway. The searches are being carried out in the area nearby, and also the questioning of Azan that is taking place inside the Nagrota police station. This consignment has been dropped using drone, because yesterday also we saw a drone dropping consignment that took place in the area of Kathua that was recovered by the border security force, that include half kilogram of narcotics believed to be heroin. So whether this was part of that consignment or something else, that is being worked upon. But now as we speak, the security forces are now carrying out the operations, the searches in the area, and as we speak the searches are underway and the security forces are carrying out the investigation of Azan as well.
Shifting our focus to some more breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Al-Qaeda terror module that has been busted in Gujarat. Now remember, this time a 30-year-old woman was arrested who is supposed to be the mastermind behind the Gujarat anti-terrorism squad in Bengaluru Hebbal area, after intelligence-based surveillance revealed that she was sharing radical content on Instagram and maintaining contact with the other terror modules. She's been taken into custody from her rental residence. She is now undergoing further investigation into her alleged role in promoting extremist ideologies. This, remember, comes at a time after the ATS had arrested 4 terrorists with alleged links to Al-Qaeda. The arrested accused have been identified as Mohammad Faiq from Delhi, Mohammad Fardeen from Ahmedabad, Saifullah Kursei from Modasa, and Zishan Ali from Noida. Picking up the latest response from the Gujarat Home Minister, let's listen into what Harsh Sanghvi has to say.
गुजरात ATS ने अल-कायदा इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के पहले 4 आतंकियों को गिरफ्तार किया है। कल एक और बड़ी सफलता गुजरात ATS को प्राप्त हुई है। एक महिला जो बेंगलुरु से है, ये आतंकी खास तौर पे हाईली रेडिकलाइज है, ऑनलाइन टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करती हैं। उसके बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पाकिस्तानी संपर्क भी उसके अलग अलग डिवाइसेस से मिले हैं। गुजरात ATS की ये प्रोएक्टिवली पुलिसिंग के माध्यम से 5 जितने महत्वपूर्ण ऑनलाइन टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करने वाले अल-कायदा इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के ये आतंकियों को गिरफ्तार करने में सफलता प्राप्त हुई है। मैं गुजरात ATS को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ।
All right, Gopi is joining me live from the newsroom. Gopi, we are awaiting that big press conference of the Gujarat ATS that is all set to be held at 12 noon today. What are we expecting as far as the press briefing is concerned?
In fact, new details have emerged. If you look at the connection of the kind of radicalized content which Shama Parveen was also posting on different social media platforms as well as WhatsApp group, a new link has emerged. In fact, what we are learning from our ATS sources is that she has strong connections. She has strong Pakistani connections. While if you look back when the 4 terrorists were nabbed from different parts of the country, the one who is based in Delhi, Mohammed Faiq, was also in a connection with 2 of the Pakistani content creators. So probably this is the common link which would be established by the Gujarat ATS, and in fact there were more than 20 people in one particular WhatsApp group, so more people are expected to be nabbed in this very case. But we have to wait what pans out during the press conference, which will be shortly addressed by the Gujarat ATS. But yes, there have been strong Pakistani connections which have been established by the Gujarat ATS as of now.
Right, Gopi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Let's also have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a major development in the Andhra Pradesh liquor scam during the YSRCP regime, the SIT has seized 11 crore in cash from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad. Varun Purushottam, listed as accused number 40 in the case, has confessed to his involvement and revealed explosive details. The scam, allegedly worth thousands of crores, points to the involvement of senior leaders of the YSRCP. A joint search and rescue operation is underway in Kullan in Jammu and Kashmir, where a bus carrying ITBP jawans plunged from the Kullan bridge into the river Sindh. The operation, led by SDRF Gandarbal, is focused not only on the rescue efforts but also on recovering weapons that went missing during the incident. In Gonda in Uttar Pradesh, one criminal was injured and another arrested during a police encounter in Karnalganj police station area. As a part of joint night checking operation, police recovered a motorcycle without a number plate, a bag containing gold and silver jewellery, 8,500 in cash, an illegal pistol and cartridges from their possession. Time for us to now slip into a short break. Getting you the details after the break is how Is My Trip has now pulled out as a sponsor for the India-Pakistan match. Will BCCI now act? Also building up to the big Operation Sindoor debate, round 2 in Rajya Sabha. The External Affairs Minister is likely to speak in a few hours from now.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है।
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer. later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000 मिसाइलों और आर्म्ड ड्रोन्स के भारत पर बहुत बड़ा हमला करने की कोशिश की। 1000 ये मिसाइलें।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Wednesday with me, Oyana Mitra. Our top focus this hour remains on the growing Asia Cup controversy as more and more voices are now coming out against the BCCI and echoing just one sentiment, that for us, it's always nation first and not cricket. We'll get you more on that, but first the headlines at 11:30. Big diplomatic win for India. United Nations Security Council statement exposes Pakistan, mentions TRF in its Pahalgam report. Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti announces that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India vs Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of Legends. M&S workers assault employees of a gaming zone over allowing school children to use the facility, faces backlash. The Operation Sindoor debate to resume in the Rajya Sabha shortly. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar to open the debate at 1 p.m. followed by JP Nadda at around 3, and Amit Shah is likely to deliver the concluding remarks. 2 Lashkar terrorists neutralized by forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after encounter broke earlier in the morning. And in one of its most anticipated missions in recent years, ISRO will launch NISAR, a sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with NASA from Sriharikota today. All right, let's start this edition with some breaking news coming in connection with the illegal betting app scam in which 29 celebrities have now been named, and now it is actor Prakash Raj who has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection with the illegal betting app case. Other actors who are under the ED radar include Rana Daggubati, Manchu Lakshmi and others who have been asked to appear for questioning before the central agency. Now remember viewers, this case had come to the fore after a 32-year-old businessman had complained and alleged that celebrities and influencers were promoting illegal betting and gambling apps through social media, leading to significant financial losses to the common man. Let's go across to Aneri, my colleague who joins me live from Hyderabad. Aneri, a very good afternoon. I beg your pardon, a very good morning to you. Tell us more about this case and what sort of interrogation is actor Prakash Raj going through as we speak?
Well, what we see is that now the Enforcement Directorate, which has issued summons and given dates to actors like Rana Daggubati, Vijay Devarkonda, Manchu Lakshmi and Prakash Raj earlier. Today is Prakash Raj who has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection with the illegal betting app case. Well, earlier it was Rana Daggubati who has asked for more time, and now what we see is that actor Prakash Raj has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning, and also at the same time what we see is that they will be questioning on the lines of their links for promoting these very betting apps, which Enforcement Directorate had booked the case based on the FIR that was booked by the Hyderabad City Police and also the Cyberabad Police. So based on that, the ED had booked the case, following which now we see that actor Prakash Raj has been called for questioning, and later in the coming days we will be seeing actors like Rana Daggubati, Vijay Devarkonda, Manchu Lakshmi who will be appearing for questioning at the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this illegal betting app case.
Yeah. Aneri, stay on with me because we're also learning that these celebrities were accused of endorsing these apps through social media and luring vulnerable individuals to invest in such platforms. So can you tell us a little bit about this alleged nexus that we are really looking into over here, and how all these other celebrities, like Rana Daggubati, Manchu Lakshmi, they are prominent faces in the film industry. People look up to them. How were they really running this network and promoting such illegal apps under the watch of the central agencies?
Well, what we see is that these actors have been promoting these illegal betting app cases, and following which we see that we have for promoting these betting apps, many people fall a prey of these apps and start investing into these apps, and then what we see is that they face financial difficulties, financial losses, and then they had gone ahead and filed a complaint, and now based on that complaint only we will be seeing that investigation will be taken up, and also whole of this nexus over the illegal betting app, because illegal betting apps are not allowed, and promoting these many big actors like Rana Daggubati, Vijay Devarkonda who have been promoting these, many people fall a prey of it, and that is the reason why we see that Enforcement Directorate will now be questioning the actors, and also the financial links also will be checked in.
Yep. All right, Aneri, I request you to stay on with us because we're getting in more breaking news from Hyderabad. The ED is currently raiding 8 locations across the city over the sheep distribution scam. Now, a money trail has led to several beneficiaries and middlemen through FIRs, I beg your pardon, mention a 2.1 crore rupees nexus, and a CAG report also pegs losses at over 1,000 crore rupees statewide. The audit report, in fact, also went on to found fake invoices, duplicate tags and payments to non-existent persons. Now, the ED has gathered key evidence pointing to a large-scale fraud. Let's go back to my colleague Aneri in Hyderabad. Aneri, give us the details of this case. What is the sheep distribution scam that we're talking about?
Well, what we see is that this sheep distribution scam is alleged that this was done during the BRS regime, and now the Enforcement Directorate has booked a case. And what we see is that the ED had conducted raids early in the morning at around 8 locations, where we see that this was in connection with the sheep distribution scam, and the money trail had led to many of the beneficiaries in this very case. And also it is being said that near about 2.1 crore is mentioned in the FIR. The gag pegs losses also involves a lot of money trails, and that is the reason why we see that the Enforcement Directorate had earlier in the morning conducted raids at near about 8 locations, and now further investigation will be underway into this matter.
All right, Aneri, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more breaking news coming in. This one is from the Parliament. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has written to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha to expunge LOP Rahul Gandhi's remarks during the Operation Sindoor debate yesterday. And we are learning that Nishikant Dubey has expressed discontent over Rahul Gandhi's statement and what he mentioned about the war that Indira Gandhi had led in 1962 during her regime, and BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has in fact claimed that Rahul Gandhi has made factually incorrect remarks during his statement. Let's listen in to that soundbite by the BJP MP.
सेक्शन 115 के तहत कंप्लेन किया है, उसमें ये कहता है कि कोई भी मंत्री या कोई भी सदस्य यदि पार्लियामेंट में गलत बयानी करता है तो आप उसमें सुधार सकते हो, सुधारने के लिए कह सकते हो, और यदि नहीं सुधरे तो उसके ऊपर प्रिविलेज का मामला हो सकता है। श्रीमती गांधी ने 1971 में आत्मसमर्पण किया, और चूंकि उन्होंने गलत बयानी की है, इसलिए मैंने नियम 115 के तहत माननीय स्पीकर साहब को कहा है कि इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करिए, उनके भाषण को एक्सपंज करिए या उनको माफी मांगने कहिए पार्लियामेंट में कि हमसे गलती हो गई, तथ्यात्मक ये चीजें हैं, और नहीं तो उनके ऊपर प्रिविलेज करिए। अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जेडी वेंस ने जब उनसे बात करने की कोशिश की और जब इन्होंने कॉल बैक किया तो उन्होंने कहा कि पाकिस्तान यदि हमारे ऊपर अटैक करेगा तो हम उससे दुगुने ताकत के साथ अटैक करेंगे। ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, ये इस तरह नहीं है कि छुप कर जो है आप कोई भी काम कर रहे हैं, चिट्ठी लिख रहे हैं, गिड़गिड़ा रहे हैं, आत्मसमर्पण कर रहे हैं, ये गांधी परिवार नहीं है। मैंने कल भी बोलते हुए कहा कि 62 के युद्ध में अमेरिका के साथ मिलकर नेहरू जी ने युद्ध किया।
And viewers, this has been our campaign story. Republic TV has been continuously echoing the sentiment and telling the world and nationally that the sentiment should always be nation first and not cricket first. This is in connection with the Asia Cup controversy. Now, in the latest development, Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti has announced that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing Championship of Legends. The decision, which was shared via a social media post, was framed around national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the Baisaran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. And on that note, we also would like to tell you that there's growing anger against the BCCI for absolutely maintaining stunning silence in the matter and taking no concrete action and putting cricket above the nation.
In fact, it was just 2 days ago, viewers, when it was AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi who in the Lok Sabha joined the opposition clamour against the upcoming India versus Pakistan match, voicing his discomfort with watching the Asia Cup match scheduled to be played 5 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. It was a very strong statement made by the AIMIM chief. Let's take a listen in.
मैं आपकी तरफ से हुकूमत से चंद सवालात करना चाहूंगा कि वजीर आजम ने कहा कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते, आतंकवाद और बातचीत एक साथ नहीं हो सकती। तो मेरा सवाल आपके जरिए से वजीर आजम और हुकूमत से यह है, फिर जिन इंसानों को बैसारा की वादी में मारा गया था, क्या आपका ज़मीर इस बात की इजाजत देता है कि आप ट्रेड बंद कर दिए, पाकिस्तान का एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे एयर स्पेस में नहीं आ सकता, उनकी कश्ती हमारे पानी में नहीं आ सकती, ट्रेड खत्म हो चुका है, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्टेड, आपका ज़मीर जिंदा क्यों नहीं है? किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं? 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं, ये कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे? मैडम, मेरा जमीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा। क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया, अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो? बड़ी अफसोस की बात है मैडम। मैडम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर है? पहलगाम किसने किया? 7.5 लाख हमारी फौज और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है, ये कहां से 4 चूहे घुसकर हमारे भारत के नागरिक को मारे? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर फिक्स होगी?
And shifting focus to what's been happening in Himachal Pradesh, monsoon fury continues to wreak havoc in the state. Flash floods, landslides and cloudbursts have caused devastation in districts like Mandi and Kullu. While the death toll continues to rise, rescue operations are now underway and hundreds remain stranded.
Flash floods turning deadly in Himachal's Mandi district. Heavy rains battered the area, claiming 3 lives, with 1 woman still missing. Several homes have been damaged.
जो हमारा लगभग 5 किलोमीटर का रेडियस है और खासकर ये लंबाई है जेल रोड वाला जो स्ट्रेच है और जो सैन मोहल्ला अस्पताल होते हुए सैन मोहल्ला जाता है, ये सारा एक तरीके से रेंज प्रभावित तो हुआ ही है। यहाँ पे खासकर जेल रोड के पास जो मोहल्ला है वहाँ पे 3 व्यक्ति कंफर्म डेड हैं, 1 व्यक्ति की तलाश जारी है, एक महिला की तलाश जारी है।
In Kullu district, the situation is equally grim. The district has reported 17 deaths so far. In the flood-hit area of Kullu, NDRF team conducted evacuation as villages remain submerged in slush and water.
जब से हमारी मानसून शुरू हुई है, अराउंड 48 करोड़ के लॉसेस अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स हुए हैं और अबाउट 50 लाख के इंडिविजुअल डैमेजेस हुए लोगों के घरों के, शेड्स के, और इसके साथ साथ बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है बट वी हैव हैड अबाउट 17 ह्यूमन लाइफ लॉसेस, जिसमें से एक हमारे यात्री श्रीखंड यात्रा में थे, 3 लोग हमारे सियून में फ्लैश फ्लड में थे, जिसमें से 2 अभी भी मिसिंग है। इसके साथ साथ हमारे हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी NHPC पार्वती 2 और PCL को जो रेला में फ्लैश फ्लड आया था उसमें काफी नुकसान हुआ।
A cloudburst in a village in Kullu wiped out 4 houses and 3 people and even shut down an entire hydropower plant. Meanwhile, an orange alert remains in place for Kullu, Mandi and Kangra. Over 200 roads are blocked across Himachal. The MET department warns of more heavy rains even as rescue teams race against time.
We slip into a very short break, but on the other side, 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized by the forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after an early morning encounter. And also, we'll get you the details of the most anticipated missions of ISRO, the launch of NISAR, which is scheduled from Sriharikota this afternoon.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05 in the morning.
India-born British economist Lord Meghnad Desai passed away in London at the age of 85 on Tuesday. Born in Vadodara in 1940, Desai earned his doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States on a scholarship in 1963. He later moved to London and joined the London School of Economics as a lecturer, later going on to become a professor and professor emeritus at the same institution. He served the London School of Economics for over 4 decades, during which he wrote more than 200 academic articles in journals and over 30 books. Desai specialized in macroeconomics and development studies and is credited with framing the Human Development Index along with other economists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes for Lord Desai, remembering him as a distinguished thinker, writer and economist who stayed rooted to India and Indian culture.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले अमोज थे।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these 2 states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
All right, let's go across to breaking developments coming in from the Supreme Court, where the top court of the country is now hearing a plea by Allahabad High Court Justice Yashwant Verma challenging the report of an in-house inquiry committee and former Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna's suggestion to move impeachment proceedings against him. This is a big hearing that is currently underway in the apex court of the country, and this comes after Justice Verma had claimed that he was not given a fair opportunity to defend himself against the charges brought before him by the committee before it issued its report. And as per the latest developments that we're picking up, it's senior advocate Kapil Sibal appearing for Justice Verma. And let's go across to our executive editor Rhythm Bharadwaj joining me on the phone line. Rhythm, take us through the details. What is happening in court?
Well, absolutely. We are hearing in the Supreme Court a challenge by Justice Yashwant Verma. There is a firecracker hearing happening where senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who's appearing for Justice Verma, is telling the court that the entire procedure of having the recommendations made by the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, for the removal of Justice Yashwant Verma was unconstitutional. He wants this entire in-house committee procedure to be relooked, and this is where Justice Datta is against. In fact, on one side, I'm actually listening to the hearing, and the bench is saying, why don't you challenge the procedure when you know the committee making a recommendation for the removal of justice was unconstitutional? Why did you not move then? So I'm thinking the Supreme Court is also asking very tough questions to Kapil Sibal in this case, who's also appearing, for Justice Yashwant Verma. On the other side, we're also hearing this in the hearing. We're seeing appearing for him, proper arguments being made by Kapil Sibal, who's also there, and other judges like Justice Datta is also there. We've also seen Mukul Rohde appear for Yashwant Verma and other people in this case.
Right. Rhythm, stay on with me and do tell us, looking at the observations of the bench, as you correctly mentioned, they're questioning senior advocate Kapil Sibal on why the petitioners didn't challenge the procedure back then, when in fact it was known that the committee was making a very specific recommendation for the removal of a sitting High Court judge. All right, we'll connect to our executive editor in just a short while from now as we track this case from the Supreme Court very, very closely. Viewers, remember Justice Yashwant Verma, who's a sitting Allahabad High Court judge, has claimed that he was absolutely not given a fair opportunity to defend himself in the biggest judicial scandal case that has come to fore in the recent past, and that he was not given the right to defend himself against the charges that have been leveled against him, brought before him, in fact, by the committee before it issued its report. And Justice Verma has in fact also gone on to argue, his counsel in fact has gone on to argue that the inquiry timelines were driven solely by the urge to conclude proceedings swiftly. Let's go back to my colleague Rhythm Bharadwaj on the phone line. Rhythm, as you were correctly mentioning, some very strong observations made by the bench of the Supreme Court, essentially questioning senior advocate Kapil Sibal on the fact that if they knew that if the committee was making a very strong recommendation to move impeachment proceedings against a sitting High Court judge, why was this not challenged earlier?
Absolutely. And now he's gone to the Judges Protection Act. I don't want to get into the technical points, but I just want to tell our viewers that the basic arguments now being raised by Justice Yashwant Verma, because he's realized the parliament is sitting and an impeachment motion is going to be moved. So they are making all sorts of efforts to the Supreme Court to try and stay the in-house committee removal that was done, and also recommendations made by the former Chief Justice. Also, at the same time, I want to tell you that the arguments that Sibal is reading out are pertaining to the Judges Protection Act, where he says the power is with the central or the state government to dismiss a judge.
Right. All right, Rhythm, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. We'll keep coming back to you as we track this case from the Supreme Court very, very closely. And let's slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll give you the details of the latest case of hooliganism that has come to the fore in Maharashtra. And it's once again M&S workers who have been exposed for their blatant show of Gundaism in the state. And also on the other side, we're building up to that resumption of the Operation Sindoor debate in the upper house of the parliament. It is External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar who's set to open the debate at 1 p.m. this afternoon.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
कुछ लोग जानबूझ करके कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकियों के आका, आतंकियों की जो व्यवस्थाएं जहां से होती है वो और उनके अड्डे, उनको हम ध्वस्त करना चाहते थे और हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह दिया था, हमने हमारा काम कर दिया है, हमने जो तय किया था पूरा कर दिया है। और इसलिए 6-7 मई को ऑपरेशन हमारा
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hinted at ignoring US Vice President J.D. Vance's offer of mediation for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor, President Donald Trump again claimed his role in the deal. To a question on whether India would pay tariffs of between 20-25% to the US, Trump said he thought so as Delhi ended the war with Pakistan at his request. Police teams from Madhya Pradesh are to be dispatched to West Bengal and Assam to ascertain the bona fides of some people from these two states living in Gwalior district. The city SP Robin Jain said that the process of identification of these people was still underway and action will follow if anyone was found to be living illegally. On the arrest of 2 Kerala nuns in Durg on suspicions of religion conversions and trafficking, BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the party's state unit reached out to the Chhattisgarh government, clarifying that the nuns were accompanying 3 adult girls with consent of their families and there was no trafficking issue.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and the focus remains on India versus Pakistan, be it at the WCL or the Asia Cup. Now, as far as the WCL is concerned, Ease My Trip has now pulled out saying that it will not be associated with the semi-finals. But the big question is, when will BCCI act? We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. India inches closer to getting TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. Ease My Trip pulls out of India versus Pakistan WCL 2025 semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Will BCCI now act? M&S workers assault gaming zone staff in Kalyan over school kids skipping class. Round 2 of Operation Sindoor debate in Rajya Sabha. EM to speak at 1 p.m. Shah to give concluding remarks.
After that, and the answers were two. One, such an attack was absolutely unacceptable. It crossed our red lines. There had to be severe consequences. And two, there had to be accountability and justice. There had to be accountability of the perpetrators, and they and their supporters had to be brought to justice. Now, the first clear message, sir, of India's anger, of our resolve, of our determination, was the decision taken by the Cabinet Committee on Security immediately, the day after, on 23rd of April. A number of steps were taken. Pakistani visas under SARC were cancelled. The mission was reduced in strength. The military advisors were expelled. But the most important decision was to hold the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, sir, there has been a lot of discussion in the House. Different members have expressed their opinion, as they should. But I think the importance of this step, it's necessary that the House understand and appreciate it. Because, sir, the Indus Waters Treaty in many ways is a very unique agreement. I cannot think of any agreement in the world where a country has allowed its major rivers to flow to the next country without having rights on that river. So it was an extraordinary agreement. And it's important when we have put it in abeyance to recall the history of this agreement. Now I know, sir, yesterday I heard some people are uncomfortable with history. They prefer that historical things are forgotten. Maybe it doesn't suit them, they only like to recall some things. So let me, for the benefit of the House, sir, mention 3 important observations which were made in Parliament on the issue of the Indus Waters Treaty. This was on November 30th, 1960. And the observations were made by the then Prime Minister on this subject. First, he says, I would like to know, is this House now to judge the quantum of supply of water or the quantum of money to be given? I confess I cannot judge it offhand. So the Prime Minister of India then is telling the Parliament, you cannot be a judge of the quantum of water. You should not be looking at how much money we are giving to Pakistan. That is not your business. Let me, sir, give you a second quote. The Prime Minister then goes on, sir, because many members objected to the Indus Waters Treaty. He says, honorable members have been saying that there was a partition. What has happened is none of our lookout. We should not give them anything. That is neither, now this is the Prime Minister's view, sir, then Prime Minister's view. That is neither a strictly legal, constitutional, or just approach to this problem. If we follow that approach, it would mean turning a great part of West Punjab into almost a wilderness. West Punjab is Pakistani Punjab. So the Prime Minister is saying, let us do this treaty because the Indian Parliament, the Indian government, the country should put the interests of Pakistani Punjab Sir, not a word about the interests of the Kisan of Kashmir. Of the people of Punjab.
Please take your seat. Mr. Jairam Ramesh, nothing is going on record. Please, nothing is going on record. सिर्फ माननीय विदेश मंत्री की बातें ही रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही हैं.
Not a word about Rajasthan, not a word about Himachal, but it is turning a great part of
Please take your seat.
Punjab.
Take your seat.
Sorry, sir, you can't be attributing like this.
Into almost a wilderness.
He's lying here.
Sir, please take your seat.
He's not lying.
सीट पर बैठ करके बोलना सही नहीं है, आप जानते हैं.
Sir, then I'll give you the third quote.
Please.
He now says, because people are saying, you are paying money. We felt that in the circumstances, this is the right payment, and we purchased a settlement, if you like. We purchased peace, and it is good for both countries. 1960, sir, he says he purchased peace. We did not purchase peace, sir. It was a purchase of appeasement, because within 1 year, the same Prime Minister accepted that with Pakistan there was no peace. Now, sir, I hear some noises across the bench. I would be very happy to submit, sir, the Prime Minister's speech in the record of the Lok Sabha and keep it on the table. Now, I mention this, sir, because that very treaty.
Please.
That very treaty.
आपका opportunity आएगा, आप बोलें अपनी बात को, please.
That very treaty mentions in the preamble that the Indus Waters Treaty is done in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Sir, since 1960, we have had neither goodwill nor friendship. We've had terrorism, we've had attacks on our population, we've had wars. Such a treaty had to be dealt with, and this government dealt with it. सभापति महोदय, मैं एक बार और दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि उनको फिक्र थी पाकिस्तानी पंजाब, उनको फिक्र जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के किसानों पर नहीं थी, उनको सर फिक्र राजस्थान के किसानों की नहीं थी, उनको फिक्र हिमाचल पर नहीं थी.
रुचि जी, right to speak. No, please.
और
you'll get your opportunity to speak, please.
उनका कहना था कि संसद का ना हक है कि कितना पानी जाए ना कितना पैसा जाए. और सर जो वो कहते हैं कि हमने ये शांति की कीमत थी, नहीं सर, ये तुष्टीकरण की कीमत थी. अब सर
please. We
sir grew up with the belief that nothing can be done.
Please.
Sir, we were told.
Please.
We were told for 60 years.
आपको मौका मिलेगा, आप बोले, please.
Sir, we were told for 60 years that nothing can be done. Pandit Nehru's mistakes cannot be corrected. The Narendra Modi government shows it can be corrected. Like Article 370 was corrected. The Indus Waters Treaty is being corrected. It will be held in abeyance until Pakistan irrevocably gives up its support of terrorism. Sir, we had won. We had warned that blood and water cannot flow together. Today, we are demonstrating that what we say we will do, blood and water will not flow together. Now, sir, let me come to Operation Sindoor. The goals of Operation Sindoor were spelled out very clearly within half an hour of the operation commencing, and it was stated very directly that the objective of Operation Sindoor was hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. It was also said that our actions are focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature, and we are living up to a commitment, I will come to that commitment, sir, in the UN Security Council, that those responsible for the attack will be held accountable. Now, sir, the House knows that India has faced a special cross-border challenge, not today, not for 10 years, not for 25 years, from 1947. That from few months after our independence, the cross-border terrorism started when so-called tribal invaders were sent across and they came into Jammu and Kashmir. And from that time, sir, we have had to lead the global fight against terrorism. There is no country in the world, especially I would say after 1980s, there is no country in the world which has had to suffer the kind of terrorism, which has taken the kind of casualties we have, which has seen, so many states, so many facilities, so many people attacked in this inhumane manner. But sir, if we have to shape global thinking, if we have to convince others, we must be clear ourselves. And again, I refer to history. Because, why do I refer to history? Because what was decided in the past, it's not a debating point. The decisions of the past have an impact on the present, have an impact even on the future. We inherit a thinking about us, we inherit a policy, we inherit actions. So, we have to see what actually was the record. Now the reality, sir, was, if you look for that decade before the Modi government came to power, we have had a series of attacks. And this is well known in Mumbai in 2006, because this attack is particularly important. 187 people died.
Please.
In 2000,
you cannot dictate what he will speak. No. Please, let him speak. He will speak. Only this will go on record.
2008.
आपको जब अपना मौका मिलेगा तो बोले, आप दूसरे को बोलने से रोक नहीं सकते. प्लीज आप बोले, आपकी बात ही रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी. आप खुद अपना पक्ष रखते हैं, दूसरा सुनने को तैयार नहीं. प्लीज.
In 2007, 44 people died in Hyderabad. In 2008, the Mumbai attacks of 26/11, the world still remembers it. 246 people died. In Jaipur in 2008, 64 people died. In Ahmedabad in 2008, 57 people died. In Delhi, sir, I am a person from Delhi. I remember the bomb blast which took place in 2008. So, we went through a series of attacks. Now, why am I reminding the House of this? I am reminding...
Please, Mr. John Britas, please take your seat.
I am reminding the House because when major terrorist incident happened, the world watched how did India respond. And the world drew lessons. So, how did we respond? After 2006, I refer to the Mumbai train bombing. July 2006 was the bombing. In September 2006, within 3 months, we had a meeting in Havana where it was agreed between the Prime Ministers of India and Pakistan. Instead of holding Pakistan responsible, we said we condemn all acts of terrorism and agree that it's a scourge that needs to be dealt with. And by the way, we will resume our composite dialogue. Now, there are two important points which flow out of it, and they're relevant because this shapes the world's perception of how India is likely to respond. It shaped the world's perception that within 3 months, you are actually equating the victim and the perpetrator. And in a move away from what was agreed to in January 2004 between Prime Minister Vajpayee and General Musharraf, where Pakistanis had assured us that their territory and territory under their control will not be used to attack us. Now we are saying, yes, terrorism happened. It happened 3 months ago. A lot of people died in Mumbai. But fine, we will go on with the composite dialogue. So this, sir, started shaping the thinking of the world about India's response to terrorism. Now, if this was not bad enough, it was actually Mumbai, 26/11. Now, there is not a single person in this house, not a single person in this country who will ever forget or forgive 26/11. Now, in the case of Mumbai, sir, Mumbai attack happened November 2008. By July 2009, there is a meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh. And in Sharm el-Sheikh, I remind the House, sir, it was agreed terrorism is the main threat to both countries. Both countries. I mean, that guy does that attack. And we say terrorism is a threat to both countries. Action on terrorism should not be linked to composite dialogue. And of all things, sir, there was an astounding connection to Balochistan. I mean, we are allowing the Pakistanis to imply as though we are doing something wrong out there. And this is not just a statement, sir. It is coming after the most horrific attack in Mumbai just a few months ago. Now, the thinking behind this, sir, because I have to recall history to remind the House how much has changed in the last 10 years. The thinking behind this, I quote from the book of the National Security Advisor of the UPA government. He says the simple answer to why India did not immediately attack Pakistan is that after examining the options at the highest levels of the government, the decision makers concluded that more was to be gained from not attacking Pakistan than from attacking. So, sir, this is the thinking. So, I sir, want to today when we are hearing talk hyphenation. Sir, these are people who are self-hyphenating themselves. They are telling Pakistan, you and I are the same level. We are both victims. So they did not need anybody in America or anywhere else to hyphenate them. They were doing it themselves. And most important, sir, they had routinized, they had normalized terrorism. They made out, हाँ terrorism हो गया, but चलिए dialogue के लिए चले जाते हैं. हर बार सर इतनी बड़ी घटना होती है, मुंबई 26/11 होती, ट्रेन बॉम्बिंग होती है, कुछ महीने बाद आप कहते हैं नहीं ठीक है वो हो गया, चलिए बात के लिए चलते. अब आप ही बताइए सर, दुनिया आपको सीरियसली कैसे लेगी? आप दुनिया क्या सोचेगी? और आप सर जो 2004 में जो तय हुआ कि उनके यहाँ से कुछ भी होगा तो जिम्मेदारी उनकी होगी, आप तो भूल गए उसको.
प्लीज चेयर पर बैठकर ना बोलना, ये सदन की परंपरा नहीं है. मेरा सबसे अनुरोध होगा, आप सबको मौका मिलेगा, अपना पक्ष रखेंगे. प्लीज.
अब सर मैं समझाना चाहूंगा कि पिछले दशक में क्या बदला. नरेंद्र मोदी के सरकार में आतंकवाद के बारे में क्या बदला? एक सर के आतंकवाद, टेररिज्म, अब हम लोग सर इसमें
माननीय गृह मंत्री के बयान के अलावा कोई और चीज रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रही है.
सर
माननीय विदेश मंत्री, सॉरी, करेक्टेड विदेश मंत्री, प्लीज.
Let me tell you, sir, what has changed in the last decade. And I will keep it very sharp and short. Number one, we have been able to put terrorism on the global agenda. We have every forum, BRICS ho, Quad ho, SCO ho, bilateral ho. Today, if terrorism is on the global agenda, it is due to the efforts of the Modi government. Number two, sir, we were able to get Masood Azhar and Abdul Rahman Makki, two notorious terrorists, sanctions placed under the sanctions of the UN Security Council 1267. 3, sir. We were, some years ago, members of the Security Council. We were able to hold a Security Council meeting at the venue of terrorism attack, that is the Taj in Mumbai. That event had a huge impact about global consciousness on terrorism. Fourth, we were able, through bilateral agreements and understandings, get back terrorists from key countries who have been sent back to India under extradition agreements. And I remind you here, sir, that Tahavur Rana, who was wanted for 2611, finally has been brought back by the Modi government to India, who is today facing trial in this country.
Please.
We have exerted.
Please listen peacefully. Sanjay ji, please listen. Please listen.
We have exerted huge pressure on Pakistan through the FATF process. We have convened and we actually had a conference of no money for terror. We have today joined this effort at blocking, identifying financials of terrorists. We were, sir, able to get the Resistance Front listed as a global terrorist organization. And, sir, I would like to inform the House that the monitoring team of the UN has submitted its 36th report of the Analytical Support and Sanctions Team. And it mentions, this has just been received, so it is made public today. For the first time, the United Nations report mentions the Resistance Front, TRF, saying that member states have noted that one member state said the Pahalgam attack could not have happened without Lashkar-e-Taiba support, and there was a relationship between LET and TRF. Another member state said attack was carried out by TRF, which is synonymous with LET, and it mentions that Pakistan actually opposed it and said LET was defunct. So we were able to get into UN a recognition that TRF today is a proxy for the LET and is responsible for Pahalgam. Now, sir, sometimes it is asked, saying, well, these are declarations, what do they matter? They matter, sir, because they shape global opinion. And again, I want to say, what is the change? Because change only comes out through contrast. Yesterday, sir, one honorable member made a reference to BRICS. We just had a BRICS meeting. For the first time, we were able, in a BRICS meeting, to get an explicit reference to a terrorist incident. It says here, the BRICS countries, sir, that we condemn in the strongest terms the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir on 22 April, and we reaffirm our commitment to combating terrorism in all forms and manifestations, including cross-border terrorism. Now, sir, I want to draw a contrast to tell you the change of the last decade. In 2009, there was a BRICS meeting. It was the first BRICS meeting after the Mumbai 2611 attack. There is not even a reference to Mumbai in that BRICS committee. All it says is, we strongly condemn terrorism in all forms and manifestations, reiterate that it has no justification. So today, sir, when people say, okay, where was Indian diplomacy? Indian diplomacy has been successful in getting America to declare TRF as a global terrorist organization, in getting the UN Security Council monitoring team to accept that TRF today is a terrorist entity, in getting BRICS, which is composed of some very difficult countries, to getting BRICS even to recognize the seriousness of Pahalgam and to say, and sir, when people say cross-border terrorism, what border do they mean? Does this have to be spelled out? So the point is that in the last decade, there has been a huge change in India's approach to terrorism, and this change on the ground was demonstrated in Uri, after Uri, in our surgical strike. It was demonstrated in 2019 in the airstrike, and it is today, sir, demonstrated through Operation Sindoor. Now, sir, when Operation Sindoor commenced, a number of countries were in touch with us. I'll speak about that in some detail. Why do countries contact you? Do they want to know what is happening, what is your thinking, how serious is it, how long would it go? And to all the countries, we gave the same message. We gave the message that India is exercising the right to defend itself. We, sir, gave the message that the targets which were selected and hit on the 7th of May are known terrorist headquarters and infrastructure. So some of them, for example, Bhavalpur, is associated with the murder of an American reporter called Daniel Pearl. So the world is aware of this. We gave a message, sir, that we were not open to any mediation, that anything now between us and Pakistan would only be bilateral. We gave a message that we will not accept nuclear blackmail, that whatever talk there may be about nuclear danger, that will not deter us from going ahead with Operation Sindoor. We gave a message that we are now responding to Pakistani attacks and we will keep responding, and if that fighting is to stop, Pakistan must make a request, and that request can only come through the channel of the DGMO. Now, as I said, sir, a number of countries spoke to us. There was, I think, particular interest in the House about the conversations with the United States. So let me share a few words there, sir. So first of all, it is somehow being implied that talking to the United States or being in touch with the United States is itself a problem. Now the fact is, over a period of time, if you look at our history, you look at world history, countries contact each other at such times. And look at ourselves. I will not talk about what happened in 1962. What were the letters written after 1962? Because even today it hurts me to read what Pandit Nehru wrote to John Kennedy after 1962. But let me refer to 1971. That when the fighting started, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi writes to President Nixon that in this hour of danger, the government and the people of India seek your understanding and urge you to persuade Pakistan to desist forthwith from the policy of wanton.
Please, nothing will go on record. Sanjay ji, baith jaiye, please. You speak.
From the policy of wanton aggression and military adventurism that they have unfortunately embarked on. May I request Your Excellency to exercise your undoubted influence with the government of Pakistan to stop their aggressive activities against India.
Please let him speak. आप उनकी बात सुने आपको मौका मिलेगा जवाब देंगे. प्लीज हर बार खड़ा होकर डिस्टर्ब. संजय जी, ये गलत परंपरा है. आप अपनी बात करते हैं, दूसरे की बात सुनने को तैयार नहीं है. प्लीज ये जिम्मेदार आचरण नहीं है. ये संसदीय मर्यादा नहीं है. आप अपनी बात कहेंगे, दूसरे की बात सुनने को तैयार नहीं है. बिल्कुल नहीं. आपकी इच्छा अनुसार कोई बात कहेगा. प्लीज शक्ति सिंह जी बैठे. आपने अपनी बात कही, दूसरे पक्ष को सुनिए. प्लीज आप बोलिए. Nothing will go on record. Please,
now let me come to what were the contacts between India and the United States. So on the 9th of May, Vice President Vance called up the Prime Minister to warn him that there was, in the American assessment, a massive Pakistani attack which would come in the next few hours. Prime Minister listened and made it very clear that if anything like that happens, it would get a fitting and appropriate response from our side. Now, a few hours later, that happened. And then, sir, that fitting and appropriate response also happened. And that fitting and appropriate response disabled the entire Pakistani air defense system and rendered all their main airfields inoperative. Now, at this stage, we started getting calls saying we think that the Pakistanis are ready to stop fighting. So,
please,
Secretary
please.
Rubio come.
No, Mr. Surjewala, not allowed, please.
So,
please speak. So that will go on the record.
The response which we gave, anybody who spoke to us was that the Pakistani side has to make a request, and that request has to come through the DGM. No, wait, no, I'll tell you, sit down, I'll tell you who called. Now, sir, I want to make three things clear. One, there was no leader, nobody anywhere in the world who asked India to stop its operations. This is something the Prime Minister also said. Number two, there was no linkage with trade. No, I'll tell you. So there is no linkage of trade. There was no linkage of trade in any of those conversations. And there was no cause between Prime Minister and President Trump. Now,
nothing is going on record. Mr. Surjewala, please don't disturb them. Please. Please, nothing is going on record. Please.
So I think if honorable members will sit down and allow me to continue.
Please.
During this period, as I said, we had a number of conversations with different countries. We had conversations with the US, we had a conversation with the EU, we had a conversation with Saudi Arabia, and I want to say this. All the calls which I got are actually on record. They are on my social media record. So it was on the 10th of May, we got calls from US, we got calls from Saudi Arabia, we got calls from a few other countries. Most
नहीं आप इस तरह नहीं प्लीज आप इस तरह आचरण
So the point is, to everybody the answer was the same. The answer was, if the Pakistanis want to stop fighting, the Pakistanis have to request us. The Pakistanis have to request us through the DGMO channel, and that, sir, is exactly what happened. Now, sir, I would like
Mr. माननीय शक्ति सिंह जी प्लीज आप बैठ जाए, आप बैठे, संजय जी बैठे प्लीज, आप बोले, आपकी बात रिकॉर्ड की जाती है.
Sir, I would like to share what is the response. Sir,
आप डिसऑर्डर मत क्रिएट करें प्लीज. एज पर रूल्स, गो बाय रूल्स. शक्ति सिंह जी, आप कुछ भी बोले, आप अपनी बात कुछ भी रखें, दूसरे की बात न सुने, सही नहीं है. प्लीज मर्यादित आचरण रखिए प्लीज.
Sir, I would like to respond to I would like to share with the House how the world responded to this. One, sir, it's very important for the House to recognize that the UN Security Council passed a statement.
Please. Mr. Jairam Ramesh, please take your seat.
Jairam Ramesh, sorry sir, I should address the remarks to you. सर, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, वो कान खोल के सुन लें कि 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं.
प्लीज, ये सही परंपरा नहीं. आप अपनी बात कहें और दूसरे पक्ष की बात न सुने। ये लोकतांत्रिक मर्यादा के अनुरूप नहीं है। आप सब लोग धैर्य से सुने, प्लीज प्लीज। आप बोले।
सर, अगर now if we come to how the world responded, I think
प्लीज नहीं, रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा है। आप दूसरे की बात सुनने को तैयार नहीं है, आप दूसरा पक्ष सुनते नहीं है। प्लीज, आप अपना पक्ष कहते हैं, दूसरे का भी सुनिए, प्लीज प्लीज।
In terms of the UN, in terms of the global response, I think most noteworthy was the UN Security Council statement. That statement was very noteworthy because Pakistan was a member of the council. We are not members of the council. Despite not being members of the council, we were able to get the UN Security Council to issue a statement.
बार मैं आपसे अनुरोध कर रहा हूँ, कृपया सीट पर बैठकर इस तरह से न चिल्लाएं, न कमेंट्री करें। मैं अनुरोध कर रहा हूँ, डू नॉट फोर्स मी, प्लीज। प्लीज प्लीज असंसदीय शब्दों का इस्तेमाल न करें, प्लीज बैठ जाइए। आप बोले, प्लीज।
So the UN Security Council on the 25th of April, और ये सर आप सोचे कि हम सदस्य नहीं थे, पाकिस्तान सदस्य था, उसके बावजूद our diplomacy was able to get the UN Security Council to issue a statement underlying the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of Pahalgam act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice. Now, not only that, sir, in this period, if you look, because a lot of comments were made yesterday, how good was Indian diplomacy? आपके कितने लोगों को समझा पाए, कितने लोगों को उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग सपोर्ट क्या थी? Sir, we had a statement from Quad, we had a statement from BRICS. वो बहुत अलग-अलग ग्रुप थे, but yet Quad was specific in condemning the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and repeating the call of the UN Security Council to bring the perpetrators and organizers to justice without any delay. In the case of BRICS, so the very BRICS which after Mumbai 26/11 could not even use the word cross-border terrorism. आप लोग डिप्लोमेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, आपने मुंबई की बात उठाई नहीं वहाँ। अब वो लोग जो मुंबई पे चुप रहे, आज सर ज्ञान दे रहे कि हम लोगों को क्या करना चाहिए। और अगर आप ब्रिक्स में देखें, BRICS has a specific reference to cross-border movement of terrorists, terrorism finances and safe havens. Sir, आगे देखें सर, we were able to get Central Asian countries. Please. We were able to get Central Asian countries to oppose providing safe haven using terrorist proxies for cross-border terrorism financing. We were able to give Indian Ocean rim countries. We were able to get Germany. We were able to get France. We were able to get European Union. We were able to get Russia. Sir, अगर आप रशिया का देखें, President Putin has said that this brutal crime has no justification whatsoever and its perpetrators will face a deserved punishment. So, sir, I want to say that in terms of diplomatic support, we were able to get a wide range of countries, including our neighbors. Every one of our neighbors, barring Pakistan, issued a statement expressing solidarity, condemning Pahalgam. So, a lot of them said explicitly that people should be brought to justice. So, I do want to say that in terms of diplomatic understanding of what was happening, that
let me speak. In such kind of noise, it's all people are on this matter. No. आप सभी लोग एक साथ खड़े होंगे। मैं पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर किसको अलाउ करूं? क्यों ना? प्लीज Please. Yes, Sushmita ji, tell me. Honorable Minister, just a minute. You tell me. Point
Sir, Rule 240, irrelevance or repetition. The chairman, after having called attention of the council to the sir, he is repeating everything that is...
Honorable Minister, it's irrelevant. Please. Please take your seats. Honorable Minister.
ठीक है सर, डिस्टर्ब नहीं होते।
आप कंटिन्यू करिए।
सर डिस्टर्ब वो लोग होते हैं सर, वो डिस्टर्ब वो लोग होते हैं जब सर हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, सच्चाई की बात करते हैं, रिकॉर्ड की बात करते हैं, जब तुलना होती है तो बहुत डिस्टर्ब होते हैं, तो सबको समझना चाहिए। सर lot of questions. So questions have been raised about how Operation Sindoor progressed. I don't want to say very much. I just make 4 points. One, anybody who wants to see, who wants to judge what was the success of Operation Sindoor, please go to YouTube and look at the funerals which were taking place in Pakistan. When you see whose funeral, who's attending, you get the answer. Number 2, if you are still not satisfied, please go to YouTube again and please look at the pictures of Pakistani airfields. Please look at the Pakistani airfields. Please see the destruction of Pakistani airfields and you will see how successful Operation Sindoor was. Now, sir, there were 2 great centers of terrorism. 2 great centers of terrorism. दुनिया जानती है सर, हम सब लोग जानते हैं। पिछले 25 साल से सब जानते हैं सर, भावलपुर और मुरीद के, they have been the biggest centers of terrorism directed against India. Today, sir, Bhavalpur and Murid are reduced to dust.
Point of order, disorder create करने के लिए I am not interested. Please, Honorable Minister, मेरे से रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी, आप अपनी जगह बैठ जाएं, आपको बोलने का जब मौका आएगा अपनी बात कहेंगे. No, equality. Please.
So, sir, I want to say this.
Nothing is going on record your
For decades, Bhavalpur and Murid were considered the biggest centers of terrorism, not just in Pakistan, for global terrorism. So let me tell you, when we hit Bhavalpur and Murid, the whole world thanked us for what we did. We did a global service. When we reduced it to dust, when those funerals were taking place, when people came to cry over those dead terrorists lying around, that was the success of Operation Sindoor. Now, sir, sometimes people are determinedly skeptical because if government does something, wo us side baithe hain, they cannot bring themselves to believe it. So I want, sir, to quote from people who are involved on the other side. So Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says, our armed forces were prepared to act at 4:30 in the morning after Fajr prayers to teach a lesson. But before that hour even arrived, India once again launched a missile attack using BrahMos, targeting various provinces of Pakistan, including the airport in Rawalpindi and other places. This is the Prime Minister of Pakistan admitting. People are skeptical. कि भाई success हुआ नहीं हुआ. Now, he says again, sir, General Munir called me on secure line and said India's ballistic missiles have hit the Noor Khan air base. So when people ask, sir, what brought end to fighting? What brought cessation of fighting? Sir, the Indian armed forces did not require anybody else. The Indian armed forces achieved that. Anybody, I want to say this, sir. Anybody who says that some other party brought this about is disrespecting the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian Armed Forces ensured this. It was our bombing, it was our strikes, it was our destruction of the airfields. That is what happened on 10th May. That is why the phone call came. That is why they said, okay, we are now willing to accept this. So I think when people, for scoring political points, should not get so carried away that they then decry the great achievements of the Indian Armed Forces for which we are all gathered here. I mean, how low can your politics go? So, sir, I want, sir, to now come to where we are. Now, I used, sir, the word new normal. I understand there were some objections. Some people thought it's not the right word. I will rephrase it, sir. There are two normals. There is a Congress normal, which I spoke about, and there is a Modi normal. Okay? And let me tell you, sir, what is the Modi normal? The Modi normal is terrorists are not proxies. Number two, cross-border terrorism will get appropriate response in our way at our time. Three, talks and terror will not go together. If there are talks, it will only be about terror. Number four, we will not give in to nuclear blackmail. And number five, terrorism and good neighborliness cannot go together. And therefore, sir, blood and water will not flow together. And I know some members raised some issues about it, but I want to say, dams may have taken years to build before. This is Modi government, things are different, you will see the change on the ground. And again I repeat, blood and water will not flow. Now, sir, some issues have been raised in the debate. With your indulgence, I would like to address some of them. Many of them related to China. That there is a China-Pakistan nexus. And today, sir, people are offering great wisdom on China. In fact, some people have even said that I am not that well versed on China. Sir, I've only spent 41 years in foreign service, only been the longest serving ambassador. But sir, there are China gurus now. One, sir, is honorable member sitting across me, whose affection for China is so great, sir, उन्होंने एक संधि बना ली थी चाइना और इंडिया की, चिंडिया। तो इतनी मोहब्बत थी सर कि उसको संधि बना ली थी। अब सर इनको छोड़िए, इनके अलावा एक और चाइना गुरु है। अब सर अब ऐसा है सर, जयराम जी सर, हो सकता है कि चाइना पर मेरे यहाँ से कुछ कमी हो, क्योंकि सर वन, I did not get China teaching by going to Olympics. किसी ने मुझे बुलाया नहीं सर. I was not a special person. तो कुछ लोग जो हैं उनका चाइना ज्ञान जो है ओलंपिक्स जाने से हुआ। अब सर कभी-कभी अब सर जब ओलंपिक्स में गए किनसे मिले और क्या हस्ताक्षर किया उसकी तो बात ही नहीं करते। और सर जो मिले वो खाली चाइना से नहीं थे सर, कहीं और से भी थे। तो उसको मैं छोड़ देता हूँ सर, मैं बात नहीं करता उसके बारे में। पर सर कभी-कभी क्या होता है कि जब ओलंपिक्स की क्लासरूम होती है ना, जब ओलंपिक्स की क्लासरूम होती है कहीं सर कुछ बातें छूट जाती तो प्राइवेट ट्यूशन भी लेना पड़ता है। तो ये प्राइवेट ट्यूशन चाइनीज एम्बेसडर से लेते हैं, तो चाइनीज एम्बेसडर को घर में बुला के प्राइवेट ट्यूशन लेते हैं। तो अब ये चाइना गुरु का कहना है सर कि चाइना पाकिस्तान आज बहुत नज़दीक आ गए। सर है, हकीकत है, पर कैसे पास आए सर, कैसे नज़दीक आए? नज़दीक आए क्योंकि हम लोगों ने बीच में पीओके की धरती छोड़ दी थी। हम लोगों ने सर ये चाइना पाकिस्तान की बात कब से शुरू हुई? 62-63 से शुरू। 63 में पाकिस्तान ने चाइना को शशगम वैली दिया। 67 में काराकोरम हाईवे की प्लानिंग शुरू हुई। 88 में काराकोरम हाईवे खत्म हुई सर। 88 में 86 आप जानते हैं सर किसकी सरकार थी। 67 में पाकिस्तान चाइना का मिलिट्री कोऑपरेशन 67 में शुरू हुआ सर। और न्यूक्लियर कोलैबोरेशन 76 10 साल बाद। तो जब सर यहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री पाकिस्तान और चाइना 80s में जा रहे थे और कह रहे थे कि इन दोनों के साथ समझौता होने वाले हैं, दैट वाज द वेरी टाइम व्हेन द न्यूक्लियर कोलैबोरेशन वाज एट इट्स हाइट। अब आगे बढ़िए सर। 2005 में पाकिस्तान ट्रीटी ऑफ फ्रेंडशिप, पाकिस्तान चाइना ट्रीटी ऑफ फ्रेंडशिप। 2006 में पाकिस्तान चाइना फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट। 2013 में ग्वादर पोर्ट की ट्रांसफर। 2005 में हम्बनटोटा पर हस्ताक्षर। 2008 में काम शुरू हो। तो जब आज बात करते हैं सर कि चाइना पाकिस्तान नजदीक आ गया है सर, हमें पता है, हकीकत, हम इसके साथ डील कर। पर यह कहना कि ये अचानक हो गया और मैं चेतावनी दे रहा हूं और किसी को पता नहीं है, साहब आप हिस्ट्री क्लास में सो रहे थे,
आपको को पता है।
तो
इसके
अब सर मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ, आप जो चेतावनी दे रहे हैं सर, वो 10 साल, वो यूपीए के दशक में देखिए क्या हुआ। और मैं जानता हूं सर, उस चाइना को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर बनाया, घोषित किया गया सर, स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर। सर हमारे यहाँ एक जनरल थे, ईस्टर्न कमान के जनरल थे, जब मैं राजदूत था चाइना में, उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि देखिए मैं फौज का आदमी हूँ, मेरे लिए सब ब्लैक वाइट होना चाहिए, आप मुझे समझाइए कि ये पड़ोसी जो आज भी हमारे धरती पर इसकी क्लेम है, जिसके साथ हमारी युद्ध हो चुकी है, जिसके साथ रोज तनाव है, इसको आप स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर कैसे घोषित कर सकते हैं? और मैंने कहा कि भाई मैं डिप्लोमेट हूं, पर मैं भी हैरान, मेरे पास भी एक्सप्लेनेशन नहीं था, क्योंकि सर ये आया कहीं और से। देखिए इस दशक में और क्या हुआ। इस दशक में 2006 में सर इस दशक में 2006 में रीजनल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट।
बैठकर कमेंट्री न करें, कोई बात रिकॉर्ड पे आपकी नहीं जा रही।
सर 3G 4G चाइनीज कंपनीज ने यहाँ उनको निमंत्रण किया कि भाई आप आइए, 3G 4G बसाई कर यहाँ बसाई।
रीजनल ट्रेड
सर 2006 में जब प्रेसिडेंट हू जिनताओ भारत आए थे, उस समय निर्णय हुआ कि हम चाइना के साथ रीजनल ट्रेडिंग एग्रीमेंट FTA जैसे करेंगे। इसके लिए टास्क फोर्स की घोषणा हुई, टास्क फोर्स ने रिकमेंडेशन दिया और वो फिर आपने टेलीकॉम
Please take your seat. Please. No, you cannot.
Telecom.
When your opportunity comes, you speak. No.
टेलीकॉम जैसे सेंसिटिव क्षेत्रों में चाइनीज कंपनीज को आपने निमंत्रित किया। फिर सम्मान पर आज सर
Mr. John Britas, please take your seat.
आज सर लोग राष्ट्र सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं। सर सबसे बड़ा नुकसान सर हमारे लिए।
प्लीज टेक योर सीट। सही रिकॉर्ड पे जा रहा है, बैठ करके प्लीज। आप खुद स्वतः खड़े होकर कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकते, आप प्लीज फॉलो द रूल्स। प्लीज आप बोले, आप बोले।
अगर समुद्री क्षेत्र में सर, अगर समुद्री क्षेत्र में भारत को कहीं पिछले 20 साल में कहीं नुकसान पहुंचा है,
आपको मौका आएगा तो बोलेंगे, आप डिस्टर्ब ना करें। आपको मौका आएगा बोलिएगा, प्लीज।
सर अगर
आपको मिल चुका है आपकी पार्टी को, प्लीज डू नॉट डिस्टर्ब, प्लीज।
अगर समुद्री क्षेत्र में भारत भारत को पिछले 20 साल में कहीं नुकसान, कहीं चोट पहुंची है सर। सबसे बड़ी चोट जो है हम्बान टोटा बंदरगाह बनने के कारण, और ये सब 2005 में तय हुआ। और आप हैरान होंगे सर कि जब 5 और 8 के बीच में ये बंदरगाह बनाई गई, और उस समय सर आपको पता सरकार ने क्या कहा कि हमारे लिए ये चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये बात उठाई गई थी, इस सदन में उठाई गई थी। इस सदन में जवाब दिया गया कि हमारे लिए ये विषय नहीं। और सर नेपाल की बात करते हैं लोग, आप जानते हैं सर कि पहला एग्रीमेंट हथियार देने का चीन से नेपाल 2008 में तब तय हुआ जब सरकार पलट गई नेपाल में। ग्वादार को देखिए सर, 2013 में चाइना ने वहां ऑपरेशन शुरू किया। तो आज सर जो चाइना गुरु हमें ज्ञान देते हैं, चाइना गुरु ज्ञान देते हैं कि भाई ये कुछ होने वाला है, ये दोनों जुड़े हैं। अरे कैसे जुड़े, किसके समय में जुड़े, किसने जुड़ाया? और आप जब ओलंपिक गए, आप किन किन से मिले इसको डिस्कस करने? सर कल वो अभी तो बैठे नहीं हैं सर, हमारे माननीय संसद सदस्य चिदम्बरम जी, उन्होंने कहा सर, उन्होंने पूछा मेरे से कि आप चाइना गए तो आपने क्या डिस्कस किया? सर मैं चाइना गया, whatever I said, whatever I did was public, it was open, it was clear. Sir, I discussed terrorism, I discussed de-escalation, I discussed restrictions on trade which China has put. I made it clear that relations with China will develop only on the basis of 3 mutuals: mutual interest, mutual sensitivity, mutual respect. Sir, please listen. You are not allowing him to speak. No, you are disturbing. Please, sir. No, please. Because उन लोगों की आदत है. I want to make one clear. Unlike some other people, I had no secret meetings. I did no secret agreements. ये मैंने नहीं किया. वो खाली ओलंपिक वाले करते, वो नॉर्मल लोग नहीं करते. चाइना गुरु किया. चाइना गुरु करते. अब सर ये पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर की बात हो रही थी. ये कुछ लोगों का मत था कि भाई कब रिकवर होगा, और जैसे राजनाथ जी ने कहा सर कि हमें पूरा विश्वास है सर कि एक दिन जरूर होगा, और ये सदन की सोच भी है. ये खाली मेरी सोच नहीं है, ना सरकार की सोच, ये पूरे सदन, पूरे देश की सोच है. पर मैं सर एक बार आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, हम कहते हैं 47, 48, 49 में बात बनी सर, पर सर 63 में नेगोशिएशंस हुए इस पे. 65 में हाजीपीर की बात हुई सर, लौटाया गया. 72 में जो जमीन जो हमारे हाथ में था वो भी लौटाया गया. तो आज जब लोग पूछ रहे, जिनके मन में कभी कल्पना नहीं थी कि भागलपुर और मुरीद के गिराएंगे, जिन्होंने कहा कि बेस्ट वे ऑफ डीलिंग विद मुंबई इज इनएक्शन, that we should not go to war because that is not attack Pakistan, because better option than attacking Pakistan. वो लोग सब पूछ रहे हैं पीओके के बारे में. कैसा सवाल है उनसे? और सर यूएस और पाकिस्तान की भी बात कहीं जिक्र हुई सर. यूएस और पाकिस्तान, अब सर ये कोई सीक्रेट नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान के बारे में हमारी सोच कुछ और है, अमेरिका की सोच कुछ और है. ये आज की बात नहीं है. So historically, we have had a different view, we have had different policy, we have had different interests, and it has been a problem between India and United States. Not today, not between this government and that administration, previous government and then administration also. I have been in the room, sir. I have been in the room when America was taking up the case of General Musharraf and asking for concessions on Kashmir. So I want to say this, that on this issue, we have a national policy. No mediation is a national policy. Bilateral dealing is a national policy. I hope today terror, no talks without, that is no terror, only then talks will also be a national policy, and everybody will agree. So it is not the first time that we have had differences with the United States. So there were some other questions which were raised about US. You know, have we stood up and taken up various issues? Sir, I would like to inform the House through you, sir. Every issue that we have had with the United States, we have had no hesitation taking up. We took up deportations. Today, we do not have that problem. We took up visas. We took up the cause of students. Now, Mr. Chidambaram requested whether we should take up Harvard, sir. मैं तो JNU का पढ़ा हूँ, sir. मैं Harvard का नहीं हूँ. So I hesitated to take up Harvard. And sir, I want to say this. Today, we are negotiating a trade agreement. Why are we negotiating a trade agreement? Because we have national interest at heart. We have national interest at heart and we are negotiating a trade agreement that will serve our national interest. So there should be no doubt that this government is fully committed to our national interest. We have the ability to stand up to wherever we have to, on whichever issue we have to. So what is important today for the House to recognize is Operation Sindoor today is a well-considered, thought-through response. It was a response to this barbaric attack in Pahalgam, but today it has become the basis for a new policy. That basis, what I called the new normal, the Modi normal, is something which has been communicated very clearly to Pakistan and to the world. And finally, sir, let me end my remarks with a very, very sincere expression of appreciation for all the members of Parliament and for those outside Parliament as well, who joined the parliamentary delegations. I think each one of them, sir, each one of them, whether it is Shashi Tharoor ji, whether it is Kanimori ji, whether it is Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, Baijan Panda ji, Sanjay Jha ji, sir, Supriya Sole ji, or Shrikant Shinde ji, sir. Every one of them and all the members, every member took a united stand abroad. They did our country proud. Yes. They answered all doubts. And I can tell you from every country, they visited 33 countries. Yeah, John, yes, John, you know, I thank you too. So, sir, I don't want to read out everybody's name. I would like to read out, but sir, samay ki seema hai. But again, I want to say this, sir, very, very sincerely, that they have done a great national service. They showed a united spirit, and we hope that that is the spirit with which the nation will support Operation Sindoor. Thank you, sir.
Dola Sen ji, please. आप बंगला में बोलेंगी, please. Please speak. No, nothing is good. Please, you speak. You speak.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir, for giving me chance to speak on this subject. And thanks to my party, All India Trinamool Congress, and our respected leader, Honorable Mamata Banerjee, for giving me opportunity to speak. I will try to deliver my speech in Bangla, our beloved mother language. খুবই দুর্ভাগ্যের বিষয় স্যার যে বিরোধীরা দাবি করা সত্ত্বেও সংসদে স্পেশাল সেশন না হলেও শেষ পর্যন্ত 3 মাস পরে সংসদের অধিবেশন
Well, that was External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar detailing India's response and also the Pahalgam terror attack, what exactly happened and what followed on the diplomatic front as well as on the battlefield. He clearly dispelled all the rumors and all the claims made by Donald Trump that he brokered the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, saying that there was no call held between PM Modi and President Trump. The ceasefire negotiations happened on the DGMO level, thereby clearing the air for the nth time, even as the opposition comes out claiming that Donald Trump has been time and again claiming credit for the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. But Jaishankar, they're making it very clear that US did not broker the ceasefire. Let's also listen in to Jaishankar's speech on Operation Sindoor.
We had warned that blood and water cannot flow together. Today, we are demonstrating that what we say we will do, blood and water will not flow together. Now, sir, let me come to Operation Sindoor. The goals of Operation Sindoor were spelled out very clearly within half an hour of the operation commencing, and it was stated very directly that the objective of Operation Sindoor was hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. It was also said that our actions are focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature, and we are living up to a commitment, I will come to that commitment, sir, in the UN Security Council, that those responsible for the attack will be held accountable. Mention 3 important observations which were made in Parliament on the issue of the Indus Waters Treaty. This was on November 30th, 1960. And the observations were made by the then Prime Minister on this subject. First, he says, I would like to know, is this House now to judge the quantum of supply of water or the quantum of money to be given? I confess I cannot judge it offhand. So the Prime Minister of India then is telling the Parliament, you cannot be a judge of the quantum of water. You should not be looking at how much money we are giving to Pakistan. That is not your business. Let me, sir, give you a second quote. The Prime Minister then goes on, sir, because many members objected to the Indus Waters Treaty. He says, honorable members have been saying that there was a partition. What has happened is none of our lookout. We should not give them anything. That is neither, now this is the Prime Minister's view, sir, then Prime Minister's view. That is neither a strictly legal, constitutional, or just approach to this problem. If we follow that approach, it would mean turning a great part of West Punjab into almost a wilderness. West Punjab is Pakistani Punjab. So the Prime Minister is saying, let us do this treaty because the Indian Parliament, the Indian government, the country should put the interests of Pakistani Punjab. So not a word about the interests of the Kisan of Kashmir, not a word about Rajasthan, not a word about Himachal, but it is turning a great part of West Punjab. Then I'll give you the third quote. Please. He now says, because people are saying, you are paying money. We felt that in the circumstances, this is the right payment, and we purchased a settlement, if you like. We purchased peace, and it is good for both countries. 1960, sir, he says he purchased peace. We did not purchase peace, sir. It was a purchase of appeasement, because within 1 year, the same Prime Minister accepted that with Pakistan there was no peace. That very treaty mentions in the preamble that the Indus Waters Treaty is done in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Sir, since 1960, we have had neither goodwill nor friendship. We've had terrorism, we've had attacks on our population, we've had wars. Such a treaty had to be dealt with, and this government dealt with it.
Meanwhile, viewers, we are also getting in exclusive responses from the Parliament on External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar's statement. Let's listen in.
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो प्रणीति। आज जो उन्होंने बोला उससे सारा देश आहत हुआ है। सिंदूर को तमाशा कहना मतलब उन वीर योद्धाओं ने जिन्होंने अपना प्राण अर्पण इस मातृभूमि की रक्षण के लिए किया है, उनको आप उनके मुंह पे तमाचा मार रहे हो। जो 25 लोगों ने अपने परिजनों को खोया है, उन माताओं के ऊपर आप आक्षेप कर रहे हो। मैं निश्चित रूप से प्रणीति जी के इस बयान का निषेध करना चाहूँगा, कड़ी शब्दों में निंदा करना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने ऐसी बात कही। शायद उनके ग्रहों में राहु बैठा हुआ है, राहु बैठा हुआ है जो उनसे ये सारी बातें करवा रहा है। निश्चित रूप से आप अगर थोड़ी भी संवेदना रखती है तो आप उन सैनिकों की और इन माताओं की माफी मांगिए जिनके सिंदूर को आपने तमाशा कहने का काम कहा।
एक और बात है ऋषिल, आप मानते हैं कि होम मिनिस्टर ने और प्रधानमंत्री ने विपक्ष को आईना दिखाया कि कैसे विपक्ष की गलतियां रही हैं, पूर्व में यूपीए की गलतियां रही हैं, जिसकी वजह से आज उनको ये कहने का भी हक नहीं है कि पीओके क्यों नहीं भारत ले पा रहा है।
देखिए, जिनके वजह से पीओके बना, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर उनके शासनकाल में बना, सरकार उनकी थी, और जिन नीतियों का वो आधार देके बात कर रहे थे, उन्हीं नीतियों के वजह से ही आज हमें उनके साथ लड़ना पड़ रहा है। भारत का एक अविभाज्य घटक आज पाकिस्तान के कब्जे में है। उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि उन्होंने जो नीतियां बनाई उसका खामियाजा आज भी देश भुगत रहा है, और उसको कल पार्लियामेंट में उजागर किया गया। अगर आप हमारी तरफ उंगलियां दिखाओगे तो आपका इतिहास वैसे ही है जिसका उदाहरण आज पार्लियामेंट में कल प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी ने दिया है।
Viewers, the UN Security Council's sanctions monitoring team has reported that the Resistance Front, TRF, which is an LET offshoot, twice claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, which killed at least 26 civilians, and even published a photograph of the attack site. And in its 36th report, terror associate groups, the UN team also referenced claims that the attack could not have occurred without support from Pakistan-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now viewers, let's also listen in to that statement of the Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar on TRF's involvement in the Pahalgam attack.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कही नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ। आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Meanwhile, we are also tracking in the latest responses from the Parliament on UNSC report. Let's listen in.
See, this is what Prime Minister Modi ji was speaking yesterday, and this was a well choreographed attack and very well planned for months and months, and finally it's out, and it's biggest win for Modi ji, for our armed force and for India. तो मैं बहुत खुश हूँ as a parliamentarian, as a citizen of this country, and for those family जो innocently सब लोग जो oppositions इसको कुछ अलग कह रहे थे, अलग दिशा में ले जा रहे थे this attack को, उन opposition को एक बहुत बड़ा जवाब मिला है। And finally whatever the words spoken to us yesterday my Prime Minister Modi ji, आज वो सारी बातें आपके पास officially आ गई है। So it's a big win पूरी दुनिया के सामने फॉर आवर कंट्री। हमारे भारत की आज बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई।
Do you also see that it's not only a diplomatic win but also slap on the opposition party leaders, especially who were stating that Pakistan, that how they were continuously asking that how government can say that Pakistan is involved in terror?
It's sad. No, not today. Now they have to answer, and definitely we're going to ask in Parliament ki why. Now reply on this, and definitely we'll raise the question on this, and where opposition has to come out and talk front of the country and say sorry कि यस भी हम लोग राजनीति, हर बात की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। मोदी ही नफरत में, मोदी जी के हेट्रेड में हम लोग सारी सीमाओं को लांघ जाते हैं, उनको ये बताना पड़ेगा।
One last question, Mr. Kishan, do you think that the India-Pakistan match should happen because the sponsors are also backing out by stating terror and the sports can't go hand in hand?
Of course yes, मैं तो यही कहना चाहूँगा कि जब तक ये और ये बातें बहुत साफ है हमारी तरफ से, बातचीत करनी चाहिए और क्लियरली उसको देखना, और ये बातें हमारे आला नेता जरूर लेंगे, तब मैं इस पर
Yeah, some big breaking news coming in, viewers. The Supreme Court has reserved the judgment on the writ petition filed by Justice Yashwant Verma challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the case at home, in the cash at home scandal, as well as the then Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation made to the President and the Prime Minister for Justice Verma's removal. In fact, we also have our Executive Editor Legal, Ridham Bharadwaj, joining us live on the phone line. Ridham, the Supreme Court has questioned why weren't, aspersions raised on the in-house panel report prior to this particular hearing. And they're saying that why is it that you're raking it up right now?
Absolutely, and I think the biggest point, Deepak, that's being made by the top court of the country is this not only should have been made earlier, but it's clear if the Chief Justice of India, the former Supreme Court Chief Justice, Justice Khanna, made these recommendations, then as a leader and someone who's a leader in the nation, as the Chief Justice of India, he had a responsibility to do so, because several times in a hearing that saw several back and forth between Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal and Justice Datta, there were several times that Justice Datta kept telling him, you should have come to us earlier, you cannot be raising these points now. There was cash. When Kapil Sibal said, whom does the cash belong to? This is something that Justice Datta took offense to, because whom the cash belongs to was not even in the purview of the in-house committee. Very, very clearly, a hearing that has seen fireworks today as well as yesterday, representing Justice Yashwant Verma in the Supreme Court today, we saw Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal, Mukul Rohatgi, Siddharth Luthra, senior advocates, all of them appear. However, now the judgment, the order has been reserved. We have to see what the Supreme Court says, but it's quite clear that they could be reluctant to interfere once the former Chief Justice of India has given his recommendations to the Parliament that he does believe that there should be either the resignation of the former Justice Verma to have been taken place or the removal of Justice Verma.
Right, Ridham, thank you for joining me with those details. Let's now cut across to more breaking news that's coming in, viewers. Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti has announced that the company will not be associated with the much-anticipated India versus Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of Legends. And the decision, shared via a social media post, was framed around national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The ex-post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the scenic Baisaran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti has now put out a post saying that he will not be associated. The sponsors have started pulling out. The nation is outraged, but the BCCI, meanwhile, continues to remain silent. And we also have cricketers who are taking part in the WCL also putting out messages on social media and also putting out videos claiming that they will not play cricket with Pakistan come what may. And this is in line with national interest. And the sponsors have also started pulling out. A nation-first approach taken by Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti. And he has put that out clearly in his social media post. And viewers, just 2 days back, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also joined the opposition clamour against the upcoming India-Pakistan match in the Asia Cup 2025, voicing his discomfort with watching the Asia Cup match scheduled to be played 5 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. Let's listen into what Owaisi said in the parliament.
मैं आपकी तरफ से हुकूमत से चंद सवालात करना चाहूंगा कि वजीर आजम ने कहा कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते, आतंकवाद और बातचीत एक साथ नहीं हो सकती। तो मेरा सवाल आपके जरिए से वजीर आजम और हुकूमत से यह है, फिर जिन इंसानों को बैसारा की वादी में मारा गया था, क्या आपका ज़मीर इस बात की इजाजत देता है कि आप ट्रेड बंद कर दिए, पाकिस्तान का एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे एयर स्पेस में नहीं आ सकता, उनकी कश्ती हमारे पानी में नहीं आ सकती, ट्रेड खत्म हो चुका है डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्टेड, आपका जमीर जिंदा क्यों नहीं है? किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं? 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं, यह कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे? मैडम, मेरा जमीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा। क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया, अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो? बड़ी अफसोस की बात है मैडम। मैडम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर है? पहलगाम किसने किया? 7.5 लाख हमारी फौज और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है। ये कहां से 4 चूहे घुसकर हमारे भारत के नागरिक को मारे? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर फिक्स होगी?
In fact, we have callers also tuning in and also dialing us to express their opinions. We have Janki joining us live from Hyderabad. Janki, the Ease My Trip co-founder has now pulled out. He has said that he will not be associated with the WCL because India and Pakistan are in the semi-finals. The match will not be played. Your opinions on BCCI's silence on Asia Cup?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, Janki, I can hear you. Please go on.
Yes. I am Janki Devi from Hyderabad.
Yes.
From the first day onwards, Pakistan is an enemy of India. So, for enemy, we should not give any scope for anything, either for entertainment, playing, politics, living. So, no bread and water should go together.
That's right, ma'am. Blood and water cannot flow together, and cricket and terror also cannot go hand in hand. In fact, we have more callers joining us. The numbers are on the bottom of your screens, but many thanks, Janki, for joining in with your opinions. And the lines are open, viewers. Please call in and express your outrage, which will help us wake BCCI up from its deep slumber, because it seems like the BCCI and its silence is now haunting. It has drawn massive ire from across the country, and the people are asking, why is the BCCI not putting nation first? Why is the BCCI silent? What is it that's taking BCCI so long to speak on the India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash? In fact, we have Ramdas also joining us from Chennai. Ramdas, BCCI's silence is haunting. The WCL has seen sponsors pulling out. But what do you think about BCCI silence at this moment?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Yeah. I'm very much upset with the BCCI stand on playing cricket with Pakistan. And they should not play anything, any sport, whether it's hockey, cricket, women's cricket, anything. They should not play anything with the Pakistan. Cut all the ties with the Pakistan. Nation first is important than any other thing. This is my view.
That's right, Ramdas. Thank you for joining in with your view. In fact, Pakistan had recently put out a statement, PCB had put out a statement saying that politics should not be pulled into sports. But let's remind our viewers what exactly happened with the Sri Lankan team when it was playing Pakistan, because the Sri Lankan team was also attacked by terrorists. And despite such proof from the past, Pakistan continues to say, let's not politicize the game of sports that we all like. But the fact of the matter is, Pakistan continues to sponsor terror. And recently as well, in Pahalgam, 26 innocents were killed in a cold-blooded fashion. In fact, we have Kiran joining us from Nizamabad. Yes, Kiran, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Kiran, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
सर, ये जो बीसीसीआई का फैसला है, ये बहुत गलत फैसला है सर. इसको दोबारा चेक करना चाहिए था.
That's right, Kiran. And what do you think about its silence when the entire nation is coming together and they're saying that we should not play a match with Pakistan or any sporting event for that matter? Why is the BCCI taking so much time to put nation first?
वही बात सर, वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. इतना हादसा होने के बाद भी बीसीसीआई और अपना प्रशासन कुछ ऐसा ही बात कर रहा है कि हम क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए किसके बदौलत पे अपन मजबूर है कि मालूम नहीं पड़ रहा है. All India want to no cricket play to Pakistan.
That's right, Kiran. The entire nation is now outraged. It is outraged because BCCI is not uttering a single word. And when we confronted Mr. Shukla, he had nothing to say. He ran away to his car. And we also have some responses coming in, viewers, because the BCCI silence has drawn massive ire and the silence is outrageous, but the Nationalist Collective will not stay quiet on this. We will raise our voice, and so should you, viewers. We asked Nationalist Collective members to share their views on the India-Pakistan cricket match. Here's what Anjan Subbarao from Bengaluru had to say on this.
Nation security is
foremost important than cricket with Pakistan. We should avoid any game or any sort of commerce with Pakistan till they bow down and say bye to terrorism.
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break now. On the other side, Prakash Raj has been summoned in the illegal betting case, and the Enforcement Directorate's heat continues to mount on popular actors. Along with that, we'll also tell you more about India inching closer to get TRF sanctioned as UNSC monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. Stay tuned for more on the other side.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000 मिसाइलों और आर्म्ड ड्रोन्स के भारत पर बहुत बड़ा
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched Rajnath Singh ji का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindoor began at 1:05.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का।
Such an attack was absolutely unacceptable. It crossed our red lines. There had to be severe consequences. There had to be accountability of the perpetrators, and they and their supporters had to be brought to justice.
External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar opens the debate on Operation Sindoor in Rajya Sabha. He says that Pakistan had crossed the red line with Pahalgam attack.
सर, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, वो कान खोल के सुन लें। 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
External Affairs Minister reiterates in Rajya Sabha no call happened between Prime Minister Modi and the United States President Donald Trump between April 22nd and June 17th. India inches closer to get TRF sanction at the United Nations Security Council. Monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. Here's my trip pulls out of India versus Pakistan WCL sponsorship 2025 semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Will BCCI now act? Gujarat ATS arrests the key conspirator behind Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent affiliated terror module. The accused, identified as 30-year-old Shama Praveen, was arrested in Bengaluru. Prakash Raj, actor turned politician, appears before the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal betting app case. Probe underway. Starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with honor killing that has taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu. A chilling case of honor killing has been reported from Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi district. A 23-year-old IT professional, Kavan, was allegedly murdered by the brother of the girl that he was in an alleged relationship with over an inter-caste relationship. Now, we learned that the victim had returned home to take his ailing grandfather to the hospital. That is where the girl had worked. Initial details just coming in. Chilling detail, in fact, of honor killing that has just come to light from the state of Tamil Nadu. Sharda is joining us live from Chennai on that. Sharda, what is this case all about? Why was the victim, a 23-year-old, murdered by the girl that he loved?
Well, as you know, there was intercaste involved in this, and over the community clash, the girl's brother killed the boy who was in love with his sister, while the family claims that the boy had forced the girl into a relationship. There's been multiple proofs showing the two have been in good relationship from school and that they have been in love together, and that when they wanted to get married, the girl's family, especially her parents who are working as sub-inspectors of police in the state of Tamil Nadu, did not agree to this. And while they tried to take an action, the boys did not agree, and the boy's family decided to go ahead with marriage and proposed for a marriage to the girl's family, following which Surjit, the girl's brother, murdered him in the daylight broadly in Thoothukudi district, where he was killed with a machete while driving his bike. Well, Surjit was a pillion rider, Surjit had taken Kavan, stating that they would have a small talk with the family. However, the one who had taken him had killed him blatantly in daylight. Now the boy's parents have stated that they will not retrieve the remains of the body from the Tuticorin Government General Hospital, stating that the police had now just suspended the parents but have not arrested them, and being sub-inspectors of police, they seem to have some power over this particular case, and the parents are now fighting over it. However, it is not moved legally. A communal party that is part of that particular family, especially being the boy being Dalit, the political party is now going to take it forward, and a major protest is to be held tomorrow in Thoothukudi.
Right, Sharda, thank you very much for getting us those details, keeping a very close watch on that story. But for now, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Jammu police foiled a major targeted killing attempt with the arrest of a man named Azan in the Nargota area, recovering 3 pistols, Chinese and Turkish-made, and ammunition that were reportedly dropped via drone. A vehicle with a Haryana registration number was also seized during the operation, indicating a larger network behind the planned attack. In Mumbai's Kalyan area, MNS workers led by local leader assaulted employees of a gaming zone, accusing them of allowing school children in uniform to skip the school and spend stolen money at the facility. He alleged that the children were bringing money from their home without their parents' knowledge and loitering in the gaming zone during school hours. During a heated exchange, the MNS worker slapped an employee who claimed helplessness. A suspected Maoist terrorist, Shama Praveen, originally from Jharkhand and linked to the banned Ulfa outfit, was arrested by the Gujarat anti-terrorists cell in Bengaluru. She is wanted in Assam for her alleged involvement in cases of kidnapping, murder and terror activities. After being produced in the court in Bengaluru, the ATS obtained a transit warning and took her into custody for further interrogation. Monsoon fury has continued to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Flash floods, landslides and cloudbursts have caused devastation in districts like Mandi, Kullu, while the death toll has risen. Rescue operations are underway and hundreds remain stranded. Here's a report on that.
Flash floods turning deadly in Himachal's Mandi district. Heavy rains battered the area, claiming 3 lives, with 1 woman still missing. Several homes have been damaged.
जो हमारा लगभग 5 किलोमीटर का रेडियस है और खासकर ये लंबाई है जेल रोड वाला जो स्ट्रेच है और जो सैन मोहल्ला अस्पताल होते हुए सैन मोहल्ला जाता है, ये सारा एक तरीके से रेंज प्रभावित तो हुआ ही है। यहाँ पे खासकर जेल रोड के पास जो मोहल्ला है वहाँ पे 3 व्यक्ति कंफर्म डेड हैं। 1 व्यक्ति की तलाश जारी है, 1 महिला की तलाश जारी है।
In Kullu district, the situation is equally grim. The district has reported 17 deaths so far. In the flood-hit area of Kullu, NDRF team conducted evacuation as villages remain submerged in slush and water.
जब से हमारी मॉनसून शुरू हुई है, अराउंड 48 करोड़ के लॉसेस अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स हुए हैं और अबाउट 50 लाख के इंडिविजुअल डैमेजेस हुए हैं लोगों के घरों के, शेड्स के और इसके साथ साथ बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है, बट वी हैव हैड अबाउट 17 ह्यूमन लाइफ लॉसेस, जिसमें से एक हमारे यात्री श्रीखंड यात्रा में थे। 3 लोग हमारे सियून में फ्लैश फ्लड में थे, जिसमें से 2 अभी भी मिसिंग हैं। इसके साथ साथ हमारे हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी NHPC पार्वती 2 और PCL को जो रेला में फ्लैश फ्लड आया था उसमें काफी नुकसान हुआ।
A cloudburst in a village in Kullu wiped out 4 houses and 3 people and even shut down an entire hydropower plant. Meanwhile, an orange alert remains in place for Kullu, Mandi and Kangra. Over 200 roads are blocked across Himachal. The MET department warns of more heavy rains even as rescue teams race against time.
Moving on, 2 terrorists were gunned down in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch this morning, days after security forces shot dead the terrorists involved in the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. The terrorists, it is learned, were affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Toiba terror outfit. Union Home Minister, meanwhile, told the parliament during a debate on Operation Sindoor yesterday that the 3 terrorists killed in Operation Mahadev, Suleiman, Afghan and Jibran, are the killers, are the butchers who shot dead innocents in cold blood in Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley.
ऑपरेशन महादेव जो कल एक हुआ है, इसकी जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कल ऑपरेशन महादेव में सुलेमान उर्फे फैजल जट, अफगान और जिब्रान 3 आतंकवादी सेना सीआरपीएफ और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के संयुक्त अभियान में ऑपरेशन महादेव में मारे गए। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो सुलेमान है, ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तोयबा का कमांडर था। पहलगाम हमले में और गगनगिर आतंकी हमले में वो लिप्त था। इसके ढेर सारे सबूत हमारी एजेंसियों के पास है। अफगान ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था और जिब्रान भी ए ग्रेड आतंकवादी था। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने बैसरन घाटी में हमारे प्रवासियों को, नागरिकों को मारा था, ये तीनों आतंकवादी ये थे और तीनों मारे गए।
Right now we are at the same location where joint security forces conducted Operation Mahadev, and you can see here in the visuals, these are the dense forests where security forces have conducted Operation Mahadev, where highly trained 3 Lashkar terrorists were neutralized by the joint security forces. Also you can see here in the visuals, this is the location, and these are the trains where we have seen that in the operation that the 3 highly trained terrorists were neutralized. Also we have seen that the US made an AK series.
All right, shifting our focus to breaking news that's coming in. Street dog menace is continuing in several parts of the state of the country. This time, this incident has come to light from Gurugram, where unprovoked, a woman walking on the streets has been attacked brutally by a dog who is seen not as a street dog this time, but as a dog who is a domestic dog, has been seen brutally attacking the woman. We'll get the video in just a short while from now, but this is a case that has come to light from Gurugram, extremely gut-wrenching. This case is about a woman who was attacked by a dog inside a very posh society in Gurugram. The pet dog attacked the woman while she was taking a walk inside the society. It was completely unprovoked, ladies and gentlemen. The woman who narrowly escaped with her life after people being present there intervened and shoot the dog away. She also sustained major injuries after falling during the incident. The video shows, which we will put out in just a short while from now, on how brutally the dog bit the woman, pulled her hand, after which she fell to the ground. This is a dog attack that has come to light, has been captured on CCTV cameras. A dog attack on a woman in a very posh colony of Gurugram has come to light. This has happened inside in a society on Golf Course Road in the DLF area of Gurugram, a very posh society. In fact, the pet dog had attacked the woman while she was walking in the society. This is not a street dog, if we may call it. This is a pet dog which had attacked the woman. It was completely unprovoked. Video shows how both of them, the pet dog along with his owner, along with the other woman who was attacked, were walking down the street, were taking a stroll in their own society. That is exactly the moment when they crossed their path unprovoked. The dog hounded and pounded on the woman who was walking on the street, after which he pushed her down. The dog pushed the woman down, dragged her hand and then bit her hand. We learned that the woman has received injuries in the case and she is being treated inside a hospital. All right, that is the video that we have. Unprovoked, a dog has attacked a woman. It's extremely horrific and gut-wrenching about how this video has come to light. This is a CCTV camera footage that has come to light, and it has happened inside a very posh society in Gurugram. The menace still continues of dog attack. Remember, the dog attack menace seems nowhere close to an end. Just yesterday in Karnataka, a street dog, in fact, in Karnataka yesterday had bit a man who had received serious injuries. This time, the case has come to light from Gurugram. We're trying to get in touch with our reporters as far as this case is concerned on what the condition of the woman is right now. But as you see on your screens, the woman that you see in the green kurta walking with her dog probably seems like a husky walking, taking a stroll in the society. The woman who's wearing a pink t-shirt now is being hounded by the dog. The dog suddenly jumps upon her, pushes her down, pins her down, drags her hand and bites it till the time other people who are watching the scene come to protect her. The owner of the dog, in fact, tried pulling the dog back, but the dog does not seem to have left her hand, and the injuries we learn is extremely grievous. The woman is being treated, soon after which action we do not know has been taken or not, but this is a recent video that has come to light from Gurugram in a very posh colony. We are trying to get in touch with Akhil, who will be getting us more details. This is how the dog attack happened, a very brutal dog attack, a gut-wrenching in fact, and it could have happened to anyone, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, you or me could be walking down the streets and could have faced the same. This dog attack, remember, comes completely unprovoked. The woman was just quietly taking a stroll in her society, walking down. At that very moment is when the dog jumped upon her, first pulled her hair via his teeth and then pushed her down, bit her hand and then dragged her by the hand. Extremely brutal attack that is now coming to fore. The Delhi NCR stray dog menace, remember, continues to take place. This recent video is that from Gurugram. All right, Akhil is joining me on the phone line on that note. Akhil, what are the recent updates as far as this dog attack is concerned? We learned that it's happened in a very posh society in Gurugram. What is the update on the health of the woman? Has she been admitted? What are the kind of injuries that she had suffered?
Well, that's right, Tanisha. If you see, a horrific incident has come to light again from the Delhi NCR region. Because if you see, this incident took place at Golf Course Road in a DLF high posh locality area where this incident took place. And what we have seen that in this case, officials have confirmed this to us that the woman has received several injuries during this incident. And this incident took place early morning when she was taking a walk. And at that point in time, what we have been seeing in the CCTV footage, that it was very clear that when she was taking a morning walk, at that point in time, from another side, a dog was coming, which attacked the 55-year-old woman. So at this point in time, the victim has been hospitalized in a nearby hospital. As soon as what we are learning from the police sources that no official complaint has been registered from the family side so far.
Right, Akhil, as seen in our video, it is an extremely horrific video. The pet dog there mauling the woman who is just walking. It's extremely unprovoked attack. It shows a dog brutally attacking the woman during a morning walk. The incident had taken place, like you were saying, in a very posh society in Gurugram. What are the officials saying, Akhil? Are they going to register any complaint in this regard? Is any further action being mulled as far as the case is concerned?
Well, if you see, right now, no official complaint has been launched in this regard. But what we have seen, there was a brief altercation after that as well, because when the woman who was walking in her society at that point in time, a dog was coming from another side, from the opposite side. As soon as the dog came near, he attacked the victim. And at that point in time, what we have seen in the CCTV footage, it's pretty clear that she collapsed on the road while everyone who were there, the spectators who were there, tried to stop that, but the dog continued to attack her. So this was a very unfortunate incident which basically led to the chaos inside the society. But right now, so far what we have seen that no residents have come forward in this regard, and no official complaint has so far launched with the Gurugram police.
Absolutely. Akhil, also give us details about what are the kind of injuries that the woman has faced, because I remember earlier this month it was a person named Bhikari Yadav who was injured after being attacked by a stray dog at a park under the DDA. He had succumbed to his injuries at the hospital, and this however is not a street dog attack, but it is a dog attack, and it seems extremely severe, where the woman has been pinned, she's been dragged, and then she's been bitten. Talk to us about what are the kind of injuries that the woman has faced.
Well, absolutely. If you see what we have seen, Tanisha, that earlier this month, Bikari Yadav was injured after being attacked by a stray dog at a park in under the DDA, the Delhi Development Authority. And after that, what we have seen that later on, he succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. And this is what we got to know from the senior police sources. And in this case, what we have seen that FIR has already been registered in that case. But in this very case, if you see what we have seen, that a 55-year-old woman who was just walking or doing a morning walk in her society at that point in time from an opposite direction, a dog basically came and attacked her. And at that point in time, several persons who were taking a morning walk over there tried to stop the dog, but the dog kept on attacking her, in which she has got her injuries into her left leg as well, and in both hands as well.
Well, right, Akhil. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be a top story here on Republic. Extremely horrific case that has now come to light from Gurugram. We're tracking that story very closely, but for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. And after the break, we'll get you details of the Al-Qaeda terror module, on whose the mastermind of the module has been arrested today from Bengaluru.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था, और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की, और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था, और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकियों के आका, आतंकियों की जो व्यवस्थाएं जहां से होती है वो, और उनके अड्डे, उनको हम ध्वस्त करना चाहते थे। और हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह दिया था, हमने हमारा काम कर दिया है, हमने जो तय किया था पूरा कर दिया है। और इसलिए 6-7 मई को ऑपरेशन हमारा संतोषजनक होने के तुरंत बाद, कल जो राजनाथ जी ने कहा था, मैं डंके की चोट पर दोबारा दोहराता हूं, भारत की सेना ने पाकिस्तान की सेना को
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Jammu police foiled a major targeted killing attempt with the arrest of a man named Azan in the Nargota area, recovering 3 pistols, Chinese and Turkish made, and ammunition that were reportedly dropped via drone. A vehicle with a Haryana registration number was also seized during the operation, indicating a larger network behind the planned attack. In Mumbai's Kalyan area, MNS workers led by local leader assaulted employees of a gaming zone, accusing them of allowing school children in uniform to skip the school and spend stolen money at the facility. He alleged that the children were bringing money from their home without their parents' knowledge and loitering in the gaming zone during school hours. During a heated exchange, the MNS worker slapped an employee who claimed helplessness. A suspected Maoist terrorist, Shama Praveen, originally from Jharkhand and linked to the banned Ulfa outfit, was arrested by the Gujarat anti-terrorists cell in Bengaluru. She is wanted in Assam for her alleged involvement in cases of kidnapping, murder and terror activities. After being produced in the court in Bengaluru, the ATS obtained a transit warning and took her into custody for further interrogation.
Amity has been ranked among the
Co-powered by Radico, Spirit of Excellence. Reliance Digital, personalizing technology.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कुछ लोग जानबूझ करके कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हम
Co-powered by Radico, Spirit of Excellence. Reliance Digital, personalizing technology.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Act was absolutely unacceptable. It crossed our red lines. There had to be severe consequences. There had to be accountability of the perpetrators, and they and their supporters had to be brought to justice.
External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar opened the debate on Operation Sindoor in Rajya Sabha. EAM said that Pakistan crossed the red line with Pahalgam attack.
ये सुन लें, 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में।
External Affairs Minister reiterates in Rajya Sabha no call happened between Prime Minister Modi and the United States President Donald Trump between April 22nd and June 17th. India inches closer to get TRF sanction as UN Security Council monitoring team flags the Pahalgam attack. Sponsors pull out of India versus Pakistan WCL 2025 semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Will the BCCI now act? Gujarat ATS arrests the key conspirator behind Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent affiliated terror module. The accused, identified as 30-year-old Shama Praveen, was arrested in Bengaluru. Prakash Raj appears before ED in betting app case, probe underway.
We will start with the big news that we are following. EaseMyTrip.com founder Nishant Pitti has announced that the company will not be associated with the much anticipated and much talked about and the controversial India versus Pakistan fixture scheduled as a semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of Legends League. Now, the decision shared via social media post was framed around the national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Now, the ex-post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the scenic by Saran Valley in Jammu and Kashmir. So the sponsor has pulled out of this match. Remember, there was a group stage match also that was scheduled a few days back, and after a lot of pressure, Republic TV had broken that story and we followed that story, and after that there were overnight developments. There were several senior players like Harbhajan Singh who pulled out, and eventually that match got cancelled after much public outcry. Now this is a semi-final match. Now you understand that it is difficult to, of course, adjust this sort of a fixture, a playoff sort of a fixture, but Ease My Trip, anticipating backlash, has now pulled out as a sponsor for this match. But the fact, of course, the question remains, will this match happen? What is happening? What is the next step of action? What are the players saying? Will the players speak out or not? Remember, this is Republic TV's campaign story saying no to Pakistan, no cricket with Pakistan, be it the WCL, be it the Asia Cup, be it the fixture against Pakistan in hockey. Anywhere, India should not engage for anything, be it sports or films or music. And viewers, so this was a matter that was raked up just 2 days ago in the parliament by AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi, who joined the opposition clamour against the upcoming India-Pakistan match, voicing his discomfort with watching the Asia Cup match scheduled to be played 5 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. Listen in.
मैं आपकी तरफ से हुकूमत से चंद सवालात करना चाहूंगा कि वजीर आजम ने कहा कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते, आतंकवाद और बातचीत एक साथ नहीं हो सकती। तो मेरा सवाल आपके जरिए से वजीर आजम और हुकूमत से यह है, फिर जिन इंसानों को बैसारा की वादी में मारा गया था, क्या आपका ज़मीर इस बात की इजाजत देता है कि आप ट्रेड बंद कर दिए, पाकिस्तान का एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे एयर स्पेस में नहीं आ सकता, उनकी कश्ती हमारे पानी में नहीं आ सकती, ट्रेड खत्म हो चुका है डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्टेड, आपका जमीर जिंदा क्यों नहीं है? किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं? 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं, ये कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे? मैडम, मेरा जमीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा। क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया, अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो? बड़ी अफसोस की बात है मैडम। मैडम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर है? पहलगाम किसने किया? 7.5 लाख हमारी फौज और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है, ये कहां से 4 चूहे घुसकर हमारे भारत के नागरिक को मारे? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस पर फिक्स होगी?
All right, viewers. So there you have. There is, of course, a massive uproar over this match, this scheduled match. And we have callers coming in right now. You can also join in. We have Venkatesh right now who is joining us on the broadcast with his thoughts. Venkatesh, please go ahead with what you think of this development. India versus Pakistan semi-final in the WCL.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this. My first and last statement, at any cost, there cannot be cricket with Pakistan, number one. Number two, when Sidhu went to Pakistan and, he hugged Bawazir, the army general, we criticized him when Pakistan is abetting terrorism against India, and you are hugging the army soldier, army chief who is training the terrorists against India. Number two. Number three, first of all, I request you, ma'am, not only this telephone line, please display a mail ID on your screen so that people at least can send an email ID and express their opinion.
Okay. You can always do that, sir. You can do that on our YouTube page as well. You can write it on the comments as well. It will be visible to everybody, sir. So do, you can comment on the live stream. You can comment on our YouTube videos, sir. Yes, please go ahead, sir. All right, I think Venkatesh is there. He has concluded his opinions there. And of course, we take into account what suggestion he has given. Lawrence also joins us from Bengaluru. Lawrence, please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My opinion is very clear. Yes, we should not have anything to do with Pakistan. But I still have a question. These cricketers want to play cricket. The BCCI wants to host the tournament. Don't they require government approval for that?
Unfortunately, sir, there hasn't been. This is a grey area, actually, that you've actually quite rightly pointed out. Thank you so much, sir. We have more callers calling in. I think I am not getting the name of the next caller. If you can just repeat.
Otto from Kolkata.
All right, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
This BCCI cannot go against the will of 140 crore Indians. We are totally against playing any form of cricket with Pakistan. Terrorism is over. That 26 Indians are our family members. They are Indians and we stand by them. No cricket with Pakistan.
Right, sir.
Is not representing Indians, all the Indians.
Yes, sir.
They are only a group of people who are engaged in cricket business.
Yes.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, Nitish, thank you so much. That was Nitish calling from Kolkata, who was voicing his opinion. Viewers, this is the mood of the nation. This is the anger in the nation. I won't call it mood. This is anger. This is the outrage. When we see this man, Shahid Afridi, and the likes of him, who have only spewed venom against India, whose kin, in fact, have been involved, who have been associated with terror organizations also, let me tell you. When these people spew venom against Hindus, against Indians, and if the Indian cricketers engage with them, as the Pakistani-sponsored terrorists continue to bleed us, it, of course, is something that raises many eyebrows. Kalyan is joining us from Chennai now. Kalyan, please go ahead.
See, we as Indians, nation first, we should not play against Pakistan at all. And they have also not played, I think in 2014 or 2012 or some, they have not played against us. So why we should go? Why we should give room? We should not play. Nation first. Sports is right. I agree with it. No doubt. But at the same time, this is not the way that they will be with our people in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is a brutal killing, no? The people who experienced it, they will be knowing. They will be knowing much more than what you and me, because we have not experienced. If you get into their shoes, we may be knowing how their families are going to suffer after having lost their husband. Just imagine.
Yes.
How will you retaliate? How will you prove that we are angry with you? When they are not coming to us, still they are holding our land. Why they are not handing over?
Okay. Yes. Absolutely. Very rightly pointed out. Mr. Kalyan from Chennai there, he was speaking to us and voicing his opinions there. And Anita, all right, I'm told Anita is calling in from Gurgaon. Miss Anita, thank you so much for calling in. Please tell us your thoughts on this India versus Pakistan clash.
Definitely not. It should not be played in any cost. What is BCI thinking about? We have no treaty. Water treaty has been cancelled. Trade has been cancelled. Why cricket? Is it earning them some lot of money? It's over this is not done. No ways. No ways. It should not be played at all.
Should not be playing at all. That is, of course, Anita. She's echoing Republic's campaign that there should be no cricket with Pakistan at all. Nothing doing with Pakistan at all. And we have more callers coming in, dialing in now. I'm told that we have a caller from Mumbai. We have Natarajan from Mumbai is calling us. Please go ahead, Mr. Natarajan.
I am telling that there should be absolutely no match with Pakistan. If we don't give water, no match also. For BCCI and cricketers, it is a money spinner. They place money above the country. No match with Pakistan under any circumstances on any day.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Please continue.
I support the Republic in this matter.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Natarajan. And we request more of our viewers to call in. We have another caller, I'm told. We have another caller from the national capital. All right, we have Pallav from Delhi calling in. Pallav, please speak out your thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, I suppose, there should be no sports with Pakistan as such. Basically, because of the fact that we are telling the entire world that Pakistan is a bed of terror and is supporting terrorism all throughout the world. How can we dilute that by playing cricket with them? And the second reason that the government, I suppose, or the...
All right, we seem to have that call might have just dropped. That was Pallav speaking from Delhi. I think we have more callers coming in. And we have a caller from Bengaluru, R.K. Mattu calling in from Bengaluru. Sir, please go ahead.
See, this is ridiculous. I don't know. This is a beggar nation. And the amount of damage they have done to us right from 1947 and especially from 1990 onwards. I don't know what is wrong with us. We are a very strong nation. We are going to be number 3. And this is a very small decision. The government should take it immediately and restrain this BCCI. BCCI is not an independent organization. It may be, but they are operating out of India. They should pull them up and call off this match immediately.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. For calling us. We have another caller, Murugan, calling in from Tamil Nadu. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. BCCI are actually doing a business by playing cricket with Pakistan. We need to stop this match because we suffered a lot with the terrorist activities by Pakistan. That's all I have to say, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Murugan, for joining us with those thoughts of yours on that story. Because in fact, BCCI's silence has drawn massive ire. Let me just tell you, let me just clarify, views, that WCL, BCCI does not have really anything to do with the WCL. But yes, when it comes to matches in the Asia Cup, that of course, where in fact Republic TV has also confronted BCCI bosses on, they have maintained silence and they continue to maintain silence. And that has drawn massive ire. The silence is outrageous. But the Nationalist Collective will not stay quiet on this. We will raise our voice and so should you. We asked Nationalist Collective members to share their views on the India-Pakistan cricket match, and here's what they wanted to say.
Nation security is foremost important than cricket with Pakistan. We should avoid any game or any sort of commerce with Pakistan till they bow down and say bye to terrorism.
FATF has put it out in black and white that Pakistan is a terrorist nation.
The world knows that Pakistan is a terrorist nation. We ourselves have faced the terrorism for so long. The nation's whole machinery runs on terrorism, creating conflicts and destruction in the world. For them, sports is just a disguise. Any sensible person will tell you that a nation that is rigged to support terrorism will do just that with all the resources it gets. Now it is for us to decide. If the BCCI allows for cricket with Pakistan, it is directly funding the people who kill our families. It is wrong. There are no ifs and buts here, but the truth.
Now, viewers, we shift our focus to the story. It's a major crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir that's happening. There's been a major operation that has been conducted in the valley. We understand that there was an infiltration bid. A major targeted killing attempt was foiled by the security forces in Jammu's Nagrota. And my colleague Goswami Singh is getting us this ground report.
Jammu and Kashmir police has foiled a major targeted killing plot by the terror groups and have recovered 3 Chinese and the Turkish pistols that were sent from across the border using the drone. Right now we are at the Nagrota police station where this recovery has been made, and the visuals that you see are of the vehicle of the terror associate that was carrying this consignment of weapons from Jammu to Srinagar, but has been timely acted upon by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And these visuals that you see from inside the Jammu's Nagrota police station, here you can clearly see that how the Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered this Etios vehicle in which a person named Azan was travelling in. He was the one who was carrying the consignment of weapons, 3 total pistols along with the 10 rounds. 2 rounds were used rounds, 8 were the live rounds that have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This was a Haryana number vehicle that has now been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that inside the police station, Azan is being questioned by the multiple agencies with regards to his involvement in carrying out the smuggling of weapons from the border areas of Jammu to Kashmir, because he was from the Srinagar and it is believed that the weapons were being taken to Srinagar. But based on the intelligence input, the operation was launched, and as we speak, the operations are underway. The searches are being carried out in the area nearby, and also the questioning of Azan that is taking place inside the Nagrota police station. This consignment has been dropped using drone, because yesterday also we saw a drone dropping consignment that took place in the area of Kathua that was recovered by the border security force, that include half kilogram of narcotics believed to be heroin. So whether this was part of that consignment or something else, that is being worked upon. But now as we speak, the security forces are now carrying out the operations, the searches in the area, and as we speak the searches are underway and the security forces are carrying out the investigation of Azan as well.
And we have some breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. A chilling case of honor killing has been reported from Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi district. Now, a 23-year-old IT professional, Kavin, was allegedly murdered by the brother of the girl he loved over an intercaste relationship. Now, Kavin had returned home to take his ailing grandfather to hospital where the girl worked, and his caste has been, he's a Dalit, he's a techie, and he's been killed by his partner's brother. And my colleague Sharda is joining us on the broadcast for more. Sharda, tell us more about this horrific crime that is being reported.
Well, Kavin was killed by Sarjit in Thoothukudi. Sarjit belongs to a different community, which is the Maravar, and Kavin is said to be from a Dalit family, and Sarjit, opposing the love between his sister and Kavin, took a measure to kill the boy while they were traveling together on Thoothukudi highway. Also, the boy's parents have now claimed that it was a pre-constituted murder in case of honor killing, and also stated that the boy and girl have been in relationship still school days and that the parents knew about it, while the girl's parents, both being sub-inspectors of police, couldn't take any action, and that's the reason Sarjit had taken the matters in his own hands and tried to kill the boy. Also, now the parents have denied to take the body of the Kavin, the deceased, from the Tuticorin government hospitals, and also stated that only if the police officials are arrested, the both Krishna Krishnaveni, who is the mother of the girl, is arrested, is when they will take the body and now refuse to move forward. However, there is no reaction from the government, especially the DMK has been silent about this particular killing. There will be a protest held tomorrow in Thoothukudi by a communal group.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In fact, Sharda, really, has there been any action taken, and what other, any reaction from the from Kavin's family? Is it coming in?
Well, now Kavan's family state only if the arrest is made, there will be a further investigation. And also, Sarjit has been arrested, but his parents have only been suspended. So we also have to wait if the police officials will take any actions against the sub-inspectors of police who are the parents of the girl. However, the DMK and the ADMK both have been silent about this particular honor killing.
Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. Now, this is from the Dharmasthala mass burial case. The SIT chief in Dharmasthala mass burial case has been transferred to central deputation now. Now, Arnab Mohanty, who has been heading the special investigation team probing this alleged mass burial case in Dharmasthala, has been transferred on central deputation. Breaking news coming in right now, of course, raising many questions. Why has he been transferred? He is the SIT chief. Just a few days back, this SIT was formed by the Tamil Nadu government, and now we have Arnab Mohanty being transferred to central deputation. My colleague Abhishek joins us from Bengaluru. Abhishek, tell us more. Why has Mr. Mohanty been transferred?
Well, Rakshita, one update is that I am reporting from the ground zero of Dharmasthala, where the innumerous number of bodies have been buried is what the whistleblower has claimed. And this is one of such locations. This is location number 13, where the whistleblower had claimed that he has also buried one of the bodies in the last couple of decades. So coming back to the topic, where Arnab Mohanty, who was the head of the special investigation team started by, or probably
I seem to have some network issue there with Abhishek. We will try and reconnect, but my colleague Abhishek is reporting live from Bengaluru over that from that area. Remember, this is a case of mass burial that has shook not just Tamil Nadu but the entire nation. And we'll try and connect with. I think Abhishek is back with us. Abhishek, please go ahead.
Rakshita, the state government had constituted a special investigation team which was headed by Arnab Mohanty along with Anuchet and Dayama in the last couple of days. And these officers have been visiting Dharmasthala, especially Mohanty. With respect to Mohanty will be visiting here for the second or the third time because he is heading the situation and the investigation as of now. And we have seen Anuchet and Dayama, who are continuously have shifted toward in Dharmasthala to make sure that none of the details go out of the situation. And also, we have seen a huge deployment of police forces across Dharmasthala and across the Netravati river bank because the whistleblower had claimed that he had buried at least hundreds of bodies of women of age at least between 12 and 80 in the last 3 decades. And I am in one of such locations where the person had claimed that he would want Arnab Mohanty to visit this exact spot because he wanted the exhumation process to happen right in front of Mohanty. And this is one of the special requests which he has placed in front of the special investigation team. And also, the excavation team has moved towards the point number 3 because yesterday when the team was excavating, they hadn't found any update in the first point which had been notified by the whistleblower. And today, on the other hand, the second place has been excavated and people or the police officers are yet to find some proofs or the skeletal remains of the buried persons. On the other hand, the point number 3 will be excavated in next couple of hours. On the other hand, the demand from the whistleblower is also that 9, 10 and 11 locations will have to the numbered locations are 9, 10 and 11 which has to be taken into consideration is because he claims that he for a fact knows that there will be bodies under these marked places despite he might have forgotten places from 1 to 8. On the other hand, when the entire state and not only the entire state, the entire country is looking at Dharmasthala with wide eyes because what happened in Dharmasthala, Arnab Mohanty has been transferred to central deputation as of now, and we are waiting for a reply from the Karnataka state government as to how they will treat this in the next couple of hours. Back to you, Rakshita.
Right. Thanks so much, Abhishek, for joining us. Viewers, we shift our focus to other stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India steps up at its borders. In a swift course of action, the Indian Army eliminated 2 terrorists who made an attempt to infiltrate through the LAC. Now, with the timely intelligence inputs, 3 weapons have also been recovered. Gujarat AT has arrested the key conspirator behind Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent-affiliated terror module. The accused, identified as 30-year-old Shama Parveen, was arrested in Bengaluru. Sources say that Parveen was allegedly running the entire module and was the main handler coordinating operations from Karnataka. In a precautionary measure, the annual Sri Amarnath Ji Yatra was suspended temporarily from both Pahalgam and Baltal base camp. The authorities refrained from allowing pilgrims on the routes from Baltal and Noonwan Chandanwadi, prioritizing their safety in the treacherous weather conditions. Despite the temporary suspension, the Yatra had already seen a remarkable turnout. Time for a short break, but we get you the action from Parliament. Now, the External Affairs Minister has reiterated in the Rajya Sabha, no call happened between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump between the 22nd of April and the 17th of June. And India inches closer to get the TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags the Pahalgam attack.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
So let us now move to Operation Sindoor. Yesterday I watched Rajnath Singh ji का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak.
Flash floods turning deadly in Himachal's Mandi district. Heavy rains battered the area, claiming 3 lives, with 1 woman still missing. Several homes have been damaged.
जो हमारा लगभग 5 किलोमीटर का रेडियस है और खासकर ये लंबाई है जेल रोड वाला जो स्ट्रेच है और जो सैन मोहल्ला अस्पताल होते हुए सैन मोहल्ला जाता है, ये सारा एक तरीके से रेंज प्रभावित तो हुआ ही है. यहाँ पे खासकर जेल रोड के पास जो मोहल्ला है वहाँ पे 3 व्यक्ति कंफर्म डेड हैं. 1 व्यक्ति की तलाश जारी है, एक महिला की तलाश जारी है.
In Kullu district, the situation is equally grim. The district has reported 17 deaths so far. In the flood-hit area of Kullu, NDRF team conducted evacuation as villages remain submerged in slush and water.
जब से हमारी मॉनसून शुरू हुई है, अराउंड 48 करोड़ के लॉसेस अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स हुए हैं और अबाउट 50 लाख के इंडिविजुअल डैमेजेस हुए हैं लोगों के घरों के, शेड्स के. और इसके साथ साथ बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है, बट वी हैव हैड अबाउट 17 ह्यूमन लाइफ लॉसेस, जिसमें से एक हमारे यात्री श्रीखंड यात्रा में थे. 3 लोग हमारे सियून में फ्लैश फ्लड में थे, जिसमें से 2 अभी भी मिसिंग हैं. इसके साथ साथ हमारे हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी NHPC पार्वती 2 और PCL को जो रेला में फ्लैश फ्लड आया था उसमें काफी नुकसान हुआ.
A cloud burst in a village in Kullu wiped out 4 houses and 3 people and even shut down an entire hydropower plant. Meanwhile, an orange alert remains in place for Kullu, Mandi and Kangra. Over 200 roads are blocked across Himachal. The MET department warns of more heavy rains even as rescue teams race against time.
Pet husky sudden attack on a woman at Posh Gurugram complex sends shockwaves. Ease My Trip pulls out of India's India versus Pakistan WCL 2025 semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. India inches closer to get the TRF sanction as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. Thirty-year-old woman Al-Qaeda terror module head arrested from Bengaluru.
सर मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
Jaishankar reiterates in the Rajya Sabha, no call happened between the Prime Minister and the US President between the 22nd of April and the 17th of June. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live Breaking. I'm Naksha with you. We start with the breaking news coming in. It's a big update in the fake embassy case in Uttar Pradesh. Now, according to the UP STF sources, the mastermind Harshvardhan Jain was in touch with an ambassador, and he had organized beauty pageant competitions in 2011 at Ashoka Hotel in New Delhi. Miss World Slovenia, Miss World Iceland, Miss World Canada were among other participants at the event organized by the main accused. So these are the fresh details emerging from the investigation. And this is the breaking news we have right now. So they had hosted the fashion show. This man, Harshvardhan Jain, who's under scanner for this fake embassy in Ghaziabad, he has been now associated, or we know that he was associated with an ambassador, someone who was actually an ambassador. And they were all involved in this fashion show that happened years ago in 2011 at the Ashoka Hotel, the heart of the national capital. And you have the pictures of their pageant as well running onto your screens to the right side. At least these are the beauty pageant participants from Miss Slovenia to Miss Canada who were part of this fashion show. And this is something that has come under the lens of the UP Police Special Task Force. Akil, my colleague, joins us live at the broadcast for more. Akil, tell us more details. What are we learning about this ambassador that Harshvardhan Jain was in touch with? And what's the connection with this beauty pageant?
Well, absolutely. If you see in this case, what we are learning from the STF sources that the accused in the fake embassy case in Ghaziabad, Mr. Harshvardhan Jain was in touch with an ambassador also, and he's currently appointed ambassador in one of the embassies in the national capital. So this is one of the breaking news that we have got. And apart from that, if you see, he has in the past he has also organized several beauty pageant competitions in New Delhi. So in that competition, what we have learned that from Miss World Slovenia, Miss World Iceland, Miss World Canada has also participated in such events. So he has got a bigger nexus. So at this point in time, the UPSTF team is trying to basically connect the dots in connection with the case. Because if you see, the person who is the main accused in this case, Harshvardhan Jain, he has formed several different companies, shell companies. He has formed 22 different companies, which has got links with one another companies across Mauritius, UK, Dubai as well. So right now we have got some details of some companies which include such as Hindustan Fertilizer Corp Limited. So he basically created companies with the name of similar to the name of PSU companies, which was easy to basically mislead the government as well, and as well as foreign agencies as well. And if you see, there are 5 different shell companies which he's currently running right now, in which include the names such as Reliance Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group. Another company which shell company which he was running was Reliance Big Pictures, Reliance PLC, Reliance Capital, Reliance Big Entertainment. So in the name of Reliance only, he has created 5 different shell companies which he was running in the garb of a fake embassy in Ghaziabad. So this is a very big development that we have got from the UPSTF team, and he was not the only person who was involved in connection with the case. Earlier, what we have seen that there were 4 or 5 key persons who are key associates of Harshvardhan Jain, which include Chandraswamy, which include arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi as well, Hassan Ali Sayyed as well. And in this case, there are 2 other names which has cropped up. So right now, it is very likely that UP STF is going to investigate from that angle as well, and which include Shafiq, who is a Hyderabad origin Dubai-based businessman. And there's one more person who is a business partner of Harshvardhan Jan, has been identified as Ibrahim. So Ibrahim is not of Indian origin, he's of Dubai origin. So right now what we are learning from our UP STF sources that UP STF police team is trying to connect the dots between what was the relationship between Harshvardhan Jan, Shafiq, Ibrahim, Ehsan, Syed and Adnan Khashoggi. So these are the 5 key players who have been close associates of Harshvardhan Jan, which what we have seen, he was running a fake embassy for almost last 10 years in the national capital region in Ghaziabad.
Right.
Back to you.
Right, Akhil, thanks so much for joining us for those details coming in on the story, viewers. Now we shift our focus to the big ISRO launch today. It's a landmark step for global Earth observation. And the observation satellite, the NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar satellite, is all set to launch today. Aboard India's GSLV F-16 rocket from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. The satellite, jointly developed by the ISRO and the NASA, is designed to provide high-resolution, all-weather, day and night imaging of the Earth. Weighing 2,392 kilograms and powered by dual-frequency radar systems, the NISAR will offer near real-time data on disasters, on climate shifts, on ecological changes as well. Now, the mission is expected to serve not only India and the US, but also aid global decision-making and emergency response efforts. In fact, we have ISRO scientist, we have Venkateshwar Sharma joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. Now, this, of course, marks the first major Earth observation satellite to be jointly developed by NASA and ISRO. It's a big collaboration, and there's lots of money that has been pumped in. But tell us why is it so important?
Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to million Republic viewers. This is a most complex satellite with the L-band in S-band SAR, which is the first of the kind in the world where 2 countries, spacefaring countries, namely US with NASA and India with ISRO, has come together and developed the satellite, which is at the cost of about 13,000 crores, and it has taken about 12 years, and it is most complex satellites which is going to be in orbit, is what has been very clearly explained and very clearly announced by both the organizations and the nation. The beauty of this satellite is this is a radar satellite with day and night capability, and also this has the 3 or 4 major milestones or major requirement that the satellite will meet. The first and the foremost is the observation of the Earth surface with 12 days recycle time, revisit time. It takes 12 days. It completely scans the entire Earth, and on the surface, how is the moisture condition? How is the soil condition? And how is the vegetation, etc. Therefore, on the surface, the imagery will give very useful information for the farmers in terms of sowing the seeds and how to make the crop more productive. The first one. Second thing is just below the Earth, the seismic activities, the post-seismic, and the predictive seismic activities. The satellite will be able to map and give early warning in terms of when is the seismic activity likely to happen, and once the seismic activity happens, what type of damages it has created inside and on the surface of the Earth is the second major goal of the satellite. And the third and most important is also the glaciers, the Antarctica, and the ice related studies, where the condition of the Earth, how fast the Earth, ice is melting, and how the sea is rising, is something this satellite is going to give. That is the fourth. And the fifth one is the observation of the sea. Observation of the sea, I mean the wind, the temperature, and the velocity, which is extremely important in terms of what we call as oceanography, which gives ocean weather monitoring, which helps in terms of prediction of the weather, overall weather, and weather prediction will be more accurate. Please believe me, this is a day and night most beautiful and most complex satellite which has been built by these 2 countries. And on top of all that, the most important application is also the disaster management. If you see, the main intention and main idea of any disaster is to save the precious human life and also the precious resources of this Mother Earth. Therefore, the imageries which are obtained, repeated imageries which are obtained over 12 days, of the earth. The point of view of the disaster management, the life of precious lives can be saved by very accurate prediction of the disaster in terms of wind speed, in terms of the volcano eruptions, in terms of the ocean monitoring and the speed with which the wind is blowing, etc. And this is going to be one of the most precious and most sought after satellite. And of course, this is one of the biggest and one of the complex interface between the two countries. The two countries have equal share, and the two countries have proved that they can come down jointly and do such type of satellites for the benefit of the entire world, not just America or India. It is for the entire world. This data is available. It will be going to be petabytes of data, which is going to be available for the scientists to process it and also come out with their own type of analysis.
Mr. Venkatesh Sharma, thanks so much for joining us. We'll, of course, keep a close eye on that mega launch that is all set to take place today, viewers. But we shift our focus to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. A major crackdown on terror that continues now. A major targeted killing attempt was foiled by the security forces in Jammu's Nagrota. And my colleague Gursimran Singh has been on ground zero to get you this report.
Jammu and Kashmir police has foiled a major targeted killing plot by the terror groups and have recovered 3 Chinese and the Turkish pistols that were sent from across the border using the drone. Right now we are at the Nagrota police station where this recovery has been made, and the visuals that you see are of the vehicle of the terror associate that was carrying this consignment of weapons from Jammu to Srinagar, but has been timely acted upon by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And these visuals that you see from inside the Jammu's Nagrota police station, here you can clearly see that how the Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered this Etios vehicle in which a person named Azan was travelling in. He was the one who was carrying the consignment of weapons, 3 total pistols along with the 10 rounds. 2 rounds were used rounds, 8 were the live rounds that have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This was a Haryana number vehicle that has now been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that inside the police station, Azan is being questioned by the multiple agencies with regards to his involvement in carrying out the smuggling of weapons from the border areas of Jammu to Kashmir, because he was from the Srinagar and it is believed that the weapons were being taken to Srinagar. But based on the intelligence input, the operation was launched, and as we speak the operations are underway. The searches are being carried out in the area nearby, and also the questioning of Azan that is taking place inside the Nagrota police station. This consignment has been dropped using drone, because yesterday also we saw a drone dropping consignment that took place in the area of Kathua that was recovered by the border security force, that include half kilogram of narcotics believed to be heroin. So whether this was part of that consignment or something else, that is being worked upon. But now as we speak, the security forces are now carrying out the operations, the searches in the area, and as we speak the searches are underway and the security forces are carrying out the investigation of Azan as well.
We have breaking news coming in. This is the crackdown against red terror that continues. A Maoist terrorist has now been eliminated in an encounter in Sukma. Maoist Carter killed in the Donginparak encounter, identified as a Keralapal area committee member carrying a bounty of 5 lakh rupees. Now, a BGL launcher weapon, large quantities of explosives and Maoist materials were recovered from the encounter site. Sukma superintendent informed that based on intel inputs regarding the Maoist presence in the inter-district of Sukma Dantewara, a joint team of Sukma DRG, STF and CRPF launched a search operation in the forest area of Donginpara under the jurisdiction of Keralapal police station. And during this operation, intermittent exchange of fire took place between Maoists and security forces starting from the morning of 29th of July, that is yesterday. And upon searching the encounter site, body of a male Maoist cadre in uniform was recovered along with weapons, explosive materials and other items. The Maoist terrorist has been gunned down in Sukma. And there has been a massive recovery that has been made. My colleague Bharat is joining us on the broadcast in a few seconds from now. He will be joining us from Sukma, I believe, because we've seen, viewers, there has been a continued crackdown against red terror in these sensitive areas, and now we have this Maoist terrorist that has been eliminated. Okay, I'm told Bharat is back with us. Bharat, please go ahead. क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है? काफ़ी बड़ी बरामदगी हुई है और एक माओवादी आतंकी को भी मार गिराया गया है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस तरीके से माओवादियों की सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है, जिसके तर्ज पे जो डीआरजी हैं, एसटीएफ हैं, वो पूरे इलाके पे निकलते, जिन इलाकों पे माओवादियों की सूचना थी, उस इलाके पे निकलने के बाद एक तरीके से एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन उस पूरे इलाके पे निकलते हैं। माओवादी और पुलिस के बीच में लगातार जो फायरिंग है वो देखने को मिलता है। इस फायरिंग की लगातार 24 घंटे बीतने के बाद एक बड़ी खबर जो है वो बाहर निकल के आती है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो एक नक्सली है, 5 लाख का इनामी नक्सली बताया जा रहा है, उसको पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर कर दिया है। तो एक बड़ी खबर है, बड़ी सफलता पुलिस को देखी जा रही है। बारिश के समय में भी अगर मुंह तोड़ जवाब जवान दे रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी सफलता की ओर देखी जा रही है। जी
Bilkul, of course, we've seen, viewers, that despite the weather conditions and of course the terrain, we've seen that this operation has been carried out successfully. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. Thanks so much for the moment, Bharat. I'm told that, viewers, top sources in fact tell Republic TV that the government will not entertain any discussion on the SIR, that is the voter survey. Now, it's a matter of ECI functioning, the government says, and no one in the government can speak on EC functioning. It is a matter of Election Commission of India's functioning, and it cannot be talked about by the government. So, government has ruled out any sort of discussion on Election Commission's role revision, that is the SIR. In Bihar, remember, this has been a big matter of controversy. It had also found a place in Parliament. There were many protests happening outside the Parliament when the monsoon session began last week. So, sources tell us that the government is not ready to intervene in the SIR exercise, as it says that it is nothing, that the government cannot actually do anything about EC functioning. It cannot even speak on EC functioning. Okay, we will get you more breaking news, but before that, it's time for a very short break. So on the other side, we get you the latest on the Prime Minister's and Donald Trump call hoax. Jaishankar has reiterated in Rajya Sabha that no such call happened between the 22nd of April and the 17th of June. Meanwhile, India inches closer to get TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags the Pahalgam attack. More on that. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकियों के आका, आतंकियों की जो व्यवस्थाएं जहां से होती है वो और उनके अड्डे, उनको
Flash floods turning deadly in Himachal's Mandi district. Heavy rains battered the area, claiming 3 lives, with 1 woman still missing. Several homes have been damaged.
जो हमारा लगभग 5 किलोमीटर का रेडियस है और खासकर ये लंबाई है जेल रोड वाला जो स्ट्रेच है और जो सैन मोहल्ला अस्पताल होते हुए सैन मोहल्ला जाता है, ये सारा एक तरीके से रेंज प्रभावित तो हुआ ही है। यहाँ पे खासकर जेल रोड के पास जो मोहल्ला है वहाँ पे 3 व्यक्ति कंफर्म डेड हैं, 1 व्यक्ति की तलाश जारी है, एक महिला की तलाश जारी है।
In Kullu district, the situation is equally grim. The district has reported 17 deaths so far. In the flood-hit area of Kullu, NDRF team conducted evacuation as villages remain submerged in slush and water.
जब से हमारी मानसून शुरू हुई है, अराउंड 48 करोड़ के लॉसेस अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स हुए हैं और अबाउट 50 लाख के इंडिविजुअल डैमेजेस हुए हैं लोगों के घरों के, शेड्स के और इसके साथ साथ बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है बट वी हैव हैड अबाउट 17 ह्यूमन लाइफ लॉसेस, जिसमें से एक हमारे यात्री श्रीखंड यात्रा में थे, 3 लोग हमारे सियून में फ्लैश फ्लड में थे, जिसमें से 2 अभी भी मिसिंग हैं। इसके साथ साथ हमारे हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी NHPC पार्वती 2 और PCL को जो रेला में फ्लैश फ्लड आया था उसमें काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ।
A cloud burst in a village in Kullu wiped out 4 houses and 3 people and even shut down an entire hydropower plant. Meanwhile, an orange alert remains in place for Kullu, Mandi and Kangra. Over 200 roads are blocked across Himachal. The MET department warns of more heavy rains even as rescue teams race against time.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले अमोस थे, उन्होंने जब मैंने CDS की घोषणा की तो वो बहुत प्रसन्न होकर के मुझे मिलने आए थे और बहुत बहुत प्रसन्न थे वो। इस समय ऑपरेशन में नेवी, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, तीनों सेनाओं का जॉइंट एक्शन, इसके बीच की सिनर्जी, इसने पाकिस्तान के छक्के छुड़ा दिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, आतंक की घटनाएं पहले भी देश में होती थी, लेकिन पहले आतंकवादियों के मास्टरमाइंड निश्चिंत होते थे और वो आगे की तैयारी में लगे रहते थे, उनको पता था कुछ नहीं होगा। लेकिन अब स्थिति बदल गई है। अब हमले के बाद मास्टरमाइंड को नींद नहीं आती, उनको पता है कि भारत आएगा और मार के जाएगा। ये न्यू नॉर्मल भारत ने सेट कर दिया है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, दुनिया ने देख लिया कि हमारी
Flash floods turning deadly in Himachal's Mandi district. Heavy rains battered the area, claiming 3 lives, with 1 woman still missing. Several homes have been damaged.
जो हमारा लगभग 5 किलोमीटर का रेडियस है और खासकर ये लंबाई है जेल रोड वाला जो स्ट्रेच है और जो सैन मोहल्ला अस्पताल होते हुए सैन मोहल्ला जाता है, ये सारा एक तरीके से रेंज प्रभावित तो हुआ ही है। यहाँ पे खासकर जेल रोड के पास जो मोहल्ला है वहाँ पे 3 व्यक्ति कंफर्म डेड हैं, 1 व्यक्ति की तलाश जारी है, एक महिला की तलाश जारी है।
In Kullu district, the situation is equally grim. The district has reported 17 deaths so far. In the flood-hit area of Kullu, NDRF team conducted evacuation as villages remain submerged in slush and water.
जब से हमारी मानसून शुरू हुई है, अराउंड 48 करोड़ के लॉसेस अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स हुए हैं और अबाउट 50 लाख के इंडिविजुअल डैमेजेस हुए हैं लोगों के घरों के, शेड्स के। और इसके साथ साथ बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है, बट वी हैव हैड अबाउट 17 ह्यूमन लाइफ लॉसेस, जिसमें से एक हमारे यात्री श्रीखंड यात्रा में थे, 3 लोग हमारे सियून में फ्लैश फ्लड में थे, जिसमें से 2 अभी भी मिसिंग हैं। इसके साथ साथ हमारे हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी NHPC पार्वती 2 और PCL को जो रेला में फ्लैश फ्लड आया था उसमें काफी नुकसान हुआ।
A cloud burst in a village in Kullu wiped out 4 houses and 3 people and even shut down an entire hydropower plant. Meanwhile, an orange alert remains in place for Kullu, Mandi and Kangra. Over 200 roads are blocked across Himachal. The MET department warns of more heavy rains even as rescue teams race against time.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking this Wednesday with me, Oyana Mitra. Our top focus this afternoon remains on the growing anger against BCCI and the Asia Cup controversy as more and more voices are now coming out and echoing just one sentiment. It's always nation first and not cricket. We'll get you more on that and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 3 p.m. Pet Husky's sudden attack on woman at posh Gurugram complex sends shockwaves. Ease My Trip pulls out of India versus Pakistan Championship League semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand, but will BCCI act? India inches closer to get TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. A 30-year-old woman, Al-Qaeda terror module head, arrested from Bengaluru.
सर मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar reiterates in Rajya Sabha no call happened between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump between the 22nd of April and 17th June. Let's go across to some breaking news coming in. The Government of India has ruled out any discussion in Parliament on the state of the Election Commission, asserting that it cannot comment on the functioning of the Election Commission. This is with respect to the special intensive revision exercise that has been carried out by the ECI currently. While the opposition has argued that the Law Minister is empowered to speak on the Election Commission matters, the government maintains that this is not an issue of electoral reform, but of Election Commission independence. With focus now shifting to legislative business, the income tax bill is expected to be tabled in Parliament on 11th of August. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in after days of stir and demonstration by Indie Bloc members outside the Parliament at Makardwar, time and again, day after day, disrupting House proceedings, creating ruckus, resorting to sloganeering while the proceedings are on. The government has now made it pertinently clear that that under no circumstances will it intervene in the matters of the Election Commission and allow a discussion on the special intensive revision. Let's go across to my colleague Harsha. She joins me live from outside Parliament. Harsha, tell us more. It's a very strong stand that has been taken by the government, and essentially all the attempts that have been made by the opposition so far to disrupt the monsoon session just based on the fact that they want to have a so-called debate on the SIR now falls flat.
Yes, Ayona, you rightly pointed out, because this becomes very important in the light of that opposition leaders have been protesting on the SIR issue from the first day of the monsoon session. And now government sources have clarified that there will be no discussion on SIR under any rule. It will not be allowed, because on the working of the Election Commission of India, government can't intervene. And the matter is sub judice. Already Election Commission has made the submissions in the Supreme Court, in the top court, and also Supreme Court is already monitoring SIR. Then there's no point of taking a discussion in the Parliament on the working of Election Commission of India. Also, it is not the prerogative of Law Ministry, which the opposition keeps on stating that it is the prerogative of Law Ministry. Law Ministry should debate and discussion, and also Law Ministry should answer on the behalf of Election Commission of India. But that's not going to happen in the case of Election Commission of India, because several notices have been given from the side of opposition party leaders under rule number 267 by stating that there should be discussion on the SIR, which is the special intensive revision. However, government source also states that SIR is not only till the Bihar elections. SIR will happen pan-India. There are upcoming elections in the state of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. In those states as well, there will be SIR. And this exercise becomes very much important to know the electoral rolls and also the number of voters in particular state. We very well know that there has been no census after 2011. The census will happen, which government has already stated, but before census, it's very important that documentation of each and every citizen should be out. It is very important to know that what particular citizen resides in which state. In our country, there are so many citizens who are the resident of one state but have been residing in other states from last many years, and therefore they can't be voted at multiple locations. What has been happening whenever the elections are conducted, that there are voters who vote at multiple locations. But this exercise is to ensure that a voter votes in their only location where they have the roots in, where they are the citizens of that particular state, and therefore this exercise is very important. So now we know that there is going to be no discussion on SIR, and the opposition has to understand, and might be there will be a business advisory committee meeting also today or tomorrow, where the opposition will be conveyed by the Speaker and by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Law Minister that under any rule ECI's SIR exercise will not be allowed. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha. Thank you for giving us those very crucial details on this very big development that we're tracking, viewers. For the moment, we move on. The Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament resumed this afternoon with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar making opening remarks in the upper house. The debate has seen top NDA leaders lay down the contours of the government's narrative on Operation Sindoor, and the government has emphasized that this operation's success in eliminating over 100 Pakistani terrorists and handlers through precision strikes on terror infrastructure in Pakistan, while also dismissing US President Donald Trump's so-called claims of brokering a ceasefire. Dr. Jaishankar gave a detailed outline of India's foreign policy during the operation and why it has been important to suspend the Indus Waters Treaty with terror state Pakistan. Let's listen in to those very strong remarks.
We had warned that blood and water cannot flow together. Today, we are demonstrating that what we say we will do, blood and water will not flow together. Now, sir, let me come to Operation Sindoor. The goals of Operation Sindoor were spelled out very clearly within half an hour of the operation commencing. And it was stated very directly that the objective of Operation Sindoor was hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. It was also said that our actions are focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature, and we are living up to a commitment, I will come to that commitment, sir, in the UN Security Council, that those responsible for the attack will be held accountable.
And as the debate heats up in Parliament, he's tracking the latest responses for you. Here's that statement by Shiv Sena.
चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो प्रणीति। आज जो उन्होंने बोला उससे सारा देश आहत हुआ है। सिंदूर को तमाशा कहना मतलब उन वीर योद्धाओं ने जिन्होंने अपना प्राण अर्पण इस मातृभूमि की रक्षण के लिए किया है, उनको आप उनके मुंह पे तमाचा मार रहे हो। जो 25 लोगों ने अपने परिजनों को खोया है, उन माताओं के ऊपर आप आक्षेप कर रहे हो। मैं निश्चित रूप से प्रणीति जी के इस बयान का निषेध करना चाहूँगा, कड़ी शब्दों में निंदा करना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने ऐसी बात कही। शायद उनके ग्रहों में राहु बैठा हुआ है, राहु बैठा हुआ है जो उनसे ये सारी बातें करवा रहा है। निश्चित रूप से आप अगर थोड़ी भी संवेदना रखती है तो आप उन सैनिकों की और इन माताओं की माफी मांगिए जिनके सिंदूर को आपने तमाशा कहने का काम कहा।
एक और बात है ऋषिल, आप मानते हैं कि होम मिनिस्टर ने और प्रधानमंत्री ने विपक्ष को आईना दिखाया कि कैसे विपक्ष की गलतियां रही हैं, पूर्व में यूपीए की गलतियां रही हैं, जिसकी वजह से आज उनको ये कहने का भी हक नहीं है कि पीओके क्यों नहीं भारत ले पा रहा है।
देखिए, जिनके वजह से पीओके बना, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर उनके शासनकाल में बना, सरकार उनकी थी, और जिन नीतियों का वो आधार दे के बात कर रहे थे, उन्हीं नीतियों के वजह से ही आज हमें उनके साथ लड़ना पड़ रहा है। भारत का एक अविभाज्य घटक आज पाकिस्तान के कब्जे में है। उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि उन्होंने जो नीतियां बनाई उसका खामियाजा आज भी देश भुगत रहा है, और उसको कल पार्लियामेंट में उजागर किया गया। अगर आप हमारी तरफ उंगलियां दिखाओगे तो आपका इतिहास वैसे ही है जिसका उदाहरण आज पार्लियामेंट में कल प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी ने दिया है।
All right, viewers, now Republic's campaign of #NoCricketWithPakistan has become the #1 talking point in the country. It's now Ease My Trip co-founder Nishant Pitti who has announced that the company will not be associated with the much anticipated India-Pakistan semi-final in the ongoing World Championship of Legends. This decision, shared via social media post, was framed around national interest and the belief that terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The post by Nishant Pitti was placed in context with the recent Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians in the Baisaran Valley of Jammu and Kashmir. And while anger grows against BCCI, the question really is, will BCCI adhere, pay attention to the national sentiment? Will the BCCI listen in to the victims, the families of the victims of Pahalgam, to the survivors of Pahalgam, when they say that a country that has bestowed terror on Indian soil cannot be given a second chance, and certainly not in sports? In fact, viewers, it was just 2 days ago when in Parliament it was AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi who made a strong... All right, viewers, we'll get back to that, but let's cut across to Lok Sabha where JP Nadda is giving his statement.
अटैक पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है और उसकी हर बारीकियों पर जाने के लिए तैयार है और बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी के बाद ये तय हुआ 16 घंटे का चर्चा हम सब लोग यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। पहलगाम घटना, दुर्घटना, ये बहुत ही हृदय विदारक है, दुखदाई है, मानवता को झकझोर देने वाली है और जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वो कम है। यह निंदनीय है और हम सब लोग एक स्वर से उस घटना की निंदा करते हैं। हमें मालूम है कि 25 भारतीय और एक नेपाली सिटीजन उस घटना में उनकी जीवन लीला समाप्त हुई। घटना ऐसी कठोर थी जो किसी को भी बर्दाश्त और उसकी कल्पना करना भी बहुत दुर्भर हो रहा है और इसलिए हम सब लोग जहां इस घटना का पुरजोर निंदा करते हैं, वहीं हम यह भी बताना चाहते हैं कि हमारी संवेदनशील सरकार के गृह मंत्री, घटना दोपहर की है और शाम 5 बजे वो जम्मू कश्मीर के श्रीनगर में पहुंच चुके थे और साथ ही साथ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो सऊदी अरेबिया में थे, उन्होंने अपना विजिट को कट शॉर्ट करके रात को ही वहां से चल करके प्रातः वो यहाँ आकर के उन्होंने कैबिनेट कमेटी फॉर सिक्योरिटी और उसकी डिटेल्स की वर्कआउट करने के लिए 23 तारीख को बैठक की। ये सिर्फ मैं इसलिए उद्धृत कर रहा हूँ कि मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि यह सरकार संवेदनशील, सेंसिटिव गवर्नमेंट है और उसी तरीके से उसकी सारी स्ट्रैटेजी, प्लानिंग, आगे किस तरीके से उसको, किस तरीके से हम एक्शन में आना है, इस सब चीज की बारीकियों की चर्चा हम कर रहे थे। जब ये चर्चा के बहुत से विस्तृत विषयों के बारे में कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत विस्तार से लोकसभा के अंदर रखा है, जो सारे देश ने सुना है और सारे देश ने जाना है। कल गृह मंत्री ने भी बहुत से आयामों पर प्रकाश डाला है और विदेश मंत्री जी ने भी आज उसके बहुत से पक्षों के बारे में चर्चा की है, इसलिए मैं उसको रिपीट नहीं करूंगा। वो उस विभाग के मंत्री होने के नाते जिम्मेवार तरीके से देश के सामने इस संसद के माध्यम से उन्होंने रखा है। लेकिन मैं एक बात जरूर बताना चाहता हूं और वो एक सीरियस थॉट के साथ हमको लेना चाहिए। यह जरूर है कि सारी घटना में जो रोल हमारे जांबाज फौज ने किया, जो रोल हमारे पुलिस ने किया, जो रोल हमारी आर्मी ने किया, उसको देश नमन होकर के उनके प्रति आदर के साथ। लेकिन मैं इस हाउस के माध्यम से देश को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है, क्योंकि फौज को आदेश पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप देती है और इसलिए देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नमेंट, अ रिस्पॉन्सिव गवर्नमेंट, अ सेंसिटिव गवर्नमेंट, अ प्रोएक्टिव गवर्नमेंट एंड अ गवर्नमेंट which responds according to the need of the hour। और एक दूसरी गवर्नमेंट भी होती है, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का सवाल होता है उपसभापति जी, जिसे हम इनएक्टिव गवर्नमेंट कहते हैं, ल्यूकवार्म एटीट्यूड वाले गवर्नमेंट कहते हैं, नॉन रिएक्टिव, नॉन रिस्पॉन्सिव गवर्नमेंट कहते हैं। और इस अंतर को समझने के लिए सिर्फ पहलगाम की एक घटना को आइसोलेशन में देखने से शायद हम देश के साथ और इस नैरेटिव के साथ हम अन्याय करेंगे। हमको इसको संपूर्णता में देखना पड़ेगा और संपूर्णता में देखना पड़ेगा तो इसको 2 फेजेस में देखना पड़ेगा। एक फेज है फ्रॉम 2004 to 2014, वन टाइप ऑफ सेट ऑफ लीडरशिप। और एक फेज है फ्रॉम 2014 टू 2025। हमको इस 2 फेजेस में इसको समझने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आपने कहा था कि पहलगाम पर चर्चा हो, मैं इसकी डिटेल में आपके साथ चर्चा करना चाहता हूं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि अगर हम बात करें 2004 से 2014, मैं 2014 से 2025 के बारे में बाद में आएंगे, क्योंकि ब्लैक पिक्चर दिखाने से व्हाइट पिक्चर समझ में आती है। अमावस्या को दिखाने से ही पूर्णमासी का समझ में आता है। नहीं, मैं एक ही फेज ले रहा हूं, वहां से शुरू करूंगा, वो बहुत तक मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि आप इसी पूर्णमासी को देख लीजिए, वही बहुत है। देखिए, श्रमजीवी एक्सप्रेस में जौनपुर में 2005 में हरकत उल जिहाद ने बम ब्लास्ट किया, 14 लोग मारे गए, 62 लोग हताहत हुए, कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया। नो एक्शन वॉज टेकन। लेट दिस बी ऑन रिकॉर्ड। जो लोग हमसे आज पूछ रहे हैं पहलगाम का क्या हुआ, पहलगाम का क्या हुआ, वो पूछने के पहले अपने गिरबान में जरूर झांक करके देखें कि उन्होंने कब क्या किया। इन्होंने क्या किया? इंडिया पाकिस्तान जॉइंट कमीशन बैठाया 1989 में और मेट under the co-chairmanship of 2 foreign ministers in Islamabad on October 4, 2005, Shri Natwar Singh of India and Mahmood Kasuri from Pakistan, to establish technical level of working groups. Technical level of working groups. किस पर? Not on terrorism, on agriculture, on education, on information, on telecommunication, on environment and on tourism. ये है आपका joint action group. This is how you react. This is how you react to terrorism. ये है आपका reaction towards terrorism. Delhi serial bomb blast, 29th October 2005. सरोजनी नगर, पहाड़गंज, गोविंदपुरी, दिल्ली करने वाले लश्कर तौयबा के कितने लोग मारे गए? 67। इंजर्ड कितने हुए? 200। और दिवाली के पहले ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, ठीक दिवाली से ठीक पहले। आप समझिए, उस समय की कल्पना कीजिए और उस समय की सरकार की इनसेंसिटिविटी को समझिए। नो एक्शन वॉज टेकन। वाराणसी बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट मार्च 7, 2006, संकट मोचन टेम्पल, वाराणसी कंटोनमेंट और रेलवे स्टेशन पर अटैक किया हरकत उल जिहाद ने। मरने वालों की संख्या 28, हताहत हुए 100। नो एक्शन वॉज टेकन। मुंबई ट्रेन बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 11 जुलाई 2006, इंडियन मुजाहिदीन लश्कर तौयबा और उन्होंने इंडियन मुजाहिदीन ने लश्कर तौयबा के साथ सहयोग करके इसको अटैक को किया। हाउ मेनी किल्ड? 209, 209 लोग और 700 लोग हताहत हुए। इसके बाद एक जॉइंट एंटी टेररिज्म मैकेनिज्म बनाया गया और इसमें बनाने में, जिसमें स्टेट पॉलिसी ऑफ टेररिज्म कैसे बनेगा इसको तय किया गया। और यह मैकेनिज्म 2 महीने बाद इसकी मीटिंग हुई और 7 महीने बाद इसकी दूसरी मीटिंग हुई। नो एक्शन वॉज टेकन। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हमले भी होते रहे और पाकिस्तान के साथ ट्रेड भी चलता रहा, टूरिज्म भी चलता रहा, टेलीकम्युनिकेशन भी चलता रहा, एग्रीकल्चर भी चलता रहा, बातचीत भी चलती रही। थार एक्सप्रेस में 18 फरवरी 2006 को वो शुरू हो गई। शिपिंग सेक्टर में इंडिया और पाकिस्तान साइंड रिवाइज शिपिंग प्रोटोकॉल इन 2006। ये घटना के बाद की घटना बता रहा हूं मैं, कैसे आपने किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान के साथ आपने डील किया है उसकी मैं एक सच्चाई रख रहा हूं। अटैक हुआ 2007 में, सीरियल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट इन गोरखपुर उत्तर प्रदेश। हरकत उल जिहाद ने किया, 11 लोग मारे गए। 2007 में ही सीरियल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ एक साथ लखनऊ, अयोध्या और वाराणसी। हरकत उल जिहाद ने और इंडियन मुजाहिदीन ने किया। उसी तरीके से 1 अक्टूबर 2007 को आपने, ये 2007 की घटना के बाद आपने दोनों साइड से वाघा बॉर्डर और अटारी बॉर्डर से आपने गुड्स कैरियर्स को जाने की परमिशन दे दी। ये बोनस में दिया। एयर सर्विसेज की एग्रीमेंट को इंडिया और पाकिस्तान ने साइन किया। 12 फ्लाइट्स को 28 फ्लाइट्स में कन्वर्ट किया। आप सिर्फ अपीज करते रहे और कहीं भी टेरर के नाम पर आपने प्रेशर नहीं पाकिस्तान पर दिया। ये मैं इसलिए आपको ये याद दिलाना चाह रहा हूं क्योंकि आपको पूर्णमासी तब समझ में आएगी जब आप अमावस्या के दिनों को जानेंगे कि आज मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट ने क्या क्या किया है, किस तरीके से एक्शन लिया है, इस बात को समझेंगे। 31 दिसंबर 2008 को रामपुर में सीआरपीएफ के कैंप पर हमला हुआ। वहां एक शहाबुद्दीन नाम का एक आतंकी जो पकड़ा गया था, लाइफ कन्विक्ट था, उसको उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने छुड़ाने के लिए तय किया और छुड़ाने के ऑर्डर दिए। इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने मना किया, यू कांट डू इट। अपीजमेंट की हद कहां तक पहुंच गई ये भी हमको समझ लेना चाहिए। जयपुर का बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 13 मई 2008, प्लेस ऑफ अटैक मल्टीपल लोकेशंस इन जयपुर। इंडियन मुजाहिदीन इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी। 71 पीपल were killed and 185 injured। और इसके बाद क्या हुआ 2008 में, इंडिया और पाकिस्तान agreed on a set of specific Kashmir specific confidence building measures। हम confidence building measures पर चले रहे, वो हमारे को गोलियों से भूनते रहे और हम बिरयानी खिलाने चले रहे। इन्होंने क्या किया उसके बाद, ट्रिपल एंट्री परमिट टू क्रॉस एलओसी इसकी इजाजत दी। दिस हैज हैपेंड आफ्टर दिस जयपुर इंसिडेंट। सिंप्लीफिकेशन ऑफ द प्रोसीजर्स ऑफ गेटिंग द परमिट विच टेक्स एटलीस्ट 2 years, अदरवाइज वो 2 years लगता है, उसको सिंप्लीफाई किया। फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ 2 क्रॉस एलओसी बस सर्विसेज श्रीनगर मुजफ्फराबाद और पुंछ रावलकोट, इसकी शुरुआत तो की ही की, पहले फोर्टनाइटली था, उसको वीकली कर दिया। यानी आप अपीजमेंट में मिठाई पे मिठाई खिलाते चले गए और वहां से बम और गोलियां चलती रही और वो आपको किस तरीके से अटैक करते चले गए। बैंगलोर सीरियल बम ब्लास्ट मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर बैंगलोर में किया गया। उसमें स्टूडेंट्स इस्लामिक सिम्मी वॉज इन्वॉल्व, उसमें लोग मारे गए और 20 लोग इंजर्ड हुए। अहमदाबाद सीरियल बम ब्लास्ट इन 2008 जुलाई 26, इसमें भी मल्टीपल लोकेशंस में अहमदाबाद में हुआ और इसमें भी इन्वॉल्व इंडियन मुजाहिदीन था। पीपल किल्ड 56, संख्या देखिए साहब, कहीं 70, कहीं 56, कहीं 100, कहीं 209 और ओवर 200 पीपल वर इंजर्ड। दिल्ली सीरियल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 13 सितंबर 2008, कैनॉट प्लेस, गफार मार्केट and other areas in Delhi involved Indian Mujahideen. People killed 30, injured 133, हताहत हुए। और आपने क्या किया इसके बाद, ये घटना है 2008 की, 2008 की। आपने क्या किया, हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री स्वर्गीय मनमोहन सिंह met with Asif Ali Zardari on September 2008 at Muzaffarabad, and Puch Rawalkot Road was also open to trade on October 21, 2008। ये हमसे पूछ रहे हैं पहलगाम का क्या हुआ, पहलगाम का क्या हुआ। ये तो वही हुआ कि जिसने जो मुजरिम था वही जज बन करके हमसे पूछने बैठ गया। मुंबई टेरर, ताजमहल होटल ओबराय ट्राइडेंट, शाहबाद हाउस, छत्रपति शिवाजी टर्मिनल, लश्कर ए तैयबा ने इसकी जिम्मेदारी ली। मरने वालों की संख्या 166 और हताहत होने वालों की संख्या 300। हमारी सरकार ने क्या किया? डोजियर भेजा, डोजियर 26/11 और सीनियर मोस्ट ऑफिशियल्स ने क्या उत्तर दिया? व्हाट वाज देयर? इट इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड दैट द देन सीनियर मोस्ट, जिसके बारे में आदरणीय विदेश मंत्री जी ने उस स्टेटमेंट को पढ़ा है, मैं उसका ऑब्जर्वेशन बता रहा हूं। इट इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड दैट द सीनियर मोस्ट ऑफिशियल्स ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, whether the foreign secretary or the NSA, took this decision not to hit back Pakistan. Not to hit back Pakistan. इसलिए मैं बोलता हूं, फौजें वही थी, आर्मी वही थी, पुलिस वही थी, नेता का पॉलिटिकल विल नहीं था, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का पॉलिटिकल विल नहीं था। 2009 रशिया में शंघाई कोऑपरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की डायलॉग शुरुआत हुई। ये उसके बाद है, ट्राइडेंट के बाद। और हमारे विदेश मंत्री जी ने इससे पहले स्टेटमेंट में बताया है कि 2008 में घटना घटी थी, 3 महीने बाद 2009 के जनवरी फरवरी में शायद ब्रिक्स में जिक्र तक नहीं हुआ इतने बड़े अटैक का। There was no discussion on, no reference to it. उसी तरीके से इजिप्ट में 2009 में शर्म अल शेख में संयुक्त बयान दिया गया। शर्म अल शेख, क्या शर्मनाक बयान, शर्म अल शेख में शर्मनाक बयान। और क्या किया? भारत के अंदर टेररिज्म को बलूचिस्तान के साथ जोड़ दिया और हम पार्ट एंड पार्सल बन गए, इक्वल्स पर आकर के खड़े हो गए। Both leaders agreed that the terrorism is a main threat to both countries. Both countries means Pakistan. Pakistan जिसकी टेररिज्म हरकत में है, फितरत में है, उसको हमने एक तरीके से क्लीन चिट दी। Both leaders affirmed that they will resolve fight terrorism to cooperate with each other. ये किस तरीके से चलता रहा उसका एक छोटा सा नमूना मैंने, क्योंकि हम पहलगाम को देखिए, अगर हम सिर्फ एक टुकड़े में समझने का प्रयास करेंगे नहीं होगा, हमको समझना पड़ेगा क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर के तरीके से कि घटनाएं कैसे कैसे देश में चलती रही और पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप कैसे कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करती रही, इसको समझना पड़ेगा और इसको ध्यान में लेना पड़ेगा। और उस समय बलूचिस्तान पर, अदर एरियाज पर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने क्या कहा? said that India was ready to discuss issues with Pakistan, including the outstanding issues. अब ये ये पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप है और एक पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी की है, जिसने कहा है टेरर और टॉक्स एक साथ नहीं चलेंगे। इसको हमको समझना। जर्मन बेकरी पर 2010 में अटैक हुआ, लश्कर ए तैयबा ने किया, 17 लोग मारे गए, 60 लोग घायल हुए। वाराणसी बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ 2010 में, शीतला घाट, वाराणसी, उत्तर प्रदेश। इंडियन मुजाहिदीन ने इसकी जिम्मेवारी ली, 37 लोग इसमें घायल हुए, 2 लोग हताहत हुए, मारे गए। जावेरी बाजार ओपेरा हाउस, दादर, मुंबई, महाराष्ट्र, यहां ट्रिपल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, 26 लोग मारे गए और 130 लोग घायल हुए। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट में बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ और उसमें हरकत उल जिहाद था और उसमें भी 15 लोग मारे गए, 79 लोग घायल हुए। हैदराबाद में ट्विन बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, दिलसुख नगर में, हैदराबाद में। इंडियन मुजाहिदीन उसके पीछे था, 18 लोग मारे गए, 131 घायल हुए। आतंक, ये परिस्थिति आकर के खड़ी रही। ये मैंने आपके सामने क्रोनोलॉजिकल तरीके से घटनाओं के बारे में कितने लोग हताहत हुए उसकी आपको जानकारी दी। और मैं यहाँ ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि इन आतंकियों को हमारी उस समय की सरकार ने इसको मुंबई में हमलों को आरएसएस के साथ साजिश बताया और भगवा आतंकवाद के पीछे पड़े। देश याद रखेगा क्या क्या नहीं किया है और आज वो पहलगाम पर हमसे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं। हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम पूरी तरीके से आए हैं। हाफिज सईद को जी लगा करके संबोधित किया, किसने किया? हमारे पूर्व रक्षा मंत्री, उनका स्टेटमेंट पढ़ता हूं हाउस के अंदर, इंडिया हैज ए पॉलिसी फॉर मेनी इयर्स दैट द बेस्ट डिफेंस इज नॉट टू डेवलप द बॉर्डर्स, not to develop the borders. An undeveloped border is safer than the developed border. So for many years there was no construction of roads, airfields, nothing in the border areas. इसको मैं अमावस्या ना कहूं तो और क्या कहूं? बोलो। एक गृह मंत्री का बयान है, मुझे कश्मीर जाने में डर लगता। आप देखिए घनघोर अमावस्या में जिए है इस देश ने अपने आप को, और वो हमसे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं पहलगाम पर, हम तैयार हैं। अब आप देखिए दूसरा फेज 2014 का, पूर्णमासी घटने लगी, अमावस्या घटने लगी, एकादशी आई, द्वादशी आई, और इस तरीके से हम पूर्णमासी की ओर बढ़े। 2014 में पूरे देश में, और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोलना चाहता हूं, गृह मंत्री जी आएंगे, वो भी अपने बयान में सारी बात डिटेल में रखेंगे, लेकिन अदर देन जम्मू कश्मीर सारे देश में टेररिस्ट अटैक बंद हो गए हैं। इस बात को हमको समझ लेना चाहिए। ओनली इन जम्मू कश्मीर लेवल, सारे देश में नहीं तो कभी हैदराबाद, कभी मुंबई, कभी वाराणसी, कभी कोलकाता, कभी बेंगलुरु, कभी कौन सा देश बचा था, हर एक जगह बम ब्लास्ट, बम ब्लास्ट, बम ब्लास्ट। दिल्ली एक नहीं 3 बार हो गया इस 10 साल के अंदर, 10 years के अंदर, फ्रॉम 2004 to 2014 3 times। दिल्ली नेशनल कैपिटल, पुणे में हुआ था, पुणे में, तो हर एक जगह। अब देखिए एक्सेप्ट जम्मू कश्मीर, नो इंसिडेंट ऑफ वायलेंस ऑफ टेररिज्म हैज टेकन प्लेस फ्रॉम 2014 to 2025 टिल डेट। 2004 में टेरर इंसिडेंट्स 2004 से 14 7,217, और विच हैज 2015 से 2025 2,150। कहां 75,000 और 7,000, 80% का रिडक्शन हुआ है। हम हिसाब दे रहे हैं, हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं। सिविलियन डेथ्स 2004 to 2014 1,770, from 2015 to 2025 357, 70% reduction, 70%. Deaths of security personnel 2004 to 2014 1,060, 2015 to 2025 542, reduction is 49%. Death of terrorists increased by 123%. 123% टेररिस्टों की डेथ जो इंक्रीज हुई वो 123% तक हुई। अब हम उरी सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करना चाहेंगे। हमारे उरी ब्रिगेड हेडक्वार्टर्स पर तारीख 2016 को जैश ए मोहम्मद के लोग आए, कमांडर्स आए, और उन्होंने 19 सोल्जर्स की हताहत की, 19 सोल्जर्स। मैं इसको ऑन रिकॉर्ड लाना चाहता हूं, इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं आर्मी तब भी थी और आर्मी आज भी है, फौज तब भी थी आज भी है, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप अलग थी। इट इज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम आफ्टर 1947 दैट द इंडियन प्राइम मिनिस्टर केम ऑन रिकॉर्ड, और एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने क्या कहा, उरी हमले के पीछे के लोगों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। कोझिकोड में कहा था, कोझिकोड में, और बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। और 3 दिन के भीतर सितंबर 28 और 29 को सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स हुई, लॉन्चिंग पैड्स को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया, और फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम पाकिस्तान मिलिट्री पर्सनल्स को कम से कम 30 से 40 मारे गए, और साथ में टेररिस्टों का सफाया हुआ, लॉन्चिंग पैड समाप्त हुए। यह जवाब है, यह है पूर्णमासी, यह है बदलता भारत, यह है मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, और यह है ट्रांसपेरेंसी। आज तक 47 से किसी प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज नॉट रिस्पॉन्डेड, और आप बोलते पीएम बोलो, पीएम बोलो। पीएम जब बोलते हैं तो दुनिया को जवाब देते हैं, देश को तो देते ही हैं। बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक, जैश ए मोहम्मद ने उसकी जिम्मेवारी ली। एक्सप्लोजिव लेडेड ऑन ए व्हीकल, जिसने हमारे सीआरपीएफ के 40 लोगों को जाने गई। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने यहाँ पालम एयरपोर्ट पर सबको श्रद्धांजलि भी दी थी और उसके बाद एक वक्तव्य दिया था। वक्तव्य क्या था? पाकिस्तान ने एक बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी है और इसका उसको खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। सी द पॉलिटिकल विल, सी द पॉलिटिकल विल। हम देखेंगे, हम सोचेंगे, हम विचार करेंगे, हम चर्चा करेंगे, हम बातचीत करेंगे, हम बिरयानी खिलाएंगे, हम डोजियर भेजेंगे, हम डोजियर भेजेंगे। ये नहीं किया, ये कहा बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी है और खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। सी द पॉलिटिकल विल, पड़ेगा। शब्द देखिए आप, नेताओं के मुख से शब्द ऐसे ही नहीं निकलते, ये कमिटमेंट होती है तब निकलते हैं देश के प्रति, तब होता है। और 11 दिनों के अंदर भीतर बालाकोट का जवाब दिया गया। 70 किलोमीटर अंदर घुसकर 5000 किलोग्राम के एम्यूनिशंस को ड्रॉप किया गया और वहां हमारे उनके सारे जो ठिकाने थे उनको हम लोगों ने ध्वस्त किया। पहलगाम अटैक आपके सामने, आप चर्चा करने के लिए कह रहे हैं, हम उस पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं। हम उसकी भी डिटेल्स आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। हम सबको मालूम है 26 सिविलियंस मारे गए। आदरणीय मोदी जी ने मोतिहारी में उसके बारे में भी चर्चा की। बिहार में चुनाव प्रचार में गए थे। जी नहीं, आप भूल गए, भारत देश की मिट्टी से आपका संबंध नहीं है। वो पंचायती राज दिवस था और मधुबनी पंचायती राज दिवस था। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री हर साल, इसी साल नहीं, हर साल पंचायती राज दिवस अपने पंचायत के सदस्यों के साथ, चुने हुए सदस्यों के साथ मनाते हैं हर साल, एवरी ईयर। और वो वहां गए थे और उन्होंने वहां पर कहा था, और वो भी देखिए शब्द, देखिए नेता के शब्दों में कंसेप्चुअली हाउ क्लैरिटी इट वाज, कि तुमको कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी, जो तुमने सोचा भी नहीं होगा वो सजा तुमको मिलेगी। और आपको मालूम है, हम सबको मालूम है कि 13 दिनों के अंदर भीतर जवाब दिया गया। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, हमने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हिट किया, मेजर्ड था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था। हम 300 किलोमीटर अंदर गए, पाकिस्तान के एयरबेस में वहां पर प्रिसिशन के साथ एक्यूरेसी की, कोई सिविलियन हताहत नहीं हुआ और कोई उस वहां पर मौजूद टेररिस्ट बचा नहीं। और जिसका, जैसा कि हमारे विदेश मंत्री जी ने अपने वक्तव्य में बताया कि यूट्यूब खोल लीजिएगा, रात को समय मिलेगा तो खोल लीजिएगा और उसमें देखिएगा कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान की आर्मी टेररिस्टों के जनाजे में शामिल हुई है और कितने यूट्यूब में पोस्ट हैं और कितने लोग मारे गए, उसका अंदाजा आपको यूट्यूब से मिल जाएगा। और उसी तरीके से 9 सुरक्षा बलों ने 9 मिसाइल्स से आतंकी ठिकानों को नस्तो नाबूद किया। जैश ए मोहम्मद लश्कर तैयबा के कमांड, उसके सेंटर को नस्तो नाबूद किया। और उसी तरीके से हमारे जैश ए मोहम्मद, लश्कर तैयबा और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, इन तीनों के ठिकानों को नष्ट किया गया। भावलपुर, मरकज तैयबा, नौरोवाल, सियालकोट, बरनाला, इन सबको ध्वस्त किया गया। कोटली, मुजफ्फराबाद। 22 मिनट में अप्रैल 22 का बदला ले लिया, इस बात को भी हमको समझना। नेवर इन द हिस्ट्री, कभी भी, ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोल रहा हूं मैं, कभी भी किसी भी सरकार ने इस तरीके से पाकिस्तान को जवाब नहीं दिया जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद प्रधानमंत्री ने 22 मिनट के अंदर। और हम देखते हैं कि इस अटैक के बाद उन्होंने हमारे लगभग 1000 के आसपास उन्होंने ड्रोन्स और मिसाइल्स हमारे ऊपर छोड़े, 1000 के आसपास। और ये भारत के फौज की को मैं सलाम करता हूं कि एक भी सिविलियन हताहत नहीं हुआ और हमने सारे के सारे नस्तनाबूद किए उनका। लेकिन हमने उनके हवाई सुरक्षा प्रणालियों को निष्क्रिय कर दिया, सैन्य संपत्तियों को नष्ट किया और 11 एयर बेसिस को उसको हम लोगों ने डैमेज कर दिया। पसरूर, आरिफवाला, चकलाला, रफीकी, मुरीद एयरपोर्ट, सुकूर एयरपोर्ट, रहीम यार खान एयरपोर्ट, चुनियान एयरपोर्ट, सरगोदा एयरपोर्ट, भुलारी एयरपोर्ट, और ये सब कोई 200 किलोमीटर है, कोई 270 किलोमीटर है, कोई 140 किलोमीटर है, कोई 297 किलोमीटर है। आप देखिए आज इंडिया की सैन्य शक्ति का सदुपयोग करते हुए और उनके जाबाज लोगों को पूरी छूट देने के कारण, और ये पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया, जिसके कारण आज उनके 11 बेस को ध्वस्त कर दिया और उसको 5 साल कम से कम एयर बेस पर पीछे। जैकबाबाद जो 300 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के अंदर है, बॉर्डर से, LOC से। तो इस तरीके से 9-10 मई को एक ऐतिहासिक रात को जो एंगेजमेंट्स किया वो हम सबके सामने है। यही नहीं, एक तरफ आप उनके साथ ट्रीटी कर रहे थे, ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कर रहे थे। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्या किया? इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी 1960 वाज हेल्ड इन एबेंस। मुझे एक बात की बहुत दुख होता है कि इधर से प्रधानमंत्री जी कोई एक्शन लेते हैं और आप उधर से पूछ लेंगे इसको लागू कैसे करोगे। आपको लागू उसकी चिंता ज्यादा होती है, इसकी चिंता नहीं होती है कि पॉलिटिकल विल देखो कि इसको करने का निर्णय लिया गया है। अब ऐसे कहना नहीं चाहिए, वॉर को हम किसी शादी से नहीं जोड़ देते, लेकिन कई बार क्या होता है कि कोई अच्छा काम हो रहा हो तो मामा रूस जाता है। तो मुझे कभी मामा खुश दिखाई नहीं। अब मैं इतनी सारी बातें बोल रहा हूं, ये बात बीजेपी की है कि भारत देश की है? बोलिए, भारत देश की है कि बीजेपी की है? इधर से भी बोलिए ना, किसकी है? अगर भारत देश की है तो ऐसे ऐसे थपथपा क्यों नहीं देते हो? हमसे ही उधारा मांग लो, हम ही दे देंगे आपको। लेकिन मैं कई बार बोलता हूं, देखिए हम लोग बार बार कहते हैं दल से बड़ा देश, दल से बड़ा देश, लेकिन हम दल को बचाने के पीछे देश के में खुशी में भी शामिल नहीं हो पाते हैं। ये मैंने लोकसभा की तस्वीर देखी, मैं वहां मंत्री होने के नाते मुझे लोकसभा में जाने की इजाजत है, वहां मैं बैठा था, चेहरे उतरे हुए थे, सूखे हुए थे, रोने का बात, उसमें पानी नहीं था, रौनक नहीं थी। मैं ये इशारा इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि यहां थोड़ा सा बदलाव आ जाए। प्लीज हमने 1960 का इंडस वैली ट्रीटी को एबेंस में डाल दिया, इंटीग्रेटेड चेक पोस्ट अटारी बंद कर दिया, पाकिस्तान नेशनल्स को परमिशन ट्रैवल इंडिया सार्क वीजा एग्जम्पशन बंद कर दिया, डिफेंस, मिलिट्री और नेवल एयर एडवाइजर्स को यहां पर्सन नॉन ग्राटा घोषित करके उनको पाकिस्तान वापस भेजा, और इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी को हम लोगों ने पूरा का पूरा इन्फॉर्म किया, और हमने साफ कहा कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा, टेरर इज टू डिसरप्ट JNK इकोनॉमी, राइट टू डिफेंस हमने किया, और इस तरीके से पुलवामा के बाद भारत सरकार ने मेजर्स अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान लिए। क्लोज्ड मींस क्लोज्ड, चैप्टर इज क्लोज्ड। और अभी विदेश मंत्री जी ने बताया कि पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा, टेरर और टॉक्स एक साथ नहीं होगा। और कितने आज तक किसी प्रधानमंत्री ने नहीं कहा है, आज तक नहीं कहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा न्यूक्लियर पावर की धमकी देना, गीदड़ भभकी बंद करो। और मैं आज आपको बता रहा हूं, आप प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के शब्दों को, बयान को बहुत गौर से देखिए। उन्होंने दुनिया को स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि टेरर करने वाला और टेरर को संरक्षण देने वाला, दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं रहने वाला है। हम अंतर नहीं मानते। तो इसलिए अब अगर मैं कश्मीर के ऊपर आ जाऊं, कश्मीर में क्या बदलाव आया धारा 370 समाप्त होने के बाद? वहां स्टोन पेल्टिंग के इंसिडेंट्स जो 4 साल में 2010 से 2014 में 2654 थे, आज 0 है, 0। लास्ट 3 इयर्स 0। आर्टिकल उसी तरीके से वैली लगभग साल में 132 दिन बंद रहती थी, आज पिछले 3 सालों से एक भी दिन वैली बंद नहीं हुई है, एक भी दिन वैली बंद। अब आपको परिवर्तन न दिखे तो मैं क्या करूं? मामा रूस जाए तो मैं क्या करूं? तो आपको परिवर्तन दिख नहीं रहा है। उसी तरीके से आज लोकल टेररिज्म समाप्त हो गया है। अब ये फॉरेन इन्वेडेड टेररिस्ट ही रहे हैं, ये छोटी घटना नहीं है और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड कह रहा हूं। उसी तरीके से अब लाइफ ऑफ ए टेररिस्ट एवरेज इज 7 days। 7 दिन के अंदर टेररिस्ट नस्तो नाबूद हो रहा है और ये 0 टॉलरेंस का नतीजा है। आप लोगों ने अभी तक मैंने सुना नहीं, कल से आपके जवान उस बारे में चुप है, नहीं तो आप एक बात बहुत कहते थे। और हमारे आदरणीय लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने 21 तारीख को कहा, जिन लोगों ने अटैक किया वो कहाँ हैं, उनका क्या हुआ? वो उनका जमी दोष हो गया, पाकिस्तान का ही नहीं है, वो समाप्त हो गए। ऑपरेशन महादेव वो अपने आप में, और टीम इंडिया, मैं बधाई दूंगा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा सभी पार्टियों को जिन्होंने सहयोग करके टीम इंडिया के रूप में 32 देशों में अपना डेलीगेशन गया। देश के सामने अपनी बात बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रखी गई और देश के सामने यह स्पष्ट हुआ कि हम टेरर को कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। एक वॉइस में गया। मैं विपक्ष के सभी दलों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि वो एक टीम स्पिरिट में हम सब लोगों ने सोचा। लेकिन एक नैरेटिव सेट किया जा रहा है, कोई देश साथ नहीं आया, कोई देश साथ नहीं आया, कोई देश साथ नहीं आया। 61 मैसेजेस है स्टेट ऑफ हेड्स के, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, गवर्नमेंट डिफरेंट गवर्नमेंट्स के, प्रेसिडेंट्स और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट्स के, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि वी कंडेम द अटैक ऑफ पहलगाम। 35 मैसेजेस हैं फॉरेन मिनिस्टर्स के, 38 मैसेजेस हैं पार्लियामेंटेरियंस के और फॉर्मर हेड्स के, और 43 मैसेजेस हैं डिप्लोमेटिक मिशंस के। यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल ने पहलगाम अटैक को, टेरर को कंडेम किया है, क्वाड ने कंडेम किया है, ब्रिक्स ने कंडेम किया है, सेंट्रल एशियन कंट्रीज ने कंडेम किया है, इंडियन ओशन रिम एसोसिएशन ने कंडेम किया है, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ प्रेगवे ने किया द यूरोपियन यूनियन, फ्रांस और जर्मनी ने कंडेम किया है। एक मैं खाली बताना चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे चेयर ऑफ अर्बन वॉरफेयर स्टडीज जॉन स्पेंसर हैं, उन्होंने मॉडर्न वॉर इंस्टीट्यूट में भारत की तारीफ करते हुए कहा, India's growing defense self-reliance from 32% of the Army's ammunition needs met domestically in 2014 is now being met by 88% in 2024. From missiles like BrahMos, Pinaka to radars and artillery systems, Indian-made equipment proved itself in live combat. That's not just a national achievement. It's a model of military readiness of any nation. ये आज बदलते भारत की तस्वीर है। विश्व ने देश के अदम्य साहस को स्वीकार भी किया है, विश्व के लोगों ने इस बात को बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा है। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ फिर भी कुछ लोग सरेंडर कर गए ऐसी बातों का और ऐसी भाषा को बोलते हैं। पूछता कौन है? ये वो पूछते हैं जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर के क्रिएटर जो हैं, वो हमको पूछते हैं कि सरेंडर किया। जो कबाब वैली के 22,210 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर गिफ्ट करते हैं बर्मा को, वो हमसे पूछते हैं कि सरेंडर क्या किया। जो लोग इंडियाज राइट्स इन तिब्बत एंड एक्सेप्टिंग चाइनाज एनेक्सेशन, वो हमसे पूछते हैं कि सरेंडर क्या हुआ। सर ये कबाब वैली का कर देंगे। हाँ हाँ ऑथेंटिकेट करो।
माननीय जयराम जी प्लीज।
I will authenticate, sir. I will authenticate, sir. Authenticate करें।
Please.
I will authenticate.
Please.
Sir, I will authenticate, sir.
Please, आप बोले।
And I will put on record.
Please.
Whatever I have said and whatever you have asked to authenticate, I have authenticated it. It is on the table of the House. It's a record of the September 1958, Berubari, a small region, Jalpaiguri district, West Bengal, transferred to East Pakistan. Jawaharlal Nehru and Firoz Khan, Nehru-Noon agreement handed over the Indian land. This is called surrender. Surrender.
John British जी,
Aksai Chin.
No comment.
Aksai Chin.
बैठकर
हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने कहा, not even a blade of grass grows there. नेहरू जी ने और महावीर त्यागी जी ने कहा कि by head there is not even a single blade of hair. Does that mean that it is of no use for Mr. Nehru, yours and mine? ये on record है, लेकिन surrender अभी भी कर रहे हैं। और देखिए सबसे मजेदार बात, हमने इस सदन में शिमला 1971 वॉर में पाकिस्तान का विभाजन के लिए एक स्वर से श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी को, देन प्राइम मिनिस्टर को, हम लोगों ने बधाई दी थी और एक बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ था कहा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindhur. Yesterday I watched Rajnath Singh ji का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindhur began at 1:05 in the morning. और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा, he said, Operation Sindhur lasted 22 minutes.
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindhur. Yesterday I watched राजनाथ सिंह जी का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, एंड आई लिसन क्वाइट केयरफुली when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindhur began at 1:05 in the morning. और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा, he said Operation Sindhur lasted 22 minutes. And then he said the most shocking thing. He said at 1:35,
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब 1000 मिसाइलों और आर्म ड्रोन्स के भारत पर बहुत बड़ा हमला करने की कोशिश की। 1000 ये मिसाइलें भारत के किसी भी हिस्से पर गिरती तो वहां भयंकर तबाही मचती। लेकिन 1000 मिसाइल्स और ड्रोन्स को भारत ने आसमान में ही चूर चूर कर दिया। हर देशवासी को इससे गर्व हो रहा है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ लोग जानबूझकर के कुछ चीजें भूलने में इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं। देश भूलता नहीं है, देश को याद है। 6 रात और 7 मई सुबह ऑपरेशन हुआ था और 7 मई को सुबह भारत ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी सेना ने की और इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत ने स्पष्ट कर दिया था और पहले दिन से क्लियर था कि हमारा लक्ष्य है आतंकी।
आप सिर्फ अपील करते रहे और कहीं भी टेरर के नाम पर आपने प्रेशर नहीं पाकिस्तान पर दिया। ये मैं इसलिए आपको ये याद दिलाना चाह रहा हूं क्योंकि आपको पूर्णमासी तब समझ में आएगी जब आप अमावस्या के दिनों को जानेंगे।
JP Nadda addresses Rajya Sabha, shows the mirror to Congress on their soft approach towards Pakistan and terror backers.
सर, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें। 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reiterates in Rajya Sabha, no call happened between PM Modi and US President Donald Trump between April 22nd and June 17th. India inches closer to getting TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam attack. Sponsors pull out of India versus Pakistan WCL 2025 semi-final, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Will BCCI now act? Countdown begins for Nisar satellite launch. NASA and ISRO are pegged for a historic mission. A sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite developed in collaboration with US will be launched from Sriharikota today. Tsunami waves approach US west coast and Japan in aftermath of earthquake in Russia. Red alerts issued. A very good evening, viewers. It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, a JPC meeting on One Nation, One Election will be held in a short while from now. All stakeholders will be present in this particular meeting, and this is the Joint Parliamentary Committee meeting that we're talking about on One Nation, One Election. And this will begin in just a short while from now. We'll get you all the details. With Harsha will be joining us live in just a few moments. But what we need to understand here is that the JPC will convene its meeting on One Nation, One Poll in just a short while from now. This is a meeting, an important meeting amidst parliamentary proceedings that are already underway, and the JPC will be holding this particular meeting in just a short while from now, and this one to decide the road ahead, the map ahead, and the blueprint for the One Nation, One Election. Moving on, viewers, BJP President JP Nadda launched a sharp attack on the Congress in the parliament, accusing the Grand Old Party of previously labeling 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks as an RSS conspiracy and promoting the narrative of saffron terror. He said the nation remembers how Congress leaders undermined national security by making such claims, essentially holding up the mirror to Congress over its soft approach towards terror. And JP Nadda's strong remarks came in during his address in the Rajya Sabha. Let's listen in.
चाहूंगा कि इन आतंकियों को हमारी उस समय की सरकार ने इसको मुंबई में हमलों को आरएसएस के साथ साजिश बताया और भगवा आतंकवाद के पीछे पड़े। देश याद रखेगा क्या क्या नहीं किया है, और आज वो पहलगाम पर हमसे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं। हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम पूरी तरीके से आए। हाफिज सईद को जी लगा करके संबोधित किया, किसने किया? मैं यहां ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि इन आतंकियों को हमारी उस समय की सरकार ने इसको मुंबई में हमलों को आरएसएस के साथ साजिश बताया और भगवा आतंकवाद के पीछे पड़े। देश याद रखेगा क्या क्या नहीं किया है, और आज वो पहलगाम पर हमसे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं। हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम पूरी तरीके से आए हैं। हाफिज सईद को जी लगा करके संबोधित किया, किसने किया? मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहूंगा कि इन आतंकियों को हमारी उस समय की सरकार ने इसको मुंबई में हमलों को आरएसएस के साथ साजिश बताया और भगवा आतंकवाद के पीछे पड़े। देश याद रखेगा क्या क्या नहीं किया है, और आज वो पहलगाम पर हमसे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं। हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम पूरी तरीके से आए हैं। हाफिज सईद को जी लगा करके संबोधित किया, किसने किया?
Well, that was JP Nadda in his remarks in the Rajya Sabha. But let's tell you what happened earlier in the day when the Operation Sindoor debate resumed in the Parliament with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar making his remarks in the upper house. The debate has seen top NDA leaders lay down the contours of the government's narrative, and also the government has emphasized the operation's success in eliminating over 100 terrorists and handlers through precise military strikes on terror infrastructure in Pakistan, while also dismissing US President Donald Trump's unending claims of brokering a ceasefire. Dr. S. Jaishankar gave a detailed outline of India's foreign policy during Operation Sindoor and why it has been important to suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan, which EAM claimed was a treaty signed by the then Prime Minister to appease Pakistan. Let's listen in.
We had warned that blood and water cannot flow together. Today, we are demonstrating that what we say we will do, blood and water will not flow together. Now, sir, let me come to Operation Sindoor. The goals of Operation Sindoor were spelled out very clearly within half an hour of the operation commencing, and it was stated very directly that the objective of Operation Sindoor was hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. It was also said that our actions are focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature, and we are living up to a commitment. I will come to that commitment, sir, in the UN Security Council, that those responsible for the attack will be held accountable.
Viewers, it's time for us to now get you up to speed with what's happening across the nation in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi undertook a day-long visit to Manipur to review the prevailing security situation and operational readiness of Assam Rifles and Army formations deployed in the state. Crackdown continues on infiltrators in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that at least 7 Bangladeshi nationals were pushed back from Sirbhumi by the police. The Jammu and Kashmir police arrested a person during a Naka checking operation in the Nagarota area of Jammu district, recovering 3 pistols from his possession. Actor Prakash Raj appeared before the Enforcement Directorate today in connection with its ongoing investigation into the alleged promotion of unauthorized online betting platforms. He arrived at the ED office in Bashir Bagh of Hyderabad with his lawyer. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. It's from the Pune Posh case. A Pune court has rejected temporary bail application of father of juvenile driver who was involved in the May 2024 Posh car crash. And this is a legal setback for the brat's father because his bail has now been denied. So huge update that's coming in. The Pune court has rejected temporary bail application of the VVIP brat, the killer brat's father. And this is the latest update as far as the Pune Posha case is concerned. Bail has been denied to the juvenile's father, the killer brat's father, who's also behind bars for trying to cover up the entire matter, has had sought bail, but the Pune court has denied it to him. In fact, the brat's father was involved in the aftermath along with the brat's grandfather, both of them trying to cover up the entire matter, trying to pin the blame on the driver. And after that, they were exposed, they were put behind bars, and now they were attempted to get a temporary bail, which has failed. Moving on to another controversial act by Maharashtra Navnirman Sena members, and this time it has sparked massive outrage in Thane's Kalyan area. A video shows MNS District President Ulhas Bhoir slapping a gaming zone employee, accusing the zone of luring school students during school hours. And this is not the first time that MNS workers have taken law into their own hands. Here's a complete report on what exactly happened.
The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena once again made headlines for violence. This time the issue was not language. MNS District President Ulhas Bhoir barged into a gaming zone and slapped an employee, accusing the place of distracting students from school. Caught on camera, Bhoir can be heard shouting that children were stealing money from home and skipping school. The employee's simple reply, "What can I do?" triggered the slap that is now going viral. The MNS leader also then issued a demolition warning. This isn't the first time the MNS has been in the spotlight for violence. Just days ago, in Mumbai's Dadar area, MNS workers stormed into a coaching center and assaulted the head of the institute, accusing him of fraud. In Nanded, a man was slapped and punched at a public toilet and a bus stop because he could not speak Marathi. MNS workers forced him to fold his hands and apologize to Raj Thackeray on camera. And earlier in Mumbai, a shopkeeper was thrashed for posting a WhatsApp status that they claimed insulted the Marathi community. The MNS has a history of enforcing moral and linguistic policing, from tearing down non-Marathi signboards to threatening businesses not adhering to norms. These repeated acts of vigilantism are seen as an attempt to install fear under the guise of cultural enforcement. MNS calls it social responsibility. Critics call it lawlessness. As these incidents pile up, the big question remains: who holds the so-called vigilantes accountable?
Moving on to more breaking news coming in just weeks after sacred Jagannath Rath Yatra, a time when millions bowed their heads in devotion. Chinese e-commerce giant AliExpress has dared to insult Hindu sentiments by selling doormats bearing the divine image of Lord Jagannath. This has sparked a massive controversy over the doormats featuring Lord Jagannath's image, and the platform is drawing severe criticism for hurting Hindu sentiments after images of these doormats emerged on social media platforms, and the product has now provoked widespread outrage among devotees who recently attended the Jagannath Rath Yatra in Odisha. And BJP MP Baijent Jai Panda has also warned the Chinese e-commerce site that if they sell and don't take this image and this article down, several steps will be taken to make it regret its stand. This is a warning being issued by the BJP MP to the e-commerce giant AliExpress because these controversial doormats were being sold online. It's a blatant hurt to Hindu sentiments that has been flagged by BJP MP. Well, this is unforgivable, viewers, because the outrage is currently boiling over. BJP MP Baijant Panda has also fired a clear warning: take it down or face serious consequences. AliExpress has now underestimated India's faith, and they have sold, and they have also put out these doormats, controversial doormats with the face of Lord Jagannath. Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. This, as far as the Asia Cup, I beg your pardon, the WCL match is concerned, Indian players, according to sources, have refused to play with Pakistan. It's the WCL 2025 semi-finals, and Indian players have said no cricket with Pakistan. A campaign that has been started by Republic TV, your channel, is gaining traction with Indian players now allegedly refusing to play the semi-finals with Pakistan at WCL 2025. The outrage is mounting across the country, and the Indian players have clearly put their nation first, and they have refused to play with Pakistan. And what we understand is that after the sponsors have pulled out of the WCL 2025, we have Indian players who have allegedly spoken out, and they have expressed their refusal to play with Terroristan in the WCL 2025 semi-finals. Indian players say #no cricket with Pakistan. It's a big win. It's a big win for India's fight against terror, because after Shikhar Dhawan and the others posted videos initially before the WCL 2025, now as the tournament reaches the semi-finals between India and Pakistan, there are voices that are coming in. Players have refused to play in the semi-finals against Pakistan. The match with Pakistan has also been dropped, according to sources. Rakshita will be joining us in just a few seconds from now to give us all the latest as far as this development is concerned. Sources have informed Republic TV that all the players have refused to play cricket with Pakistan at WCL 2025. Indian cricketing legends have taken a very, very hard stand against Pakistan, and they refuse to play the semi-final. Rakshita is joining us from the newsroom. Rakshita, this is a big win as far as India's fight against terror is concerned. Indian players have now allegedly said that they will not play the semi-finals with Pakistan. What are you picking up, Rakshita?
Well, what we know is that there's a meeting going on. As per my sources, that there's still a meeting going on that. However, some reports emerging do suggest that the Indian players are deciding over the fact that they would not play with Pakistan. This after the top sponsor, Ease My Trip, had pulled out of that match. And we've seen this after pressure builds in, that such developments, such reports start trickling in. Just after, of course, we have, of course, Republic TV been carrying this campaign forward in full swing for the past few days. And now, just on the penultimate day, in fact, just on the day when we expect that in a few hours from now, that it was a match between India and Pakistan to be played on the 30th of July, that's today. We understand that they are still mulling over it, and it's unlikely that they will be playing. We do not know yet officially. There's no official announcement that the players have refused, but yes, they did that when the group stage match was happening. If you remember, we at Republic TV had played out that story, and overnight developments had come in that many of the players had pulled out, had withdrawn their names, and yes, it seems that something similar could happen this time around. However, the meeting is there is a meeting apparently that is going on.
Right. Also, Rakshita, sources have informed that the match is also dropped. And as far as the meeting is concerned, who are the stakeholders in the meeting, Rakshita?
There's no information. I don't have any clear-cut information as to who all are part of it. But yes, those from the Indian side. And remember, the WCL has many Indian faces, and many of these people are, including Nishant Pitti, have been involved as stakeholders. Even even Bollywood stars like Ajay Devgan are part of the WCL as the league, one of the stakeholders, major stakeholders stakeholder in the WCL. So yes, questions have been raised on them. Social media is rife with boycott calls, and in fact we also got so many callers who were saying that there should be no cricket with Pakistan. As of now, we are awaiting some information, official information, if they are not going ahead with this semi-final match. And yes, as you said, that the match will be cancelled. Match has to be cancelled because it needs the Indian players in full strength.
That's right, Rakshita. And WCL, will Asia Cup also follow suit? Because BCCI hasn't really said a single word about Asia Cup and the grouping with Pakistan, the matches with Pakistan. Why should we play Asia Cup, Rakshita, when Pakistan continues to sponsor terror?
Well, of course, there's a lot of talks. BCCI has to, of course, take a call on that and communicate that to the Asian Cricket Council. This, of course, is again in the works. There has been no answer from the BCCI as well. Just a few days back, we had confronted Rajiv Shukla, who refused to say anything. Of course, there are a lot of stakes that are at play. There is a lot of finances involved, the broadcasters that are involved, and all have to be taken into account. But we at Republic TV continue to maintain that nothing is bigger. No sponsor, no broadcaster is bigger than the lives of Indians, the security of Indians, and we, as Parliament continues to debate Operation Sindoor, and the Prime Minister, remember, last evening had reiterated and made it very clear that operation is still on, and since the operation is still on, there's no point, there's no with no phase that we can in fact engage with Pakistan in any domain.
That's right, Rakshita, and Parliament has taken a very clear stand. People of the nation have taken a very clear stand. What's taking BCCI so long to cancel this particular match? What are they worried about?
As I said, I mean, there's a lot of rules and regulations, and there is mainly the finances that are involved in here. But that is the question. It begets the question, are those finances more important? Is the money, to be very frank, more important than the lives of those innocents who were killed in that dastardly attack in Pahalgam? And it's not the first attack that has been sponsored by Pakistan. There has been a whole history to it, and we do know about it. There have been ties that have been, we've seen the ties being affected between India and Pakistan. There has been no bilateral engagement with Pakistan, but we've seen that India and Pakistan have faced each other, in the World Cup, in the Champions Trophy recently, and in the World Cup also. But this time, India says enough is enough, that we do not want to engage with the Pakistani cricketers on any platform, multilateral, bilateral, trilateral, nothing doing. WCL, of course, the BCCI has nothing to do with it, but yes, when it comes to the Asia Cup or the World Cup, the BCCI can always take a call on that. Many a times we get a response that, okay, the government has to also talk about it, the government might also take a call, but these are very grey areas. We have seen many of those, we have seen many veterans also talking about that there should be a sort of there should be an SOP, there should be a process.
I request you to kindly hold your thoughts, Rakshita. We have callers also tuning in. We have Group Captain Bajpai joining us from Ghaziabad. Group Captain Bajpai, this is the big news that we're tracking. Indian cricketing legends have said that they will not share the pitch with Pakistan in WCL 2025. Next stop is Asia Cup. Will players and BCCI speak up?
Good afternoon to you. I am so happy. I am reading through your channel that our players have refused to play against Pakistan. I was amused, applauded and flabbergasted that how come the BCCI is permitting a cricket match against Pakistan. If you see all our government official and the government policy is that our Op Sindoor is on, and all our government leaders have parlayed, lobbied against IMF loan to Pakistan so hard. And if we would have played this cricket match, half of the amount we would have offered to Pakistan on the plate. Almost 600,000 crore could have been given to 6,000 crore rupees could have been given to the Pakistan on a plate. Why are we so hungry? The BCCI, in fact, if they don't listen to the government policies, they don't understand the national sentiments. I am a true ambassador of the nationalist collective. So the BCCI, and where are all our cricket legends, the Sachin Tendulkar, the Mahendra Singh Dhoni, and the Sunil Gavaskar, and Virat Kohli, and the Rohit Sharma? Why they don't come up openly in the public? That they should discard, they should go against this BCCI policy that our national team should not be pitched against Pakistan. One side we have stopped water to Pakistan. We have got such a strong national sentiment that we should not have any tie with the enemy country like Pakistan. And other side, the BCCI is doing that. And BCCI should never forget that BCCI itself is in existence because of the citizens of this country. We are paying heavy price for their tickets, and that's how they have come up to the existence. And in case if they don't listen to the true sentiments of the country, this BCCI should be abolished.
When we talk about sportsmanship, when terror is being exported from the other side of line of control. Group Captain, thank you for sharing your thoughts. We also have Prashant joining us live from Goa. Yes, Prashant, please go ahead. We also have Andrew joining us from Goa. Andrew, what's your take on the players drawing a very, very hard line as far as sharing the cricket pitch with Pakistan is concerned? They have said no. It's a clear-cut answer. Mr. Andrew, if you could reduce the volume of your telephone, and if you could share your insights, your opinion on this breaking news we are tracking. Indian cricketers have said no to playing the semi-finals with Pakistan at the WCL 2025.
That is really good news indeed. I am thrilled by this news. I am so happy to hear this, because with the current Asia Cup schedule, I am disturbed. I am also more disturbed that the ex-cricketers of India are supporting this match. The central government must come into force and stop this match, stop this tournament. There should be no sport between Pakistan and India, irrespective of what, when, where, how. Never, 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 ever. If they should have this match, no Indian should go to see it at the venue, and no Indian should watch it over TV.
That's right, Andrew. This isn't just about cricket anymore. This is about national pride, viewers, about standing up to a state that continues to harbor and also sponsor terror while pretending to play diplomacy. And this is a big win as far as our fight against terror is concerned. The WCL 2025 semi-finals, according to sources, the match has been dropped because the players have said that they will not share the 22 yards with Pakistan. And the sponsors, Ease My Trip, has also pulled out. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with hashtag No Cricket with Pakistan after a short break, because this is what's trending at the moment. Outrage is pouring in, and also WCL players have shown the way for BCCI to follow, but whether or not BCCI will follow suit remains to be seen. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, और भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम जो हुआ है, वैसे जब राजीव गांधी जी थे उस समय उनके जो एक डिफेंस का काम देखने वाले एमओएस थे, उन्होंने
आप सिर्फ अपीज करते रहे और कहीं भी टेरर के नाम पर आपने प्रेशर नहीं पाकिस्तान पर दिया। ये मैं इसलिए आपको ये याद दिलाना चाह रहा हूं क्योंकि आपको पूर्णमासी तब समझ में आएगी जब आप अमावस्या के दिनों को जानेंगे।
JP Nadda addresses Rajya Sabha shows the mirror to Congress on how they had a soft approach towards Pakistan and terror sponsors.
सर, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें। 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reiterates in Rajya Sabha no call happened between PM Modi and US President Donald Trump between April 22nd and June 17th. India inches closer to getting TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam terror attack. Sponsors pull out of India versus Pakistan WCL 2025. Now players have also said no to playing the cricket match with Pakistan. The countdown has begun for Nisar satellite launch, a project being worked upon by NASA and ISRO. All eyes are on Sriharikota today. Tsunami waves approach US west coast and Japan in aftermath of earthquake in Russia. Red alerts issued. Sources tell your channel the match between India and Pakistan in World Championship of Legends is cancelled as Indian players have refused to play with Pakistan.
With Pakistan, and what we know as per our sources that the Indian players, Indian cricketers have said no to cricket with Pakistan, and cricketers have said that they will not play this semi-final clash against Pakistan. There has been pressure mounting. Viewers, Republic TV's campaign is not something that has happened today. We have been continuing with this, and you can see the impact. Republic TV's campaign impact. Cricketers being hit. Cricketers hitting Pakistan over the boundary, and of course all eyes will be on the official announcement of the same. We understand that there is some meeting that is going on, which will we will of course take into account how to go about the process, as players have expressed reluctance to participate in this match against Pakistan. This after we saw that Ease My Trip had pulled out. It's the official sponsor, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Big breaking news we are getting in. India versus Pakistan match, has it been cancelled? No official confirmation yet, but we understand that it is going to happen. And with that, of course, all right, we have callers coming in. Sachin DK from Pune calling in. Please, Mr. DK, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to just say thank you to all the retired players which are playing in this league, the Legends League as they call it. But I would like to say a thing more on that. BCCI should force ICC to ban Pakistan in all the cricketing, championships that are going to be held this year, next year, so that Pakistan will learn its lesson once and for all.
Mr. DK, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. We also have former cricketer Atul Vasan joining us. Mr. Vasan, how do you see this development? We understand as per our sources that the cricketers, Indian cricketers, are ready to say no to Pakistan, and in all likelihood, this match is not going to happen.
Well, I don't know. I'm here in Edgbaston. I'm ready to commentate because I signed up to do this whole tournament where I knew that all the countries will be there. You know, it was a decision taken only after the Indian government allowed the Pakistani hockey team to come to India. If before that Indian government wouldn't have allowed, I wouldn't have also come to commentate here. But now, even knowing that the Pakistani team was going to be here, these cricketers had signed up to play, and now to come here and say no and be more loyal than the king is an issue for me. I understand the sentiment that there is fight. But if you stop something, when do you start again? You know, because things are not going to get better and better. We have seen in 50 years. I don't see you. So imagine that this Olympics next year. Would you stop Neeraj Chopra throwing the javelin because the Pakistani guy is throwing the javelin? So it's easy to stop. But when do you start again?
So, of course, all eyes will be on the Asia Cup next, Mr. Vasan.
Well, Asia Cup, again, the Asia government of India knows more than me. The people who I gave my mandate to run the country, they have taken a call, and I'll stand by them. I will not put my jingoistic patriotism before that.
All right, Atul Vasan calls it jingoism. Thank you so much, Mr. Vasan, for joining us on Republic TV on that. But viewers, it's about the Pahalgam terror attack and the victims, of course. We've seen, viewers, the reactions that have even been coming in from the parliament. We've seen this matter reverberating from the streets to the parliament, and every Indian in his or her right mind will not support something like this. Cricketers hitting Pakistan over the boundary. We learn it is about to be cancelled, we understand, as per our sources, this India versus Pakistan semi-final match in the World Championship of Legends or World Championship League. And we understand that there is a call that will be taken. An official announcement is awaited. This is the breaking news we have right now. We have a Surya caller joining us. Surya from Haridwar. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening. In the first instance itself, India should have rejected it. Should not have signed the contract itself. And what about these players? How these people are playing with them? Can't they reject a BCCI offer? Then national clarity is questioned. Okay, better you are flashing some cancellation news. If it is cancelled, it is better. And otherwise, it is to be cancelled.
Right, Mr. Surya. Yes, Mr. Surya. Right.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Mr. Surya, for joining us. We also have Cherian joining us from Bengaluru. Cherian, please go ahead. Cherian, can you hear me, sir? All right, we seem to have lost the connection with the caller, but 01203235206 is the number flashing on the bottom of your screens, and all lines are open. This is Republic Campaign, #No Cricket with Pakistan. All right, I'm told that Surendran is joining us from Chennai. Surendran, please, tell us, how do you see this development? We understand that the Indian players are going to say no. They are reluctant. They do not want to play with Pakistan.
Yes, I am with them, sir. Madam.
Sir, please lower the volume of your TV set, sir, and please go ahead with your opinion.
Yeah. One minute.
Sir.
Yes. I am with our players only. We should not play with Pakistan, madam.
Yes. And
yeah.
Right, Surendran. Thank you so much for joining us. And this is, viewers, the big story that we're tracking today. And we've seen that in the group stage also the match was cancelled. And I have Ruchi. Okay, Ruchi with me, joining us from Mumbai. Ruchi, tell us your thoughts.
Hello.
Yes, Ruchi, please go ahead.
Yeah, it is one of the fantastic steps taken by Indian team. India should never play a match with Pakistan team, as they have not shown any mercy on our Indian citizens. So there should be zero tolerance, whether it should be in government seizure and or any international events.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're talking about here, Ruchi. Thank you so much for voicing your thoughts there on Republic TV.
please go ahead.
The spelling is wrong. RUSHI.
Yes, Ruchi. Thank you so much for joining us. And viewers, this is what the nation wants to speak, and the BCCI should listen to it. Viewers, the BCCI should be hearing our callers out. They should listen to their thoughts. That it's what the country wants, and everyone has been shattered after what happened in Pahalgam, and nobody wants to engage with Pakistan. But what is keeping the BCCI silent on the Asia Cup? WCL, yes, there are developments coming in. All right, I'm told that we have another caller from Thrissur in Kerala. Sunny Krishnan from Kerala is joining us. Please go ahead.
Yes, my question is, who is BCCI after all? The government of India has to take a firm decision. No, that's it. And I have to tell you something pathetic that is happening in Republic. In your messages, that is news. You know, sometimes you are referring the Indie as India. Please don't do that. Tell your people.
I didn't understand, sir, what were you pointing out towards, but thank you so much for joining us. This is the breaking news we have right now. BCCI, of course, is under the lens, and we see that many of our callers are raising questions that BCCI should be, in fact, directed by the government of India. There should be government intervention. BCCI remains a private body, of course, it remains an autonomous body, but there has to be an intervention. That's what the viewers are saying, and sources say that players are not wanting to play cricket with Pakistan ahead of this scheduled semi-final with it. And this of course will not be the end of the story, viewers, because the Asia Cup has also been lined up. There is a match between, I think, on the 14th of September, if I'm not wrong, between India and Pakistan that has been scheduled for the Asia Cup to be held in UAE, and all eyes are on that. BCCI remains mum on that. BCCI remains silent on that. But viewers, you and we at Republic have to, of course, voice our thoughts and raise our voices the loudest, because India cannot be sharing the same stage with Pakistan, and that's what we are. That's what our campaign, of course, talks about. Viewers, we will shift our focus to the other stories meanwhile that we are tracking for you. All right, we're still in a short break, but we'll be right back, viewers, with more updates on the big story.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Sir, let us now move to Operation Sindhur. Yesterday I watched Rajnath Singh ji का भाषण मैं सुन रहा था, and I listened quite carefully when people speak. And Rajnath Singh ji said that Operation Sindhur began at 1.
And now a quick look at stories from across the country.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Exercise Suraksha Chakra, a 3-day integrated disaster management symposium and mock exercise commenced at the Manekshaw Center in the national capital. The initiative aims to enhance preparedness and coordination for earthquake and industrial chemical hazards across 18 districts in the NCR. That's the National Capital Region. Tabletop exercise will culminate in a full-scale mock drill on the 1st of August, marking a significant step in institutionalizing a unified disaster management framework. A woman was attacked by a pet dog while walking inside a residential society in Gurugram of NCR. The incident, which was caught on a society's CCTV camera, saw the woman narrowly escape serious harm after nearby residents intervened and managed to scare the dog away. A 23-year-old IT professional allegedly murdered by the brother of the girl he loved over an intercaste relationship. Investigation suggests he was lured on a bike ride by her brother, who then attacked him with a machete. Family alleges the girl's parents, both police officers, were behind the killing. Now, it's a landmark step for global Earth observation viewers. It's a major collaboration between NASA and ISRO. Synthetic aperture radar satellite is all set to launch today in just a few 4 moments from now. In fact, less than an hour from now, we're going to see that historic launch. This is going to happen aboard India's GSLV F-16 rocket from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. And the satellite has been jointly developed by ISRO and the NASA. It's designed to provide high-resolution, all-weather, day and night imaging of the Earth. Weighing 2,392 kilograms and powered by dual-frequency radar systems, NISAR will offer near real-time data on disasters, climate shifts and ecological changes. The mission is expected to serve not only India and the United States, but also aid global decision-making and in emergency response efforts. So the countdown has begun, and almost 52 minutes from now, as I speak, this is the most expensive Earth observation mission, viewers, let me tell you. It's built at a cost of $1.5 billion. That converts to 12,500 crore rupees. And it will observe polar ice loss, the glacier melting. Tracking the climate change has become very, very important all across the globe. It's going to track the glacier shifts. It's going to be a game changer in space, viewers. Very important crucial for disaster management. It could predict earthquakes, predict tsunamis also, again, all across the globe. And this is not just for in India or United States. It can predict landslides, not just earthquakes, but landslides, and forecast yields as far as agriculture is concerned, very crucial for agriculture. It can also monitor soil moisture. So very important for the farmers. Observe ecosystems is another function. It can measure deforestation as well. And not just that, it will, of course, have many other functions like aiding the conservation efforts. At the time when such disasters are being witnessed all across the globe, it becomes very important to have this satellite to, in fact, help. And we was, of course, talking about more information on that. Talking about the orbit, it's the sun synchronous orbit, and talking about the height, it's 747 kilometers above the Earth, and it will conduct 14 orbits every day. So 14 orbits every day and 97 minutes for one orbit. That's what NISAR will take, and it will map the Earth in just 12 days. So it's, of course, going to be a game changer for sure. And it's, of course, known as the eyes in the sky. It has dual frequency synthetic aperture radar, the SAR. And this, of course, has a very important role to play in the mapping. L-band is 24 centimeter radar developed by NASA. And talking about ISRO, ISRO has developed the S-band 12 centimeter radar. So it's a collaboration. 12-meter gold-plated mesh antenna also been installed in this satellite. And not just that, the largest radar imaging antenna ever in space. So it's the largest ever antenna, radar imaging antenna in the space till date. So we understand that why so much of it's a multi-crore project in collaboration between ISRO and NASA, between India and United States space agencies. It's the most expensive Earth observation mission, as I just said. It's $1 billion bet in the space. It's built at the cost of $1.5 billion, that is 12,500 crore rupees. More than that, in fact. NASA's L-band radar is $1.2 billion. That is 9,960 crore rupees. And talking about India, ISRO's S-band, well, that is 93 million. That is 778 crore rupees invested by ISRO. All right, we shift our focus to other stories now. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has addressed the Parliament and slammed the Pahalgam attack, claiming a red line was crossed by the terrorists. In fact, he also had clarified that there was no call between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi since 22nd of April and till the 17th of June.
There is a China-Pakistan nexus. And today, sir, people are offering great wisdom on China. In fact, some people have even said that I am not that well versed on China. Sir, I've only spent 41 years in foreign service, only been the longest serving ambassador. But sir, there are China gurus now. One, sir, is honorable member sitting across me, whose affection for China is so great, sir. उन्होंने एक संधि बना ली थी चाइना और इंडिया की, चिंडिया। तो इतनी मोहब्बत थी सर कि उसको संधि बना ली थी। अब सर इनको छोड़िए, इनके अलावा एक और चाइना गुरु। अब सर अब ऐसा है सर, जयराम जी सर, हो सकता है कि चाइना पर मेरे यहाँ से कुछ कमी हो, क्योंकि सर I did not get China teaching by going to Olympics. किसी ने मुझे बुलाया नहीं सर. I was not a special person. तो कुछ लोग जो हैं उनका चाइना ज्ञान जो है ओलंपिक्स जाने से हुआ। अब सर कभी-कभी अब सर जब ओलंपिक्स में गए किनसे मिले और क्या हस्ताक्षर किया उसकी तो बात ही नहीं करते। और सर जो मिले वो खाली चाइना से नहीं थे सर, कहीं और से भी थे, तो उसको मैं छोड़ देता हूँ, मैं बात नहीं करता उसके बारे में। पर सर कभी-कभी क्या होता है कि जब ओलंपिक्स की क्लासरूम होती है ना, कहीं सर कुछ बातें छूट जाती तो प्राइवेट ट्यूशन भी लेना पड़ता है। तो ये प्राइवेट ट्यूशन चाइनीज एम्बेसडर से लेते हैं, तो चाइनीज एम्बेसडर को घर में बुला के प्राइवेट ट्यूशन लेते हैं।
Now, the Gujarat Anti-Terror Squad has arrested the key conspirator behind Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent of affiliated terror module. The accused, identified as 30-year-old Shama Parveen, was arrested in Bengaluru. Watch this report.
A 30-year-old woman, Shama Parveen, has been arrested from Bengaluru by Gujarat ATS, accused of leading an Al-Qaeda module operating in India. Investigators say that she was the key link in the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent network, highly radicalized, deeply involved in spreading jihadist propaganda and highlighting logistics for the group. Parveen was in constant touch with Mohammad Faiq, another accused arrest from Delhi last week. This is the fifth arrest in the Al-Qaeda IS crackdown.
गुजरात ATS ने अल-कायदा इंडियन सबकॉन्टिनेंट के पहले 4 आतंकियों को गिरफ्तार किया है। कल एक और बड़ी सफलता गुजरात ATS को प्राप्त हुई है। एक महिला जो बेंगलुरु से है, ये आतंकी खास तौर पे हाईली रेडिकलाइज है, ऑनलाइन टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करती हैं। उसके बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पाकिस्तानी संपर्क भी उसके अलग-अलग डिवाइसेस से मिले हैं।
Earlier, 4 terrorists, Faiq, Fardeen, Zishan and Saifullah were picked up from Gujarat, Delhi and Noida. The group was allegedly working on instructions from Pakistan-based handlers. The ATS has seized several mobile phones, SIM cards and digital evidence that hint at a larger terror conspiracy.
जो शमा परवीन है,
इसको उसके निवास स्थान से पकड़ा गया। इसकी प्रारंभिक पूछपरछ की गई और जो शंकास्पद फ़ोन वगैरह थे वो कब्जे किए गए। शुरुआती पूछपरछ में इसने एक्सेप्ट किया कि वो अलकायदा से रिलेटेड कंटेंट डालती थी और जो हमें टेक्निकल डिटेल्स जानने को मिली थी उन सब चीज़ों को इसने एक्सेप्ट किया। इसने अलकायदा के लीडर मौलाना आसिम उमर के काफ़ी सारे वीडियोज़ अपने पोस्ट्स में डाले हैं जो कि हथियारबंद विप्लव, गजवाए हिंद की स्थापना तथा धार्मिक आधार पर हिंसा व आतंकवादी हमलों के लिए लोगों को उकसाता है।
The group reportedly discussed targeting high-profile locations and radicalizing new recruits through encrypted apps. Shama Parveen has been brought to Gujarat for questioning. Sources say that she was operating discreetly while posing as an ordinary tech worker. With each arrest, India's security forces continue to dismantle terror networks and send a clear message. Those who threaten national security will be hunted down no matter where they hide.
Major crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Major targeted killing attempt foiled by the security forces in Jammu's Nagrota. My colleague Goswami brings you this report.
Jammu and Kashmir police has foiled a major targeted killing plot by the terror groups and have recovered 3 Chinese and the Turkish pistols that were sent from across the border using the drone. Right now we are at the Nagrota police station where this recovery has been made, and the visuals that you see are of the vehicle of the terror associate that was carrying this consignment of weapons from Jammu to Srinagar, but has been timely acted upon by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And these visuals that you see from inside the Jammu's Nagrota police station, here you can clearly see that how the Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered this Etios vehicle in which a person named Azan was travelling in. He was the one who was carrying the consignment of weapons, 3 total pistols along with the 10 rounds. 2 rounds were used rounds, 8 were the live rounds that have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This was a Haryana number vehicle that has now been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that inside the police station, Azan is being questioned by the multiple agencies with regards to his involvement in carrying out the smuggling of weapons from the border areas of Jammu to Kashmir, because he was from the Srinagar and it is believed that the weapons were being taken to Srinagar. But based on the intelligence input, the operation was launched, and as we speak the operations are underway. The searches are being carried out in the area nearby, and also the questioning of Azan that is taking place inside the Nagrota police station. This consignment has been dropped using drone, because yesterday also we saw a drone dropping consignment that took place in the area of Kathua that was recovered by the border security force, that include half kilogram of narcotics believed to be heroin. So whether this was part of that consignment or something else, that is being worked upon. But now as we speak, the security forces are now carrying out the operations, the searches in the area, and as we speak the searches are underway and the security forces are carrying out the investigation of Azan as well.
Republic campaign becomes #1 talking point. No cricket with sponsors of terror, Pakistan. Will BCCI go against the government position on Pakistan? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं एक आंकड़ा आज बताना चाहता हूं। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। कुछ लोगों का क्या होगा मैं नहीं जानता। पूरा देश गर्व से भर जाएगा। 9 मई को पाकिस्तान ने करीब
A case that started saffron terror debate. 17 years later, Malegaon blast verdict tomorrow. Will Malegaon verdict end saffron terror politics? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India versus Pakistan match in World Championship of Legends cancelled as Indian players have refused to play with Pakistan as per our sources. Sponsors pull out of India versus Pakistan clash, says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Now will the BCCI act as far as the Asia Cup is concerned?
आप सिर्फ अपीज करते रहे और कहीं भी टेरर के नाम पर आपने प्रेशर नहीं पाकिस्तान पर दिया। ये मैं इसलिए आपको ये याद दिलाना चाह रहा हूं क्योंकि आपको पूर्णमासी तब समझ में आएगी जब आप अमावस्या के दिनों को जानेंगे।
JP Nadda addresses Rajya Sabha shows mirror to the Congress on how they had a soft approach towards Pakistan and terror backers.
वो कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
EAM reiterates in Rajya Sabha no call happened between Prime Minister Modi and US President Trump between the 22nd of April and 17th of June, says Dr. Jaishankar. India inches closer to get TRF sanctioned as UN Security Council monitoring team flags Pahalgam terror attack. And ISRO set to launch the Nisar. ISRO and NASA will be setting up this launch some time from now. Sophisticated and expensive, most expensive Earth observation satellite from Sriharikota today. And tsunami waves approach US West Coast and Japan in aftermath of the earthquake in Russia. Red alerts issued. Good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Lakshya Mishra with you. We have some breaking news coming in. This is a crackdown on the builders involved in cheating and defrauding thousands of home buyers in the National Capital Region. And to investigate the nexus of builders and officials for financial institutions, Central Bureau of Investigation, the CBI, has registered 22 cases against different builders of NCR and unknown officials of various financial institutions in compliance of the directions of the Supreme Court and conducted searches at 47 premises across NCR. So there are 22 FIR that have been registered. This is a housing scam probe, and my colleague Akhil joins us on the broadcast for more. Akhil, tell us more details about this scam, who all have been involved in this, and what's the action being carried out?
Well, Lakshita, if you see, this is a big relief for the home buyers because in a major crackdown on builders involved in cheating and defrauding thousands of home buyers across the National Capital Region, which include Noida, Ghaziabad, Faridabad, Gurugram. So what we have seen that the CBI has registered 22 cases against different builders of the NCR and unknown officials also, because there have been a very big nexus of officials and builders. So in this case, what we have seen that 22 different cases have been filed by the CBI, and in which what we have seen that searches have been continuously going on since the morning at 47 different premises. So this is a big development and a big relief, sigh of relief for the home buyers across national capital region, which include Delhi, Gurugram, Noida, Greater Noida, and Ghaziabad. And in this process, what we have got to learn from the CBI sources that various incriminating documents and some digital electronic evidences have also been seized from those premises. Because if you see right now, the information that we have received that 47 locations have been searches have been going on at 47 locations. So some digital electronic evidences have also been collected by the CBI team. So the investigation is continuing in that direction right now, and it's a big sigh of relief for the home buyers.
Akil Jamil, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that housing scam story. Viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. Now, the face-off has escalated in Maharashtra. The MNS workers have put up threatening posters now, against BJP MP Nishikant Dubey in Thane. Remember, this is about the language row that has been continuing for weeks. And now you have Raj Thakrae's workers, the MNS party workers, who have put out these posters. You can see the caricature of BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. And they have now also written something there on the poster, and this is of course a threatening poster that they, of course, this is in response to what Nishikant Dubey had said earlier, just a few days ago, on the attacks against non-Marathi speakers in Maharashtra. And MNS is answering Nishikant Dubey by a threat that he will be drowned and beaten up. There you can see what has been written in Hindi. That's a threat that has been issued by MNS. Also, of course, dragging in his name and, of course, rhyming it with the Hindi word for drowning, duba kar marenge. That's what has been written there. So MNS workers at it again, and they continue to threaten those people who have also spoken for those victims of MNS workers' assault for not speaking Marathi. So MNS has now put up this poster. This is a poster put up in Thane of Maharashtra. And they threaten openly, publicly, a BJP MP, that is Nishikant Dubey. We have some positive news now, and a landmark step for global Earth observation. The NASA and the ISRO have collaborated for this most expensive Earth observation satellite called the NISAR. Now, viewers, the synthetic aperture radar satellite is all set to be launched from Sriharikota in just a while from now. The satellite will be launched aboard India's GSLV F-16 rocket from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. The satellite, jointly developed by the ISRO and the NASA, is designed to provide high-resolution all-weather day and night imaging of the Earth. It weighs 2,392 kilograms, and it's powered by dual-frequency radar systems. And it's going to offer near real-time data on disasters, climate shifts, ecological changes as well. And the mission is expected to serve not only India and US, but also aid global decision-making and emergency response efforts. So agriculture has been taken into account, climate change has been taken into account, the implications of climate change, that how one can predict and monitor glaciers melting, and landslides and earthquakes as well, tsunami also. My colleague Sharda is joining us from Sriharikota. Sharda, tell us how the preparations going. In just some time from now, we're going to have that historic moment.
Well, it's just 30 minutes from now that the NISAR satellite will be launched from the Sriharikota Space Research Center. We also know that NISAR is the first collaboration between NASA and ISRO in India, which marks the satellite, earth-changing satellite which is being sent by ISRO. It is also stated that this particular satellite, though, will not be able to prevent floods or also predict if there'll be a forest fire or not. It has all the capability to take pictures even if there's a centimeter change in the geographical map of India and US. The satellite will be able to denote it, and also especially it is along the parts of India and US is what this particular satellite will be all about. However, whenever NISAR satellites are sent, it's always the PSLV. However, this time it's being sent in the GSLV because the weight of this particular satellite is 2,392 kilograms, and it's expected that once the mission starts at 5:40 p.m. today, and it's expected to reach the sun synchronous orbit in just 19 minutes, and is expected to go around the Earth in 12 days, and it will take at least 10 days to make sure that the entire data is synchronized, and the satellite will make sure that it takes pictures of the same place of the Earth every single day at the same time, Rakshita.
All right. Dr. S. Venkateshwar Sharma, he's a former Deputy Director of ISRO. And we also have Mr. G. Raju, former Project Director of ISRO. Mr. Raju, thanks so much for joining us. I'll go to you first. This is, of course, known to be a game changer. And it's called the Eyes in the Skies. And not just for India and US, but for the world. Help us understand how this most expensive Earth observation satellite is going to be a game changer.
Good evening, Rakshita, and good evening to billion viewers. Yes, of course, this has many firsts. That's why it is called the game changer. This is one of the most complex satellites, which is about 3,492 kg, and it has L-band and S-band.
I have to interrupt you there, sir. I think, sir, we have the visuals coming in. The launch is all set. We'll just dip into those live visuals. Of course, the launch is going to happen after some time. I'm sorry to just interrupt you there, Mr. Rao, Mr. Sharma. This is the satellite that is going to be launched. There you have the rocket, and it's all set. These are the live visuals beginning in from Sriharikota, the Satish Dhawan Space Center, and the launch of the NISAR satellite is all set.
Of 98.4 degrees.
नमस्कार, शुभ संध्या। स्वागत है आप सभी दर्शकों का। आज एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है जब अंतरिक्ष अनुप्रयोगों में विश्व के दो अनुभवी एजेंसियां नासा और इसरो द्वारा सहभागिता से तैयार यह उपग्रह, जिसे हम निसार नासा इसरो सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रडार के नाम से जानते हैं, इस उपग्रह का प्रमोशन के साथ एक स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिखा जाएगा जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग का अद्वितीय उदाहरण होगा। तो हमारे साथ बने रहिए इस अभूतपूर्व घटना के। मैं विकास स्वर्णकार आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। मैं आप सबके सामने इस प्रमोशन मिशन का हिंदी में प्रस्तुतिकरण करूंगा और मेरे साथ हैं सुश्री माधुरी पी जो इंग्लिश में कमेंट्री प्रस्तुत करेंगी। हम आप सभी दर्शकों का इसरो के श्रीहरिकोटा के मिशन नियंत्रण केंद्र से हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं। GSLV S16 निसार मिशन के तहत आज 30 जुलाई 2025 को भारतीय मानक समयानुसार शाम 5।
All right, we'll just go across to our guests now. We have Mr. Venkateshwar Sharma who was speaking earlier. Sir, please go ahead.
There are a lot of firsts in this particular mission. One is I was saying that this is the only satellite where L-band and S-band, both the synthetic aperture radars are available, which are day in and day out satellites, and they are also very high density capability satellites. The high density capability also comes with several complicated electronic hardwares which are built into this particular satellite in terms of the data rates, extremely high data rate of acquisition of data, and extremely high storage capacity available in this satellite, and also very complex mission of the bus system built up by ISRO. Specifically to be mentioned, the bus system is by ISRO, what we call it as the main system which carries the payload into the orbit, and being the day in and day out satellite, it has capability to monitor the surface of the Earth, and it has capability to monitor below the Earth observation of seismic mass, etc. On the surface, it can monitor moisture and also help vegetation, etc. And also we can monitor the glaciers and the ice and how it degrades, and the monitoring of the ocean, disaster management, monitoring of the entire the gamut of the entire Earth, which would be helpful specifically for India, America, who are the stakeholders, and also for the entire world. This is the first game changer. Second is that this satellite, which was conceptualized during 2010, the two stalwarts which are to say we are no less than anybody, ISRO and NASA came together to make this satellite. Such a interaction and interface has never happened in the history of these two countries, and this is a second game changer where we are equal partners, are better in terms of the technological, and the launch capabilities, and also in terms of dissemination of information, etc. And this satellite also has the disaster management, which is extremely useful in terms of both seismic as well as in terms of ocean related disaster management, which is all useful for India, America, and also not limited to them. The terabytes and the petabytes of data which are going to be available over its life of 3 years will be useful for entire world scientists to analyze, and also to other countries who are interested in this data.
Right, sir. In fact, former project director ISRO, G. Raju, also joining us. Mr. Raju, well, this is one of the biggest collaborations between ISRO and NASA. And we've seen that ISRO, of course, has been growing in its roles. It's been growing in its power and the trust in the space race. We've seen that it's forging ahead, sir. How do you see this particular project, this particular satellite, this particular collaboration as far as India's role and progress as far as space power is concerned?
Good afternoon. This is a unique combination of two big agencies. I am sure all of us, not only from ISRO and NASA, the whole world is looking for data from this. This is a global demand for such a mission. And it's a very complex satellite, which is unique in many forms. For example, it can not only penetrate through cloud, all weather, and also during darkness, 24/7 mission. It can be used throughout not only for, if suppose there is a smoky or some kind of a bad weather, still this is a unique mission which is not possible by any kind of sensor. Radar is such a way that it can see through darkness, smoke, and all weathers, bad weathers, as well as penetrate through the subsurface soil. It can penetrate through vegetation. So agriculturists will have a very big, important application in detecting the soil moisture. The uniqueness is because of there are two frequencies. These two frequencies are L-band and S-band. So the larger the frequency, the larger the wavelength, more is the penetration. So we have two different dimensions of observation of land, ocean, cryosphere. Cryosphere is very important because we don't know whether the global, it's called global mass and water balance, whether the ice is depleting or it is accumulating. So this is a wonderful instrument where it can find out even the thickness of ice to a large extent. So it's a subsurface, sub-ice, subglacial kind of instrument, which is not feasible from any other kind of mission, any kind of sensors. So this is very unique, and it's a large swath, about 200 plus kilometers, very high resolution and double frequency observations, and also it will be covering almost once in 12 days. The entire globe is covered. This is very, very crucial for all of us in the world, and particularly for people working dependent on the monsoon, such as in India. Soil moisture is very, very crucial for predicting the yield, crop yield. Crop yield monitoring is a very, very basic, important thing for decision making. So we will know at the end of a particular time span that what is the kind of yield that we will be able to obtain, whether we have got more or we have got less. So the decision makers such as whether we have to import grains or can we export. These are the very crucial decision making things, and also disaster monitoring. Disaster monitoring, there will be earthquakes, landslides, floods. All these three are very crucial for many of our day-to-day life, and this particular set of two frequency radars is unique. It has never been flown. Of course, they have been flown earlier at different frequencies, like X-band, smaller wavelength, but the penetration capability is only in these two L-band and S-band. One is 24 centimeters. Normally, the penetration is of the order of wavelength. So we can penetrate to the tree canopy, go almost to the root to detect whether we have to irrigate more water or whether it's a dry season. So it's a very crucial thing for agriculture.
Right. Very important for India. Countries like India were very much dependent on agriculture indeed. I'll just go across to our correspondent on ground. She is in Sriharikota, and of course we expect that she will be witnessing that moment. Over to you, Sharda.
Well, Rakshita, now they've already said that this particular Nazar is a life-changing event for India as such, because this is the first collaboration between NASA and ISRO, and the physical collaboration being the satellite that will be surrounding the sun synchronous orbit, and which just the official countdown is already begun, which is 25 minutes away from the launch right now. And also now Nisar being the satellite that will be taking all that's going to happen in this in the entire country of India anyways, because it's being ISRO and NASA. This particular satellite will be only geographically be particular to areas in and around of India and in and around of US, as discussed by both the organizations, stating that this particular satellite will monitor every single thing that's happening, and this particular satellite will be taking images of the same point every single day at the same time, and also help in finding out whether there's a geographical disturbance, let it be glacier melt, ice melt, forest fire, floods, earthquake, tsunamis, anything for that matter. However, they do not be able to predict if there would be a natural calamity, but within minutes you'll be able to access to all these photos through this particular satellite. Also, Nisar being the satellite that is for India and US, there's also a plus point for the ISRO by making sure that it could make sure that anything that happens in India immediately would be able to take access and control over this particular thing that might disturb the entire country. Also, Rakshita, this is particularly being sent by GSLV is what we have to note. Generally, the Earth monitoring satellites will be sent through PSLV, which happened last time. However, this time Nisar being a heavy-weighted satellite, which is almost 2,392 kgs, is being sent to GSLV. Also, something that we need to remember is the last GSLV, which was sent in 2021, was not completely successful, and in stage 4, because there was like very little liquid night hydrogen, there was a loss in it. However, now it's expected this one will turn out to be a particularly very successful, because following this is which ISRO is planning 2 more satellite launches in the year of 2025, and towards the end of the year is when there's also a man-made project which, along with space researchers, would be sent by